बचाव का कार्य में हमें ध्यान देना है, पहले वो तो काम करना पड़ेगा।
मोहन जी, मुझे ये जानना है कि आंकड़े जो है कैजुअलिटी हो या फिर इंजर्ड हो, उनके अलग अलग आ रहे हैं क्या आपकी तरफ से?
नहीं, अभी तो कुल 242 लोग थे
जी।
230 उसमें यात्री थे, 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो अभी तक तो कैजुअलिटी आ रही है सामने, अभी तक कोई ऑफिशियली कैजुअलिटी हम नहीं बोल रहे हैं, सभी जांच भी चल रही है। पहले तो राहत बचाव का काम शुरू है, बाद में उस पर।
ये जो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है वो रेसिडेंशियल एरिया में हुआ है, तो क्या वहां पे लोग कितने इंजर्ड हुए या वहां की कैजुअलिटी का कुछ आंकड़ा?
जी, वही तो मैंने अभी कहा कि राज्य सरकार के संपर्क में हमारी सभी टीम है वहां पे। तो अभी सामने नहीं आ रहा है कि, लेकिन वहां भी राहत बचाव का कार्य जो शुरू है उसमें पहले तो इन लोगों को बाहर निकालना है, इनको इमीडिएटली वहां पे मेडिकल इमरजेंसी को पहले उनको वहां पे हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट करना है, मदद करना है।
I'm also joined by Captain Kishore Chinta, who is the Chief Pilot of Sirius India Airlines Private Limited. Thanks a lot, Captain Kishore, for joining us. I want to understand from you first, from what we know, within a minute or so of takeoff, this plane has crashed, and it has crashed in a scenario where it seems the pilots were not in control at all. They had already issued a mayday call, and they actually crashed into a building. What do you make of what could have happened?
Ma'am, I've seen the videos. The 787 has 70,000 on each engine. For an airplane like a 787 to go down in a controlled manner like that, either they've lost both the engines, and Ahmedabad per se always has a lot of birds and vultures over there, up to almost 3,000 feet. It's speculation as of now. That either both the engines have to have had some kind of bird ingestion or a compressor stall or something like that for the engines to lose power. Otherwise, with just one engine, also the aircraft can climb out at 400 to 500 feet per minute for a aircraft of that size.
I just want to understand from you, these bird ingestion issues that you're talking about, how frequent are they?
Bird ingestion are infrequent, but there is always that risk, especially in airfields like Ahmedabad and Baroda and some other airfields. Ahmedabad has historically had bird activity in and around the airfield. So I am not saying that it could have been a bird hit, but the fact that the pilots gave a mayday and we see the aircraft climb to max altitude on flight radar close to 625 feet, which would be about 425 feet off the ground. The airfield elevation is about 200 at Ahmedabad. So they did climb to 425 feet. On the aircraft, they could have engaged autopilot, but it appears to be that they've lost power in both the engines for the aeroplane to have come down in a controlled manner like that.
Yes. And because most experts like yourself are suggesting that even loss of one engine should not lead to a crash like this, I want to understand from you, if this was, let's say, a bird-related incident, can it take off both? Can it take out both engines like this so quickly after takeoff, within a minute or so?
It is possible, ma'am. Like the United aircraft, where Captain Sully Slumberger, went down into the Hudson. It is possible for both the engines to get affected by birds.
Okay, and looks like there would have been very little reaction time to control anything. What do you make of the situation the pilots would have faced if this, let's say, both engines went out so quickly after takeoff?
The pilots did a fabulous job keeping the wings level to minimize any kind of damage, and the aircraft's gone down in a controlled manner. They probably have done everything possible which they have been trained for a situation like this. But the rest we'll only come to know once more specifics come out from the flight data recorder and cockpit voice record.
I just want to understand from you also, because you are an expert in this field. Apart from a bird hit, what else can lead to a crash like this so soon after takeoff, where the speculation is that not just one but both engines went out? What else is a plausible reason?
I don't see another plausible reasons, ma'am. This has to be loss of both the engines for the aircraft of the magnitude of 787 to go down in this manner. And this is the world's first ever Boeing 787 crash. So that's the track record of this aeroplane. And the pilots are highly experienced, well trained. So the only probable cause would be loss of power on both the engines, just at the time they were getting airborne.
And that's extremely rare, isn't it?
It's probably 1 in a million kind of scenario. There's probably nothing anyone could have done in this case. If there was no obstacles immediately after takeoff, probably they could have glided down onto the ground to as minimal damage as possible. But with buildings over there, they seem to have landed on top of one of the under construction buildings. We do not know the damage or loss of lives on ground, but more details will be coming out as and when the DGCA Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau brings out details.
Just stay with me. Speaking of those buildings that this plane has crashed into, and I'm sure the pilots would have tried to avoid as much as possible, but it looks like they really couldn't avoid crashing into a building. We have information that the flight has crashed into BJMC, which is a hostel where many MBBS students stay. And these are some visuals also that we were running earlier of the hostel, including the canteen, etc., where there is damage because of the impact of this airline crash. And we don't quite yet know what the damage could be as far as students there in the building is concerned. But certainly news is coming in that some of them have been injured, and we hope that they get quick treatment. Praful Patel, former aviation minister, is also joining us over the phone line. Mr. Patel, thanks a lot for your time. Extremely sorry scenes that are coming in from Ahmedabad, and of course news of heavy casualties as well.
Very saddened to hear and very distressed at the same time. One of the biggest tragedies in our country, and unfortunately, whatever visuals we are able to see on TV, that's all information we have. But considering that today's aircraft are very sophisticated, very technically advanced, to see a situation like this, unless we know the full details, will be very difficult to comment on that. But at the same time, whatever visuals we see on TV, our hearts go out to the passengers and their families. We don't know what is the fate of many, so I only pray and hope that most people survive this horrific crash.
Yes, the pilots were extremely proficient. Praful Patel, there are 133 casualties that we are getting latest updates on. We are hoping that some rescue operations are able to find some injured who can receive some treatment. But many international passengers on board as well, and many countries on alert now, including UK. We are told that as many as 50 plus passengers were from UK. We are also told that former Gujarat Chief Minister, Mr. Rupani, was on board.
Well, I've seen Mr. Rupani's name on television, and having been a person who's known him for many years, I only hope and pray that he is well. At this moment, there is no information about any of the passengers. And of course, as you said, there are many passengers of different nationalities, mostly UK, besides Indians. And I think we really feel very sad, because at the same time, I would like to repeat that today's aircraft are very, very sophisticated. The pilots, especially who fly 787 Dreamliner, are obviously very well trained, and they are very senior commanders. And they've gone through many hours and hours of flying, and they would have obviously it seems to me, whatever little I can make out from that the plane was on climb mode, and suddenly it's lost power, or something else has happened, or maybe it was struggling at the time of takeoff. These are all very speculative things. But one thing is certain: if the pilot gave a mayday call, we don't know the exact time of when he gave the mayday call. Was it just immediately on climb, or
yes, soon after
was
takeoff,
he rolling?
sir. In fact, within a few minutes, it seems this flight has crashed. It had barely reached the height of 700 feet.
This flight couldn't have flown more than 60 seconds because of the very fact that it's just 825 feet into the air, which is virtually nothing. It just would not take more than 60 seconds.
Yes.
So it is very intriguing because of the first, as I said, the aircraft itself has many backup systems. These are very fly-worthy, very safe aircraft, and 787s are flying all over the world. In fact, I would be surprised to see that probably this may be the first major incident with a 787.
Yes, actually we have been confirmed, sir, that as far as a 787 Dreamliner is concerned, this is the first major such incident that has come to light. Boeing has had some issues with grounding and all. There have been investigations whether they have, not done enough as far as maintenance and certain other activities on planes are concerned. But this certainly is the major crash of its first of its kind when it comes to a 787 Dreamliner.
Well, absolutely. A 787 Dreamliner, as I said, is being flown by most airlines of the world. And it's a very, I would say, a workhorse. It's a good aircraft. And in this case, it's flown from Delhi to Ahmedabad. So obviously it was absolutely flyworthy. Otherwise, no aircraft takes off. And pilots also, before they take off, they go through all the checks. And if they find anything missing, and especially if they are on a long-haul flight like London, they would be absolutely very careful to see all parameters are fine before they would take off.
Okay.
So obviously something has gone wrong after they started their roll on the runway for takeoff.
Yes.
And in between that and the climb, those 60 seconds have been, I'm sure, very, very the reason for whatever has happened.
Yes. I do thank you for joining us, Praful Patel, the ex-aviation minister. Also reading out what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just put out. The tragedy in Ahmedabad has stunned and saddened us. It is heartbreaking beyond words. In this sad hour, my thoughts are with everyone affected by it, have been in touch with ministers and authorities who are working to assist those affected. We also know that Home Minister Amit Shah is travelling to Ahmedabad. My colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us with more on this. Payal, words coming in from Narendra Modi as well. Everybody offering, of course, their deepest thoughts to those who have been affected, including, of course, the families. Already 133 have been confirmed dead.
Yes, it is, of course, heartbreaking beyond words. That's what the Prime Minister really said. And this has happened in his hometown, which is in Ahmedabad. The tragedy in Ahmedabad has stunned and saddened everyone. He has been in touch with the ministers and the authorities who are working to assist those who are affected. He has already spoken to Bhupendra Patel, the Gujarat Chief Minister, already spoken and asked Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, to rush as well, and constantly been in touch with Amit Shah, another union minister in his government, the Home Minister, another son of the soil. So they've all been rushed. Maximum help needs to be assured is what the Prime Minister has also indicated in as many words as well. But a real tragedy coming to the fore as well. Many people have been feared dead in this, in this ghastly crash that we've really seen. Of course, the investigation will follow soon as possible is what the government is assured. But it's a very heartbreaking moment because many citizens on board Shivani were not just Indian nationals, but foreign nationals as well. But the government of the day has assured that they will get to the bottom of this and understand why this really occurred. But like I said, the Prime Minister joining the nation in expressing his condolences to what has really happened and to the loved ones.
One of the biggest aviation crashes in Indian history, and of course certainly the first concerning a Dreamliner. I want to go across to Rajesh Patani, who's an eyewitness to what happened. Rajesh जी, आपने क्या देखा जब ये क्रैश हुआ? आपने क्या देखा? आपको क्या दिखा? ये बताइए. राजेश जी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आप क्रैश के वक्त कहाँ थे, आपने क्या देखा, ये बताइए। Let's try and reconnect. We're trying to get you some more eyewitness accounts, but of course visuals of the crash are on screen, and they show that the flight had barely taken off. Within less than a minute, of course, this flight has crashed. It seems the pilots have lost all control because they couldn't even deviate the flight from a what seems to be a residential area. There was, in fact, a MBBS students' hostel that has come into the path of this crashing airline, and the aircraft burst into flames immediately upon impact. Those visuals have also been caught by those who were living in the vicinity of the Ahmedabad airport. Captain Kishore Chinta continues to be with us. Captain, I want to understand from you, in such a short span of time, if both engines are lost, how much can captains do? How much can the pilots and the crew do in such a situation? What can they do?
There's not much the pilots can do other than look for an area where they can crash land the aircraft in the safest possible manner. So in this case, they barely had any height in hand to change the direction of the aircraft anywhere. See, the most prudent thing they could have done was to keep the wings level and glide into a path which is most safe, which would minimize casualties on impact with the ground, rather than having bank on, wherein the risk of the aircraft cartwheeling and more damage and more casualties. So the pilots probably did the most prudent thing, having probably lost power.
Okay, and how does this loss of power really happen? What causes it?
Loss of power could be either due to bird ingestion, the engine compressors stalling and not producing any more thrust. It would be really unlikely for engines of such magnitude and to lose power for any other reason for a technical defect just after takeoff. It's unheard of. It's those engines with 70,000 pounds of thrust have been tested multiple times, and one of the safest engines in the aviation world. So nothing else could have caused, in my opinion, the loss of power.
So this couldn't have been any kind of technical failure, and the most plausible reason you can think of is bird ingestion, but of the kind which took out both engines.
Yes, that's, like I said, we can only speculate as of now. I haven't heard of a technical defect taking out both the engines just after takeoff ever in the aviation history.
Right. Certainly what has transpired is shocking everyone. This is already, as experts have told us, the first of its kind crash, including involving a 787 Dreamliner. And the way this crash has transpired, soon after takeoff, within a minute of takeoff at very low altitude, seems to suggest the pilots lost all control. They couldn't even divert the plane to a safer area, and it crashed immediately within a minute of takeoff. What also is concerning is that they seem to have lost all control, so both engines were out. There was a mayday call given, but agencies tell us they didn't really manage to contact this flight after that. So it all points out to things going wrong very, very quickly. Harshit.
Yes.
Captain Kishore, I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Harshit is an eyewitness of this crash. Harshit, आप कहाँ थे जब ये crash हुआ और आपने क्या देखा?
हम मेस में ही थे जहाँ पे ये प्लेन टकराया था.
अच्छा, तो आप स्टूडेंट हैं जो मेस में रहते हैं वहाँ पे हॉस्टल में?
हाँ, मैं कॉलेज से लाइब्रेरी से पढ़ के मैं यहाँ पे खाना खाने आया था 2 बजे.
तो फिर कैंटीन में भी वहाँ पे क्रैश हुआ प्लेन का पार्ट्स जो आप वहाँ पे खाना खा रहे थे?
हाँ, वहाँ पे सिर्फ टकराया था, प्लेन आगे क्रैश हुआ था.
अच्छा।
हमारी बिल्डिंग में सिर्फ टकराया था, इसलिए धमाके की आवाज आई।
अच्छा, आपके आसपास कितने लोग थे? कोई इंजर्ड है?
इंजर्ड इसमें ऐसा है कि जो बारी के पास खाना खाने बैठे थे उसको थोड़ा वो इंजरी हुई है, बाकी सब ठीक है।
अच्छा, कितने बच्चे हैं वहाँ पे?
खाना खाने के लिए तो यहाँ पे 50-60 लोग हम आए थे, ऊपर और नीचे दोनों।
अच्छा।
इंजरी सबको नहीं हुई है।
जी जी। और आप किस हॉस्टल में रहते हैं और कितने लोग हैं वहाँ पे?
हम अतुल्य में 11 में रहते हैं।
कितने लोग होंगे पूरे हॉस्टल में? कितने लोग रहते हैं वहाँ पे?
हम तो MBBS स्टूडेंट ही वहाँ से 1 से 5 साल तक के सभी बच्चे वहीं पे ही रहते हैं।
अच्छा। और
वो सब इसी मेस में खाना खाने आते हैं।
जी जी जी। और उस वक्त 50-60 बच्चे वहाँ पे थे जिस वक्त ये
खाने हाँ, ये खाना खाने का ही टाइम था, इसलिए वो सब वहाँ पे ही थे।
जी। आपकी जो बिल्डिंग है उससे ये प्लेन टकराया नहीं है, ये आगे जाके एक बिल्डिंग में क्रैश हुआ है, तो आपको उस बिल्डिंग के बारे में कुछ पता है? क्या हुआ वहाँ पे, क्या देखा आपने?
वो अतुल्यम 1, 2 और 3 है, वहाँ पे वो रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर रहते हैं सभी। और ये सब मेडिसिटी के क्वार्टर्स ही है जहाँ पे ये प्लेन हादसा हुआ ना वही।
तो जिस बिल्डिंग में क्रैश हुआ वहाँ पे रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर रहते हैं?
हाँ।
और उस बिल्डिंग में कितना इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, आपको कुछ जानकारी मिल रही है वहाँ पे?
ना
कोई
वो नहीं पता है। नहीं पता।
जी जी। बट आपका जो हॉस्टल है वहाँ पे सब सेफ है? कुछ लोगों को इंजरी हुई है?
हाँ, हॉस्टल से ये मेस थोड़ा 1-2 किलोमीटर दूर है, इसलिए सब बच्चे हॉस्टल से मेस तक चल के खाना खाने जाते हैं, तभी ये सब हुआ।
अच्छा, मेस में उस वक्त जो थे वो सेफ हैं, लेकिन हॉस्टल में जाके ये बिल्डिंग में क्रैश हुआ है जहाँ पे रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर्स रहते हैं। दिस इज ऑल्सो एक्सट्रीमली कंसर्निंग। हर्षित, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लेट्स ऑल्सो लिसन टू सम मोर रिएक्शंस कमिंग इन।
लगातार पिछले 2-2.5 घंटे से हमारी टीम उस पर काम कर रही है। हमारी सेक्रेटरी है, DGCA है, AI की टीम में सभी लोग, हमारी विकास की टीम, सभी लोग एक साथ बैठकर वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं। और अभी हम DGCA, हमारे सेक्रेटरी और मैं तो हम तो वहाँ पे अभी फिजिकली भी जा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी इसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नायडू जी से हमारी सभी लोगों से बात भी की है, वो मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमारे होम मिनिस्टर वहाँ पे पहुँच रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि सभी स्तर पे ये अभी राहत का कार्य बड़ी इमरजेंसी के लेवल पर शुरू
ऑडिट होगा क्या? सभी प्लेन का इंडिया के ऑडिट होगा?
नहीं, अभी तो आज मुझे लगता है कि पहली बात तो यह है कि हमें इससे पहले बाहर निकलना है। बाद में सब होगा, उसकी जांच होगी, उस पर रिपोर्ट आएंगे, उस पर असल में क्या रीजन है वो भी सामने आएगा। ये आज मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा टाइम
कंपनीज जो है, सारी एयरलाइन कंपनीज, क्या वो बहुत सस्ता ले रही है क्या लोगों के जान को लेकर? क्योंकि कोई भी बारिश हो जाए तो प्लेन में कुछ होगा।
मुझे लगता है कि कोई जो रियल उसका रीजन है वो सामने आने तक थोड़ा सा
सर, जहाँ पे प्लेन गिरा वहाँ पे कुछ कैजुअलिटी हुई है?
लगता है, ऐसा लगता तो है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है कि ऑफिशियली थोड़ा सा
बिल्डिंग में कुछ लोग रह रहे थे ऐसे भी।
सर, डॉक्टर्स हॉस्टल बताया जा रहा है।
नहीं, यहाँ से NDRF की टीम भी गई है, वहाँ पे बाकी सेना दल की टीम भी गई है। मुझे लगता है कि सभी जो टीमें हैं सभी लेवल पे वहाँ पे काम शुरू।
All right. There is, of course, all hands on deck approach as far as the aftermath of this aircraft crash is concerned. Not only are concerned ministers moving to Ahmedabad, Home Minister Amit Shah is also expected to travel to Ahmedabad. Captain Kishore Chinta continues to be with us. This is, of course, a situation that will possibly need a lot of investigation to figure out what exactly happened, because it seems like a crash that hasn't really been seen of this nature and also of this aircraft itself before. So much deep investigation required as far as this case is concerned. Captain Kishore, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So the standard procedure of the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which is already on site, will follow the laid down protocol for fatal accident like this, and I'm sure they will do the due diligence along with all possible data that can be collected from the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder and the eyewitness accounts. I'm sure no stone would be left unturned by the AIB inquiry team. I myself have done a fatal accident investigation, and I'm sure the actual cause would come out in due course of time.
Can you just take us in detail into what exactly will go into the investigation of this crash? The black box is going to become extremely crucial.
Yes, ma'am. The flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder are manufactured to withstand crashes of this magnitude, and they will be recovered in due course of time, and they would be analyzed. All the data from the crash will be analyzed by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau team. They will piece together every single aspect of the flight path and the possible causes of why and what happened, whether it was loss of power, whether it was a technical defect. Everything will be there in the flight data recorder, and they will be analyzing that, and they will analyze the flight path of the airplane based on the data available, and the Mayday call will be recorded on the CVR as well as the ATC transcript of the radio transmissions which they received. All this will be correlated, and then the inquiry team will piece together their facts and figures and come out with the conclusion on
From the initial information that we're getting, we're being told that after the Mayday call, there wasn't any contact that was available with this flight. What could have happened to make it unavailable? Captain Kishore, I want to understand from you, if there is loss of power, does that mean that all communication also goes away? Could the pilots have recorded? How would they? How would we know if this was a bird ingestion? Can the investigation of the remaining parts establish that? Will there be something recorded from the cockpit that can establish that?
There are enough standbys.
We're losing that link with Captain Kishore Jinda. We'll try and get a better one. But this is, of course, a horrible crash that has come to light. It has really raised alarms as far as the nature of this crash is concerned. 230 passengers on board, 12 crew, including 2 pilots. Already we're getting figures that 133 have been declared dead. But of course, rescue operations are ongoing. There is firefighting operations that are ongoing. You can see those visuals where parts of the plane have actually crashed into the building and they have been stuck into the building debris as well. My colleague Payal also continues to join us. Payal, more updates coming in from your end. What all do we know about the efforts that are ongoing? Plus, who all is expected in Ahmedabad?
We've just learned that Civil Aviation Minister of State Muralidhar Mahol, the DGCA team, and of course Civil Aviation Secretary Mr. Samir Sinha, they're all being rushed to Ahmedabad also to be alongside Ram Mohan Naidu, Amit Shah and the others as well, and go into a thorough inquiry mode as far as this was concerned into the entire matter. And we're given to understand that they're currently on their way to Ahmedabad, and they will also be, joining the team and joining the rescue and relief operation as far as this is really concerned, because it's an all hands on the deck approach that Prime Minister Narendra Modi really spoke about, Shivani. It is of course a very, very tragic episode which has come to the fore, and therefore Mr. Muralidhar Mahol, the Minister of State for Civil Aviation, along with the entire team from DGCA, the Civil Aviation Secretary, and the other technical officers are also being rushed to Ahmedabad just as we speak.
Yes. This is a crash that has really, in aviation history, experts point out, Payal, that this is definitely one of the worst crashes we have seen, and also given the aircraft involved and the nature of the crash, but also in India's history, this is one of the worst aviation tragedies we've seen.
Well, absolutely. Nobody ever is prepared, for something like this as well. But what really led to this crash? What were the technicalities involved? We will only know once the GCA team reaches there, the investigation team reaches there, and they find a black box that, Anvit was speaking about a little while ago. And only then will we know what really led to the crash, because it is really important to understand what led to the failure and what led to this tragedy within probably 40 to 50 seconds of the pilot, reaching out to the ATC. So obviously, all of these things are going to be there, but as of now, the most important thing is to in fact ensure maximum rescue and relief operation. Therefore, all hands on the deck, whether it's the Gujarat administration, the Gujarat Chief Minister, the Gujarat Home Minister, Union Home Minister, who is also a son of the soil. Ram Mohan Naidu also currently on his way. He's a Civil Aviation Minister, and so is Muralidhar Mahol.
Updates that we're getting, Payal, also tell us that the railways have also decided to operate certain special trains to and from Ahmedabad. Anything more you're learning on that?
Special trains are going to be in place for passengers to fly either from there to Mumbai or to Delhi, because currently the airport at Ahmedabad stands shut as well. A lot of international flights are also likely to be diverted to other locations as well. So preparing for that, Ashwini Vaishnav, the Union Railways Minister, has just put out a series of tweets, essentially speaking about the kind of work that has to be done, and even if medical teams have to be rushed from nearby location, the railways will also be putting in their maximum efforts as far as this is concerned. And again, like I said, it is a all hands on the deck approach that the Union government is adopting over here, because nothing more valuable than human lives being lost over here.
So, Payal, you're reporting that MOS Civil Aviation and DGCA Chief, Civil Aviation Secretary, all being rushed to Ahmedabad. They're about to reach the Delhi airport. But these are, of course, going to be special flights, isn't it? Because as you're mentioning, the Ahmedabad airport has been shut for civil activity as we speak. We're also getting updates that the Gujarat Chief Minister has reached the civil hospital where most of the dead are being taken. Most of the people or the dead bodies that have been taken there have, I believe, been declared dead on arrival. So not many survivors so far, but we're hoping for some good news as rescue and relief operations continue. But this is also going to be a huge challenge on ground. Those are some of the visuals coming in from on ground as well, Payal. Huge challenge on ground to ensure or to try to race against time to see if you can find any survivors.
Absolutely. Like I said, that no country can ever be prepared for a tragedy like this, while all hands on the deck approach, and therefore the Civil Aviation Ministry has put all the resources together. The civil administration has also put in all these efforts together. Appeal is being made to all the citizens saying that do not rush to the airport or do not crowd around these areas. Make sure that we are able to get a green corridor in place should we need to rush somebody for medical emergency. Given the fact that, there are also the building on which the aircraft really fell also had some doctors who were housed over there.
Yes.
As well, so obviously the number of casualties are likely to go up. As far as Mr. Mohal is also concerned, it is pretty possible that he might just be on that flight with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. He's also Mr. Amit Shah's, MOS in the Ministry of Cooperation. So obviously he's been rushed. He was at the Civil Aviation Ministry just a short while ago. He's just been asked to rush from there immediately, along with all the officials as well. So obviously that is something which the government of India is looking to do to make sure that maximum efforts are there on ground.
Yeah. A high-level meeting has in fact been held at the Civil Aviation Ministry. Secretary and DGCA officials have attended. All of them have now been directed to move to Ahmedabad as well. Let me also go across to Mr. Sivaraman, who's formerly with the DGCA, joining us. Sir, your first thoughts on this massive tragedy. It seems like one of the worst airplane crashes, not just in India, but worldwide as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. First of all, my condolences to all those people who have lost their lives, and I pray for the recovery of any injured in this crash. It is really surprising to me also because I have seen a couple of accidents in my career as DGCA, investigated some of them, and also seen other accidents outside India. This is really strange because the aircraft had taken off normally, and at 800 feet it started going down flat. Which means it had lost its lift. I mean, that's what I can guess only because I am not an expert in this area, neither am I a great pilot or an engineer. But however, it seems after the first Mayday call, the pilot could not communicate with the ATC, which means a lot of things could have happened inside the aircraft. Might have been filled with smoke, or the pilot would have been unconscious. Nobody knows what has happened, because normally this is a very, very fine aircraft, and very few crashes like this have taken place. And that too immediately after takeoff. Even if one engine had failed, the pilots are quite competent to handle it. And as it had taken off after 800 feet, he could have very well handled it. If both the engines had also failed, it would have been possible for him to land it. But quite possible that the plane did not have any lift at all for him to maneuver it to some space where he could have landed. One should not make any wild guesses. I'm reasonably certain that how they would be able to recover the black box, the CVR, and moreover, this aircraft can transmit its engine parameters to the ground. And I'm sure Air India would have set up these facilities. Similarly, the DFDR, which records all the flight data, they could have also been transmitted to the ground. Because these facilities have been in existence for a very, very long time. And I'm sure Air India would have seen to it that these facilities are available. And in this particular case, when I contrasted with the accident that took place of the Air India 320 in Bangalore, the authorities have acted very swiftly, and they have acted magnificently, I must say. All the required help has been rendered to the people there on ground, and also people have been moved very fast from the accident area. I only pray that at least some people come out alive from this accident, and I hope that the authorities will be able to find out what really went wrong. One should not miss any aspect of investigation, particularly in these very tense times. Because, I'm not trying to, I don't want to be very explicit on this matter, but every angle should be explored, and every possible agency should be involved in investigating this accident.
Sir, in your experience, what follows next as far as the investigation itself is concerned?
See, as far as investigation is concerned, earlier as DGC, I used to conduct the investigation myself. Now they have got an investigation board, and I'm sure accident investigation board, the DGC authorities should be fully involved along with them, and they should not be excluded from it. The Federal Aviation Authority, they have got excellent facilities. They have investigated many, many accidents in the world. They should be involved. The engine manufacturer, particularly the GE, should be involved. The aircraft manufacturer, Boeing, all of them without hesitation should be part of the accident investigation, because we must get to the truth of this entire thing.
Yes. No, absolutely. This is one of the worst crashes, especially given its nature as well. In aviation history, all around the world, there is much alarm, and condolences and thoughts are coming in from across the world. Captain Sam Thomas, former pilot, is also with us. Captain, your thoughts? Any thoughts on what you think could have gone wrong?
Good evening. I don't really want to hazard a guess as to what has actually happened. And while our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, what I'd like to say that with the limited evidence that we have, and we are seeing through the visuals that the aircraft has lost power on, or rather is not generating lift enough, and that can only happen when both engines are not developing power. And the reason for that can only be found out once we have the DFDR data. And until then, it's in the realms of speculation, and we understand that people are interested in knowing exactly what has happened. To that extent, we can only say that the weather seems absolutely clear, and the reason for losing power on both engines is extremely rare. If you recollect, there was an incident on the Hudson, where an A320 lost both its engines to bird hit, and a lot of people are drawing that comparisons. This airplane, the 787, is a much bigger airplane, and a few birds will not be able to cause problems to a single engine, or leave alone both engine catastrophic failure. So at the moment we have very, very sketchy details, and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Board would be in a much better position to bring out these details. And at the moment, the incoming details that we have is that both the engines did not develop sufficient power.
Yes. I'm going to come to you on that issue of how both engines can go out, because that's extremely rare. That doesn't really happen. And that is really raising alarm here. But we also have a video that has been shot by one of the passengers. I'm told a British passenger who was on board before the crash. Let's just play that out.
We are in the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
10-hour flight back to England.
What's your biggest takeaway, Jamie?
We've done this already.
On a different thing.
Oh, right. What's my biggest takeaway? I don't know.
Yeah, fascinating. Great. Thanks for your contribution. Okay. Yeah, my biggest takeaway is don't lose your patience with your partner.
Yeah. You're already starting to. You've already snapped at me while we're having chai at the airport. You see, you've learnt nothing.
Going back happily calm. We are in the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
10-hour flight back to England.
What's your biggest takeaway, Jamie?
We've done this already.
On a different thing.
Oh, right. What's my biggest takeaway? I don't know.
Yeah, fascinating. Great. Thanks for your contribution. Okay. Yeah, my biggest takeaway is don't lose your patience with your partner.
Yeah. You're already starting to. You've already snapped at me while we're having chai at the airport. You see, you've learnt nothing.
Going back happily calm. We are in the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Well, that seems to be a video made by two passengers, British passengers, young men who were going back to England. They were happy about it, and just kind of points out the fickleness of life. Nobody could have really seen this coming. Captain Sam Thomas, former pilot, and Mr. Sivaraman, who's formerly with the DGCA, both on the show with us. I do thank you for your time. Captain Sam Thomas, I just want to take your thoughts once again, because our viewers would be curious to know, how can both engines go out? That seems to be the case here, given how quickly the flight crashed and the fact that the pilots didn't seem to be in any control. They didn't seem to have any communication left with the ATC. What can really cause this?
A variety of reasons can cause it, but in this particular case, what has happened, we would not know until we have the details. Now, you asked of both engine failures. It has happened just short of London Heathrow once with a 777, and that was due to fuel starvation. Now, if both the engines do not get adequate fuel, it could result in both the engines flaming out. Now, but that is a very rare scenario, and in this particular case we don't know how both the engines have failed, or indeed we are speculating this from the visuals that we have. So it's evident to a certain extent that there is a loss of thrust on both engines, but we would not be absolutely sure on that till such time that the DFDR shows us the results.
I want to ask Mr. Sivaraman also, how long do you think an investigation into a crash like this will take? All right, I think I've lost Mr. Sivaraman. Captain Sam Thomas, do you want to just take this question? How long do you think an investigation of a crash of this nature may take? How quickly can we get to the bottom of what happened?
The DGCA would allocate this investigation to the Air Accident Investigation Board, AAIB, and they would put out a preliminary report in about 30 days, and thereafter, based on whatever information they are able to gather from the engine manufacturer, from the OEM, that's Boeing, and may take assistance of other investigative agencies, because not very many qualified investigators are there in India, and it should take about a year. That's my experience with air accident investigation, and it generally takes about a year at least.
Currently, of course, rescue operations are the chief priority, and all of the ministries concerned, including the Home Ministry and the Civil Aviation Ministry, are concerned only with that. Those are hospital visuals also coming in. There seem to be some who are injured, but we're unsure whether they are passengers who have been brought in an injured situation, or these are people who were in the buildings surrounding where the crash took place. Because the unfortunate part is, Captain Thomas, is that this flight actually crashed into buildings, and unfortunately we're getting updates that the buildings that it crashed into had MBBS doctors, resident doctors, etc. staying in that hostel.
Very tragic, very tragic. It does happen that when an airplane crashes and in a thickly populated area, there would be collateral damage on ground as well. It's very, very unfortunate, and unfortunately, that is the nature of the beast, and very little we can do about it, except extend, the hospital services to the injured and minimize whatever damage that has already occurred by providing proper medical assistance timely.
The area around the airport perimeter was, as the visuals themselves show, densely populated. Clearly, there were some facilities there as well for MBBS doctors, hostels, and multiple buildings of that nature with messes, etc., and several buildings housing medical students. Do you think there could be a need to expand the non-residential or commercial areas around airports?
That may not be viable at the moment. If you look at the Mumbai airport, which is the current airport, not the Navi Mumbai, the Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport, it is very, very densely packed up to the compound wall on both sides of the runway. Up to it touches the compound wall. So Ahmedabad is much, much better compared to what Mumbai is, and it may not be commercially viable to clear out vast areas near the airport, because it's not unusual when old Hong Kong was there. That also was, and I've flown to many, many international countries which have buildings very close to the airport.
How rare is it for a flight to crash so soon after takeoff?
See, a crash as such can happen at any phase of the flight. Though the takeoff and landing are some of the phases that most commonly it happens, but there is no set rule that it could happen only at this phase of flight. It could happen at any phase of the flight, and takeoff and landings are more critical than, say, a climb or a cruise.
Yes. In this situation, Captain Thomas, it seems like the pilots didn't have any time at all. This could have transpired within a minute of takeoff.
Yes, because the altitude reported and what we have right now is 741 feet or 800 feet, which is pretty quick. They have also given a mayday call, and actually there is very little time to do. If you've lost both engines, there is very little you can do, and the more you try to deviate from the path, the faster you're going to stall. So what they have done from the visuals seems to be the only choice that they had and the only natural way to do it.
Losing both engines so soon after takeoff, we were being told that this flight, of course, the airplane had no issues. It had flown earlier today. It had reached Ahmedabad and was onward to London. There didn't seem to be any problems. Any guesses as to, how, apart from, let's say, bird ingestion issues, what else could cause this so quickly?
I mean, our business, you really don't hazard a guess, because then we lose face within the community. So, because that is not something that is done. I understand.
But any technicalities that could come into play here?
Very difficult to say, ma'am. It's how to lose both engines. I can't recollect. I mean, except for the Hudson landing and the Heathrow, I think in the history of aviation, we've had very, very few dual engine failures. So there is not sufficient data to point to the fact that, this could cause, of course, fuel starvation or fuel that is contaminated is one of the reasons. But other than that, I don't know anything else that could bring down both engines, that too of a 787.
Yes, and this is why whatever experts we're speaking to, Captain, we're asking the same question and again, because the nature of the crash is raising alarm, isn't it? So soon after takeoff, even though takeoffs are sensitive, but losing both engines, crashing into a building, and literally no time that had elapsed for a flight that was clearly deemed to be fit. There were no issues with the airplane that had come to light. Earlier I was speaking to a captain who pointed out that around this airport there are many bird related issues. Is that the only plausible reason that comes to mind?
I do understand. I have operated to Ahmedabad several times and there is a bird issue, but once again, you would need very large birds and a large number of birds to put both the engines off. Which is very, very unlikely. I know all over India we have a bird problem. That's in Bangalore we have a bird problem, but not significant enough to affect the engines of a 787. These are very big engines, very reliable engines. Even if you were to hit a bird, it will ingest it and throw it out pretty quickly.
Right. We're also playing out those visuals that are coming in of the Chief Minister having reached the civil hospital. Major focus right now is on getting help on ground, both at the crash site and also, of course, as far as medical facilities are concerned. We're getting to know from CRPF that about 150 personnel are involved in rescue operations. And we're also getting to know that some operations have begun, in fact, at the Ahmedabad airport. SpiceJet, one of the airline operators, have put out a tweet saying that operations have resumed. Passengers are advised to check their flight status regularly via their website. So we were being told earlier that till 5 p.m. there would be a cancellation of all airport activity, given the nature of this attack having, the nature of this crash having taken place so close to the airport premises. But at least as far as other operations are concerned, we are being told that they may be up now. People in Gujarat, the government, the agencies are working against time to ensure that they can mobilize as much help as possible. Visuals coming in from that civil hospital as well, where the Gujarat Chief Minister is also visible. He's visiting the facilities. I'm not sure of how many injured have been brought in so far. We don't have any update on that. But certainly we did get an update earlier that 133 have already been declared dead. That's almost half of the passengers list. 30 passengers were on board, plus 12 crew, including 2 pilots as well. All authorities are working to ensure that they can first focus on ensuring that both the crash site and other facilities are up to speed. BSF has also pushed 2 teams. CRPF Rapid Action Force 100 personnel have been sent, and from Group Center in Gandhinagar 50 personnel have been told to reach Ahmedabad. I'm also joined by Captain C.S. Randhawa, who's President of the Federation of Indian Pilots. Thanks a lot for joining us, Mr. Captain Randhawa. Your first thoughts on this crash that has taken place?
It was an extremely tragic crash which has happened in Ahmedabad, and I came to know about just about 1 hour and 30 minutes after the crash. And I could attribute this maybe due to birds, because Ahmedabad has got a big problem about birds. So until unless, because the captain has given a mayday call. So a mayday call, if it was one engine failure, he could have easily handled it. Even if it was an engine fire, he could have handled it. So the 2 possibilities which are very, very likelihood which could have taken place is both engine failure due to bird strike or some jamming of the control.
And how does that, we've spoken about bird ingestion issue. and how rare that would be for both engines to go out because of that issue so quickly after takeoff. But you're talking about these jamming issues. Can you explain what they are and how they happen?
The jamming of the control could have taken place, maybe the elevator, because that is what is responsible for the aircraft to lift off. And I presume that the aircraft has initially taken off and maybe about 200-300 feet, and 200 feet you engage the autopilot, and thereafter it has started descending, if you see the video. Now I'm going by the total video clip. Rest will come out in the DFDR and the CVR, what has taken place, because there has been no call after the pilot has given the mayday call.
Right. Exactly. There has been no communication after the mayday call. Yes.
No communication whatsoever, and once in a million chance it does happen. Like we saw the Hudson crash where the aircraft was ingested, both the engines were flamed out by the ingestion of the birds. So there is a possibility, because I have flown a lot over Ahmedabad and I have done a lot of training flights, 20 landings in a day I have done, training. So birds are a big problem there. There is no doubt about it. So I foresee a very high chance of both engine failure.
That's what most experts are pointing out to, that we have spoken.
Yes.
But even that is extremely rare, isn't it? Both engines just don't go off.
Yes, it is a very rare possibility, but possible. In aviation, sometimes things happen the first time. Because it's not an old machine. It's a new aircraft, maybe about 7-8 years old, and a technical fault like this has never taken place on I have flown the 777 and of course on the 787 also I was converted. So these aircraft are unlikely to have such problems. Till now in the world, they have had no problem on the 787 and the 777s.
Yeah.
So very high possibility of a bird ingestion, because he's given a mayday call. Now that depends that what that mayday call was.
So, sir, in your experience, these moments, what would these moments have been like for the captains in the cockpit?
I would say the pilot, when he's given the mayday call, he was knowing that it's a no-go situation. It is the end. Because height is not there at all. You see, height was not there and nothing the pilot could have done. It is just after liftoff. At least when the Hudson crash took place, he had the height, he put the aircraft down in the Hudson Bay. But in this case, he had I don't think he had any control, and the aircraft had just gone on the takeoff path and outside the perimeter, that's gone and crashed in the populated area.
Very unfortunate, Captain Randhawa. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Very, very unfortunate situation there, viewers. What a tragedy to be covering. It's completely, the heart sinks every time you see those pictures. I'm joined by Praful Patel, former Union Aviation Minister. Mr. Patel, this has happened in Ahmedabad. Not very often that Indian aviation is caught up in an incident such as this. The last time there was one was, of course, during COVID, and before that, substantial time had elapsed before 2010. What are your first thoughts when you see some of these pictures, Mr. Patel, and a comment generally on Indian aviation, safety protocols in Indian aviation?
I'm very shocked and distressed and very sad that such an incident has taken place. And you're right, after many years, it's not very often that we see such tragic incidents in Indian aviation. And let me tell you that on the whole, when you talk of safety and systems, I can assure you that Indian aviation is probably one of the safest in the world. We have all the protocols in place, Our DGCA is very robust and effective, and to find, to pick holes into our ability to manage Indian aviation would be very unfair. And I always say this, and I repeat, that aviation is either 100% or zero. There's nothing like 99.9% in aviation. And therefore, in this case also, look at the aircraft. It arrived from Ahmedabad from Delhi. Obviously, it flew without any issue. And to take a 9.5 hour journey from Ahmedabad to London, obviously the pilots would have done all the pre-flight checks. And no pilot is foolish enough to take off if he is not satisfied. The captain per se in this aircraft would have also had thousands and thousands of hours of command. And a 787 and today's aircraft per se are very robust, fail-safe. They have many backup systems. And to really think what went wrong, I would be hazarding a guess, which would not be fair. But the point here is the aircraft did go on a takeoff roll. And between the time the wheels went up and the time it crashed, probably the time frame would have been almost only about 60 seconds or so, because you can't go to 800 feet and crash and it be within the time span is only 60 seconds. Now, he's already given a mayday call. Now, I don't know what exactly went wrong. It will be, again, hazarding a guess, which would be unfair. The only thing which can be ascertained is now, since the aircraft has fallen just a few hundred meters from the airport and in the BJ Medical Complex, therefore, to retrieve the black box and the other equipment would be also, quite simple. We would be able to ascertain only after that. Let me tell you one more thing. In today's aircraft, they are very sophisticated. All the, parameters of an aircraft, right, every single second the aircraft is in the air, all the parameters are recorded, not only by the aircraft, but they're also transmitted to a central command, real time, of the airline itself. So if there is, when an aircraft does a flight, there is a way to ascertain every single parameter during whatever the duration of the flight. So if anything would have gone wrong prior to this flight, or which may have escaped the attention of anybody, I'm sure this will be retrieved in no time once the equipment is found.
Now, Mr. Patel, just to go back in time, because this fleet, the Dreamliner, very, very safe. I think from what the experts are saying, and I only have them to sort of lean on for facts, they've said that this is the first time a Dreamliner has actually crashed anywhere in the world. Now, most of these Dreamliners were purchased, I suppose, about 10, 12, 15 years back by Air India when it was still government-owned. Obviously, there would have been a huge procedure that must have unfurled within government to select the plane. There would have been due diligence. There would have been all sorts of studies that would have been conducted.
Well, most certainly. I mean, first, the procedure itself in government is a very robust procedure. Goes through several layers. And ultimately, the basic selection of aircraft is done only on technical parameters. Because, the airline, requires a certain type of aircraft for certain, lengths of the flights. You want to go to the US, you want to go to the European countries, or to, 8-hour flights, 12-hour flights, and so on. And the kind of configuration you want. Let me also tell you that the Dreamliner, at the time it was ordered, was one of the most sophisticated, advanced fly-by-wire aircraft which was going to be produced. And it was ordered by probably most major airlines in the world, Air India also being one of the early ones. And to now even discuss it would be unfair, because after this particular aircraft itself, which has crashed, had been flying for almost 11 years. And if you see any major airline in the world, and if you go at any moment of time, there would be more than 1,000 787s up and flying any part of the world. So I'm sure when, of course, the orders are placed, every other parameter is also examined. And of course, it is the airline's requirement which primarily drives what is the choice of aircraft. Let me also remind you that in the world for wide body, you only have two aircraft manufacturers. You have a Boeing and an Airbus, and the comparable aircraft are a 350 for the Airbus or a 787 Dreamliner for Boeing. So it's not really that we are ending up, with too many choices. And let me be honest, whether it's a Boeing 787 or an A350 of Airbus, technically, technologically, they would all be on par in terms of efficiency. So it's a minor thing between one and the other. But the fact of the matter is, all the machines flying today, irrespective of this type of aircraft, are very, very robust and sound. And every aircraft has backup after backup. I don't think, of course, the pilot's efficiency, his knowledge, his presence of mind is the most important factor in any aircraft flying. But even technically, an aircraft, is so designed that it can overtake a lot of functions which a human, mind and hand cannot, perform in the shortest possible time. So the response time of an aircraft, its systems are very, very robust.
Here, of course, there seems to have been a catastrophic failure of lift, and that didn't give the pilot, even though very experienced pilot with lots of man hours of flying, didn't give much of time to the pilot to even react. And only a mayday call, and as you said yourself, 60 seconds, and it was down laden with fuel. Obviously, there will be questions asked. I'm at this moment as in the dark as anyone else, Mr. Patel, about what could have been the reasons. But there has been a lot of internal strife within Tata after it took over this particular airline. Singapore Airlines came into it, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of cost cutting, lots of valuable AI senior engineers were sort of let go of. Could this have at some level affected operations, maintenance, checks, all of that? Do you think, or it's too premature to get into any of this?
I think it is premature. See, the other point is, Rahul, that the fact of the matter is that there's a human being, a senior experienced captain who is flying the machine.
Yeah.
And he has every right to say, I cannot fly this machine because it is unfit to fly or there's a technical deficiency. And if there was one, he wouldn't have done it himself.
Yes.
So I think it's hazarding a little bit of a wild guess. Yes, but I would also like to say that, the maintenance of Air India compares to the best anywhere in the world. Now, yes, you are also plagued with certain older aircraft. You are plagued with certain other problems. Like you just said, because it's been, integration of the old with the new. But that does not come into the way of the safety of the aircraft per se. And I would therefore say, and I can also say with a lot of sense of confidence, that Indian aviation checks and balances of the DGCA and other, the airline also has its own manual. The airline also has its own SOPs. Airlines don't cut corners, especially an airline like Air India, to, save cost or something just for the heck of making some more money. I would say that Air India as an airline has its own SOPs put very, very strongly in place. And again, this commander, or many of the commanders, or most of the commanders, I would say, flying a 787 have so many thousands and thousands of hours of pilot and command that they know the aircraft inside out. They know everything what needs to be done, and I don't think an aircraft flying to London on a 9.5-hour flight would have taken off without the proper pre-flight checks by the captain or his second in command.
What would you now say in the aftermath to passengers? Remember, the aviation sector was really, really coming back after COVID, the disruption of COVID, one of the hardest hit sectors, as we know. But it's really bounced back. We have record number of flights, record number of airports opening across the country. I am sure for a few days there's going to be some consternation, maybe even a little bit of apprehension in the minds of a large number of passengers, civilians, customers, etc. What's your message to them?
Well, my message is that, very sad and tragic. I'm sure people do get shaken up when they see such, visuals on their screen. But aviation still, by far, is the safest mode of transportation anywhere in the world. And if you consider the accident to the number of flights ratio, I think it will be far, 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 safer than any other public transport. So let's not panic. Let's not think that this could be, an everyday affair. And we should be patient, confident, and also be confident that our aviation in India is absolutely in good shape. Let's not, see one incident. This accident unfortunately happened in India. Probably it could have happened anywhere in the world. When we see a visual in any other part of the world, we don't get so upset. Because it's happened in our country, we will certainly be, stirred and shaken. Let's just have faith. Our aviation sector is good, sound, safe, and this is, of course, a lesson. We should, strengthen our systems even further, and we should learn from some things. If at all, the inquiry, once it's complete, will, throw up some definitely revelation as to what has happened. So we should be, concerned, but we shouldn't be scared, and we shouldn't, stop flying or reduce our flying, or, every time you fly, you start praying to God. Of course, we pray otherwise, but we don't have to worry about safety and pray. That's all I'm trying to convey.
Right, Mr. Patel, on that note, thank you very much for speaking to us as we pray, of course, for those who were in harm's way. You're seeing that building. Thank you, Mr. Patel, very much for speaking to me.
My thoughts and prayers are with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see that visual on the left of your screens, viewers? That's the tail of the plane that has crashed through a hostel attached to a medical college just outside the perimeter wall of this particular airport in Ahmedabad, the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. And we're apprehending that there might be casualties because this accident took place at around 1:45, and it was lunch hour, and there were many students, many doctors, aspiring doctors in the canteen, and the plane crashed into the canteen, and those visuals tell the story. Viewers, very quickly, let me give you a quick update. Operations have resumed at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad. This is PIB India putting out that update. The airlines and the Aviation Ministry have put out a medical emergency helpline and a control room helpline. It's 0793508211. That number will flash as it is right now under our screen. You can see it. Can call in if you have apprehensions that some of your relatives or others that you know might actually be in harm's way. I want very quickly to give you a quick overview, viewers, as we continue our coverage. The RPF disaster management team, headed by ASC and ADI plus 6 staff, along with hospital team, 6 doctors, 20 staff and 7 ambulance, rendering all possible help in rescue operation the tragic Air India flight crash at Ahmedabad. We don't still know if there have been any survivors. We are gleaning through data that is coming in through the hospitals to figure that one out, but quite clearly that's the timeline to the right of your screens. At 1:39 it takes off. Within 60 seconds it has a catastrophic loss of lift. The plane goes down, goes crashing into a building which was attached to a hospital, education institution, goes straight into that building. The building itself is covered by ATF. The plane was loaded with ATF because, as you know, it was taking off to travel to Gatwick Airport in London, or the extremities of London. The MEA has reacted and said that details would be shared with governments of foreign countries, because there were a number of citizens from other nations on board this international flight, Air India chairman N. Chandrasekaran is likely to reach Ahmedabad tonight. That's what we're being told. Large number of residents, we're being told, are also feared dead after the aircraft crashed into the Atulyam super speciality doctor's residence. At the time of the incident, around 200 people were residing in the building, the 94 flats there, and you can see the absolutely charred super frame of that building after the plane dived into it, completely losing control. There was a mayday call that was issued by the pilots before the ATC could even sort of respond. The plane went down in that ball of fire. We're also being told that the Ahmedabad airport that had been shut down has now been reopened, and flight safety protocols are being followed with utmost care. There are also directions that have gone out to prevent people when they take off, take photographs. So you won't be allowed to do all of that because clearly the flight path. Let me go across to Payal for more updates. We're told that Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah will be landing there forthwith. Payal, what are the updates?
As far as the Ahmedabad airport is concerned, Rahul, is one of the busiest airports in Gujarat because not only does it have so many domestic flights coming, it's a busy destination as far as businesses are concerned, but it also has a lot of international connectivity as well. But that airport has been opened up, in a calibrated manner, so passengers have been requested that they should check the timings of the flight, etc., and only then move to the airport. As far as the Union Home Minister is concerned, he is expected to reach there in some time, and the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu is also expected to reach anywhere between 5:30 and 6 p.m. And just a short while ago, Muralidhar Mohal, the Minister of State for Civil Aviation, along with all the DGC officials, along with the Civil Aviation Secretary Mrs. Samir Sinha, they are all on board, so they should also be landing in Ahmedabad in a couple of hours as well. And this flight of happiness and hope, has turned into a flight of tragedy for so many people, who were looking to go back to their homes, especially the foreign nationals, and to many as well. So, our hearts really go out to these people. But, like I said, the government of the day has said that they'll get to the bottom of this, and nobody who is involved with any negligence whatsoever will be spared, is what we're given to understand. But yes, flights are going to be resuming in a calibrated manner, and therefore all kind of numbers, whether it's medical emergency numbers or numbers concerning finding the loved ones even at hospitals, etc., have been put out by the civil administration. Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, was at the civil hospital just a short while ago. So all hands on the deck approach, Rahul.
Absolutely. There are also more updates that are coming in, viewers, as we scroll through the news updates that are coming up on my screen here. We're also being told that the Air India has called upon the authorities to investigate and ensure that all examinations, forensic examinations of the crash site, etc., are conducted utmost. We're also being told that Air India management officials have held meetings with DGCA staff. Air India has been asked to submit the health report of all their aircrafts. There are also some pictures that make the heart really weak coming in from inside the mess of the hostel where the plane crashed. Devastating scenes there. One just hopes that the casualty figures are not as high as what appears from the scene of devastation. We're being told that former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Rupani, was on board. We don't still know whether he has survived this or he's injured. We have no updates really on his well-being, but he was a former Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2016 to 2021, the State President of Gujarat. When his name was declared as the Chief Minister, he took over from Anandiben Patel, Miss Anandiben Patel, former MP from the Rajya Sabha and a two-time MLA, hailed from Rajkot West, came from an influential Jain community. He didn't fight the 2022 Assembly poll, citing his wish to step back from electoral politics. He was currently in charge of Punjab for the BJP and was on his way to England and was aboard that flight. There are pictures also coming in of the ill-fated crew of this flight, and we are told that there were at least 10 crew members on board this flight from different parts of the country. Many leaders many countries are extending commiserations, shock at the events. Remember, this is the first time in recorded history that the Dreamliner has gone down. Very, very reliable aircraft. Many people are convinced that this aircraft could not have suffered the failures that are being attributed to it. But viewers, as we know, one can't give in to speculation. This is an extremely sensitive situation right now, and therefore one cannot hazard any information on what could have gone wrong in a speculative way. There are, we're being told now, no survivors of this crash, but we are going to not take that at face value till the authorities come out and give us some sort of a confirmation. But Payal, it does seem that the outlook is not good. Okay, we don't have Payal. We're going to go back to Payal in just a few moments. But hotline numbers have been set up for people to check in and find out on the state of affairs and, of course, on their own relatives. We are being told that there were 53 British nationals, 7 Portuguese, and 1 Canadian on board this Air India flight. 169 Indian nationals were on board. It was a flight that was almost full, Ahmedabad-London flight, and at this time of the year, viewers, there is huge traffic between the two destinations, given the fact that this is a peak holiday season. I want to go straight across to Anvit. Anvit, a lot of people heading out to London on this particular flight. We're getting some details. We're being told unofficially that the possibility of survivors is very slim. What's the update that you're getting?
Yeah, certainly, you see, Rahul, that toll is what we are being unofficially confirmed by the sources on ground. It is being said that it has already been counted up to 150, and it certainly is unfortunately expected to only rise from here, because the kind of incident it was, and we initially also saw how the plane went up in flames. It clearly was indicative of the fact that the number of casualties and fatalities would certainly be high, not just those in the plane but also on ground. The collateral damage that it has caused, because it was a heavily residential area, and the building in which the plane had crashed, which was the doctor's hostel, that also, from there also, a number of occupants had to be rushed to medical facilities, and deaths have been reported from there as well. So ground damage certainly is there, but all what we are being told by the officials who are in this rescue operation, that number of survivors is really bleak, as what we are getting from the ground. Also, because the incident that this is, and what we are being told by the experts, is that the two major chances that this incident took place, one is dual engine failure, which could be, one reason could be power outage, or another reason could also be bird ingestion. But it is also being said that it's very unlikely that bird ingestion would cause both engines to go down. Another reason what we're learning is could be control jamming, which is also a subject matter of investigation, and the AIB will now take over the investigation, as their teams are already on ground, and investigation in this manner will also be done. But what we are learning from the ground is, yes, that the fatalities have increased to more than 150, and chances of any survivors are really bleak, which is unfortunate.
Well, that is very sad news, if true. We're going to hold back on giving you those numbers because we don't have confirmation from official sources, and CNN News 18 will not report casualty figures, even speculate on casualty figures, given the fact that this would be extremely traumatic. That's the moment of crash, viewers. You can see that the plane lost its ability to lift off. Even its, as you can see, landing gear had not been retracted. So, moment the plane takes off, it presumably experienced a catastrophic loss of lift, as some of our experts have told us. The pilot had very little time to react, about a minute, in which a mayday call was issued to the ATC. The ATC responded to the mayday call, got no response, looked out and saw a ball of flames engulfing the skyline. And a minute after crash it was, because as you know, our planes do travel at a particular speed, therefore it becomes easy to assess the length that they would have traversed, and therefore back calculate the time that they would have spent on air, in air that is. And you can see that ball of flames going up, lighting up the sky and completely overshadowing the afterground, and that is because this plane was laden with ATF. It had just been refueled. It's taking off. It had come in from Delhi, we are told, landed in Ahmedabad, was obviously surveilled for and examined for any technical issues, maintenance, etc. The plane then crashes into a building. The building is part of a medical establishment, and the exact building it crashes into is a canteen. And lunch hour was on. It was in the middle of lunch hour, and parts of the fuselage and debris from the plane lying littering this particular building, and you can see that the tail section of this building is sticking out. Tail section of the plane is sticking out of the building, and inside we're told there were several doctors who were undergoing training, and those people have been injured. Some of them might not have made it out. There are, of course, more visuals of the debris on fire in the immediate aftermath. You can see the ground scorched, trees, just about anything within the perimeter of the crash site reduced to ash, carbon. You can see those pictures. Part of the building also engulfed in ATF, singed and covered in soot. Complete devastation. All these pictures coming in, obviously an attempt being made to douse the fire, but it's a bit too late. All of these are the buildings next to the wreckage. Near the plane crash site, a large number of parts of the plane strewn all over the place, and that's the frontage of this building, which has been reduced to ash. It's covered in soot because, as I told you, the plane was laden with ATF, and you can see other remnants of this plane, electronic parts, etc., strewn all over the place. There is some piece of luggage that might have survived, but most of this particular craft consumed completely, and that's the debris that is being removed, is salvaged. Obviously, there would be a desperate search for the black box, because that needs to be taken and examined to determine what could have gone wrong. Right now, no use speculating on it beyond the fact that the plane suffered a catastrophic loss of lift. Now, what that was due to, we don't know. Was it engine failure? Was it a bird hit? We have no clue. And these are survivors who are being rushed to hospitals. We don't quite know if these are passengers or if these were people on the ground or they were the young doctors. Let's go back to Anvit. Anvit, these people who are being wheeled into the hospital, do we have any clarity on who they are? What's the nature of their injuries, etc.? Okay, we don't quite have him, but there is a lot of grief, a lot of shock on the ground. And you can see that being reflected on the faces of some of those people who were witnesses. It must have been very, very traumatic, not just for those who came and bid their loved ones farewell, but also those in England who were expecting their loved ones to land in the next 11 hours or so. These scenes, viewers, are extremely unfortunate. This particular brand of aircraft, the Dreamliner, has not in its history suffered a crash. And we can tell you that Boeing shares are crashing right now across the globe because, once again, there are questions being asked to the company. Boeing has had its issues. It was caught up in a lot of issues related to its operations, etc. There have been many strikes within Boeing, talking about corners being cut, etc., etc. I don't want to go there because that's a whole different can of worms, might even be unrelated totally to the aircraft they produce, because the aircraft has performed extremely well, known for being very, very dependable and extremely efficient, and therefore a large number of these prototypes were sold. More than 1,000 have been sold since the Dreamliner. This particular Dreamliner was brought into service and incepted and inceptualized. So there you have it, viewers. These are the pictures coming from all the parts of the city. Ahmedabad right now is caught in the grip of this crisis, and heart goes out to those who were expecting or are expecting the kith and the kin of these passengers. We're expecting for them to have a safe flight. Let me go across to Anvit. Anvit, what is the latest coming in on perhaps the preliminary estimations as to what might have gone wrong? Any more details about the circumstances under which this flight took off? Anvit, can you hear me? Okay, Anvit, can you hear me? Are you there with us? Flight A1 AI 171 Ahmedabad to London, reportedly carrying 242 passengers. Troops of 100 RAF and GC CRPF Gandhinagar involved in rescue operations. More details, of course, waited on casualty figures, but we're told that the prognosis is not too bright. Then many people would have perished in this. The details, of course, to the left of your screens. Anvit, if you're there, can you hear me? Yes. What are the details we have? We know for sure that the Dreamliner, this particular make of the Dreamliner, has never had a crash. And it's the first crash anywhere in the world of a Dreamliner, of 787 Dreamliner. It had a call sign VTA and B, was the 26th to have been purchased by Air India. These are numbers, of course. Data don't tell the entire story. What are you learning from your sources?
Certainly, see, like you rightly pointed out, that Dreamliner and Boeing 787s do not have a history of such incidents, and since their introduction in probably 2011, this is the first Boeing 787 Dreamliner that is reportedly crashed or met with a mishap that we are reporting on. And if we talk about the situation on ground, visuals are really scary. Death toll has already crossed what unofficial figures are, around 150. And the sources that are on ground are reporting that it is likely to grow because the kind of incident it was, and how we have the visuals we've been playing out for our audiences, that how the plane as it crashed, it went up in flames, and the chances of survival of any passenger that was on board are bleak, is what the officials are saying. However, it has not been officially confirmed that all on board are dead. It's not confirmed yet. Some have been rushed to medical facilities. It is awaited to know that if they will be recuperated from the condition they were recovered in or not. Also, other than those who were on board, 242, including crew and captain. Other than that, the building in which the plane crashed, it also had a number of occupants, and more than 50 of them had to be rushed to medical facilities. There could be, certainly there is chances of survivors because the plane crashed over that building, and there could be survivors in that, but yes, certain deaths are also being reported from there. Amidst all this, Ahmedabad airport has also put out a tweet saying that the airport is now operational. It had been initially shut following the incident. The airport had been shut for operations, and now it has been opened for operations also. If we talk about the details of the incident that took place, the initial details that we had got, revisiting those details, the flight had taken off at 1:39 from Ahmedabad. It was bound for Gatwick, near London, and the accident took place immediately, just right 8 to 10 minutes after the takeoff.
We are told actually it took place within 60 seconds, actually, a minute and a half. It wasn't 8 to 10 minutes. It was just within a minute. So I just want to quickly come in there. Anvit, just stay on with me, Kaj. I have some reactions to play out. MLA Darshana Vaghela said that, quote, I was in my office nearby when the plane crashed and there was a loud thud. The flats of the doctors have been damaged. The rescue operation will continue, unquote. This is ANI quoting her. ANI also put out the reaction of an individual. He said, and I quote, my son had gone to the hostel during lunch break and the plane crashed there. My son is safe and I have spoken to him. He jumped from the second floor, so he suffered some injuries, says Ramila, who reached the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. So clearly a parent, very worried parent. Now, Anvit, what about those people who found themselves on the ground but in the direct line of the crashed plane?
See, the incident was completely unforeseen, and when this happened, it certainly raised panic among those who were on ground. Some people had caught this incident on their phones, and they have recorded how the plane went down and the flight path as it was declining on its flight path. That has been recorded. Some videos we have played also on scene. But yes, there certainly was panic when visuals were coming on from ground. We also saw how locals had gathered. The hundreds of people had gathered at the crash site, which also was another challenge for the first responders, be it the police, the firefighters, disaster management authorities, or the paramedics and ambulances. That also was a challenge, and many people had gathered. Okay. But that is also
Anvit, just hold your thoughts. That is the Gujarat Chief Minister, who has just emerged from the hospital after visiting those that were taken there. And we showed you pictures of people being wheeled into hospital about an hour and a half back. One just hopes that the prognosis from the hospital is not as full of foreboding as what we're being told by our sources. And on the right, you can see that's the mess that has been reduced to ashes there. Parts of the plane, this is the tail of the plane crashing into the roof section of this cafe, bringing the roof down. An eyewitness has been quoted as having saying that after my office 200 meters from here, as soon as I stepped out of the office, I heard a very loud noise and smoke filled the area. Suddenly a commotion broke out here, and then we saw that this incident had occurred. When I reached the spot, I saw debris scattered here. There was a fire and smoke was billowing here. Nothing was visible. We then came to know that the wings of the aircraft fell here and that an aircraft crashed. We don't know about the casualties, but there is a building here where doctors reside. And that's the building that we were talking about, viewers, out of which is sticking out the tail of the plane in a rather ominous way. Now let's play out some eyewitness depositions.
यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
लोगों की मौत, कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है। रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। हमारी बहन जा रही थी लंदन,
1 बजे जा रही थी
फ्लाइट, 1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
मेरी सारी था वो खम्बीसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया तो प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस ही आए सील में आ गया। अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला है।
यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस से बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़, जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके ये देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति है।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। हाँ, उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
जब से आए कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा, कुछ समय बता?
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ।
Viewers, everyone expressing shock and pretty much confirming the sequence of events there. The plane takes off within a minute. It's down. It crashes into a building that houses a number of doctors because it is part of a medical establishment. In fact, the building was the cafeteria. You can see the pictures on the left of the plane. Tail of the plane that is sticking out of the top of that building, the roof section of the building. Below, those are the pictures from within the building. A lot of material there reduced to dust, burnt to smithereens. Unminit is with us. We're also being told that Jamie Ray Meek, a British citizen listed as a passenger on Air India flight 171, reportedly shot a final Instagram short story just before takeoff, and that remains his final testament to the world. Very, very, very sad situation. Passengers from across the world on this flight, remember, there were Canadians, there were British nationals, more than 50 British nationals, 169 Indian nationals, a number of Canadian nationals. The US government also putting out a statement, not just in sympathy, but also calling upon its citizens to check with the consulate there to ensure that they can make their way back home. Let me go across to Anvit. Anvit, what's the latest you have for us?
Rahul, what we are getting from ground is that the death toll has already crossed 140 and 150, and this is what the sources on ground are telling us. And among the passengers, the 242 passengers that were on board, Air India has also confirmed that there were 169 of them were Indian nationals, while 53 were British nationals. There also was 1 Canadian national on board and 7 Portuguese nationals were there. The injured have certainly been taken to hospitals, but death toll is likely to rise. And from those who were on board the aircraft, it is almost confirmed. There's no official word though, but chances of survivors are really bleak in this incident. As we have also seen the visuals from ground, number of locals had gathered on spot, and it is also one reason because the area was heavily populated one. That is also one reason that there will certainly be fatalities from ground as well. The building that was hit by the plane, that is a doctor's hostel. Many of the occupants of the building have also been rushed to medical facilities, and there certain deaths have also been reported. The exact numbers are not still out, but it is expected that agencies certainly will be putting out the numbers soon. The police is expected to give out the numbers soon, but so far, even now, hours after the incident, focus is on rescue because many people who are under the debris, who are in the building, they are being taken out. They are all being rushed to medical facilities, and soon we'll get the numbers also as to how many have been injured and what are the exact number of fatalities. But what we are learning is that out of 242 people, which includes 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew, number of survivors who were on that plane is really bleak to be.
Well, hoping against hope, praying that we get some good news, viewers. What a terrible tragedy to grip the nation. Shocked, many people shocked. Reactions coming from across the world, from pretty much every global leader commiserating with the Indian authorities, with the Indian government and the people of our country. Let me go across to Payal. Payal, what can you tell us about the news that you're receiving on the investigative front? We know that Civil Aviation Minister and the DGCA Chief and Civil Aviation Secretary are being rushed to Ahmedabad. They're going to probably meet there. There's going to be a forensic inquiry and a probe into all of this. But what are you hearing from government sources?
Well, as far as the government is concerned, Rahul, one thing is for sure that it will be a thorough investigation which will be done, because this also involves the unfortunate demise of foreign citizens, and therefore the government of India is extremely sure that there will be no lackluster, attitude at all as far as this is concerned, and therefore all the investigating agencies concerning this have been lost to the spot. So that it is wait and see how this forensic investigation and other investigation will really follow, and therefore Civil Aviation Minister Rammohan Naidu is expected to arrive in Ahmedabad anytime now. Union Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, who is also the son of the soil, is also reaching Ahmedabad very shortly. And, all the NDRF and the other teams are already there in Ahmedabad helping with the rescue and relief operations. And another flight has taken off from Delhi to Ahmedabad. It consists of officials from the DGCA, consists of the Civil Aviation Secretary also, and Muligar Mahal, who is the Minister of State for Civil Aviation. The government of India has assured not just the people over here, but also to all the foreign nationals and their countries that, a thorough investigation really will be done. It's very difficult at this point in time to point a finger at anybody in particular, given the fact that this is a modernized equipment, it's a modernized flight that had actually taken off from Ahmedabad, and therefore all efforts will be made sure that we get to the bottom of it as well.
Right.
And there is something that the government of India has assured.
Well, of course, premature, viewers, to even speculate about the reasons. It's too early in the day to do that, but clearly there was something very, very wrong that led to this unprecedented tragedy. No Dreamliner has crashed, especially of the 787 Boeing variety, anywhere in the world. India is the first place where this has happened. So obviously, viewers, there's going to be a lot of dismay, and there will also be a huge focus. Muralidhar Mohol, who is the Minister of State for Civil Aviation and Cooperation at the centre, has also spoken on this issue. Hardeep Singh Puri has also spoken on this issue. Let's go straight across to some reactions that we're playing out now.
कुछ समय पहले दोपहर को एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना घटी है। एयर इंडिया का AI-171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहाँ पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहाँ पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है।
और वहाँ पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राह का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना यानी कि कितनी कैजुअल्टी हुई क्या हुआ तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा।
There's a plane crash. Ahmedabad to London flight ਸੀਗੀ ਸਵੇਰੇ 8 ਵਜੇ ਦਾ ਸਮੇਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਐਂਡ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ there's an accident but ਹੁਣ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਖਬਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਰਥਨਾ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ all those who were on board should be all right and we should await the news. I don't think one should speculate on that.
बहुत दुख की बात है,
कैजुअल्टी कंफर्म नहीं बटा,
बहुत दुख की बात है कि एयर इंडिया का एयरक्राफ्ट क्रैश हुआ है और जब एयरक्राफ्ट क्रैश होता है तो घटना बहुत बड़ी होती है। इसलिए इस समय पर इतनी ही जानकारी मिली है तो हमारी अपील यही होगी सरकार से, हालांकि सरकार खुद कोशिश कर रही होगी कि सभी यात्रियों को बचाएं, सुरक्षित पहुंचाएं और उनका इलाज हो। और हमारी भगवान से ये प्रार्थना है कि अगर इतना बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हुआ है तो किसी की जान न गई हो और हमारे पायलट भी सुरक्षित रहे हो।
Viewer statement coming out from Boeing. Boeing is saying that we're aware of initial reports and are working to gather more information. Remember, real-time information is relayed always from the plane to the manufacturer and it is kept and located at a particular center. So real-time information will be available to them. Of course, they would also be wanting to look at the crash footage. They will also be looking at the black... Anvit is there with us. Yes, so the black box is very, very important. Do we have any idea about whether the black box has been recovered as yet, Anvit? What are you learning?
See, right now the operations on ground are focusing on rescue and evacuation, and all the passengers who were on the plane as well as the casualties that have happened on ground, they need to be evacuated and taken to medical facilities. Even the bodies, the charred bodies that we've seen visuals, they need to be moved to mortuaries and PM will be conducted, and those formalities need to be done, and only after that, see, AIB teams are already on ground, and they will be, DGCA officials are also already there, and they are looking into parallel investigations or have also begun into the cause of the probable cause of this crash. It might take some time to retract the black box and get information from it and the technical data that will be retrieved. Based on that, it will be ascertained as to what may have gone wrong, because there are multiple speculations as of now. Also, the last moment communication between the pilot and the ATC before the mayday call was given, if there was any communication or if there was any communication from the pilot highlighting that there is some issue with the aircraft, that also will be crucial in this investigation. So far, when we have spoken to the experts, they have highlighted two possibilities. One is the way the plane went down and declined on its flight path. One probable cause could be dual engine failure, which is certainly a rare thing to happen, rarest of the rare in fact. This, however, it is being suspected that there is a birds problem in Ahmedabad. It is also in the Bangalore airport, we have reported in the past, but the menace of birds need to be really huge to bring both engines down. So that is also what makes it a rare happening, and that is one reason why the experts are saying that fuel starvation could be one reason, or fuel contamination could be one reason that why both the engines stopped working mid-air. That is one reason. Another, what they're talking about is there could be a power outage or control jamming, which is also a possibility that would bring the plane down. So these are the reasons that the AIB will also be looking at, and also the DGCA.
Well, can you confirm? Can you confirm, because there are reports, of course, coming out that those are the Minister of Home Affairs. He's taking a flight right now to Ahmedabad. Of course, this area does fall under his constituency, or very near to his constituency, viewers, and he's on his way there. And we know that the Union Home Minister has already expressed his shock at this incident. We also know a senior BJP leader has been caught up in this crash. We're updating inputs on his exact status as of now. He's a former Gujarat Chief Minister. Mr. Rupani was on board that flight. What we are being told right now is that there is a lot of speculation that is going on in different circles about the reasons behind this crash, and many people are looking very closely at the footage. And as we have been pointing out through the afternoon, that when the plane took off, it didn't even have time to retract the landing gear, and suddenly suffers a catastrophic loss of lift, which people don't quite know how it could have been possible, how did it actually happen, because fundamentally the Dreamliner has known to be extremely robust. There have been questions that have been appearing of recent, however, on different aspects of it. Federal Aviation Administration of America had said last year that it was investigating claims made by a Boeing engineer, and there have been, of course, this is well documented, it's been on various Netflix series, etc., who said that sections of the fuselage of the 787 Dreamliner were improperly fastened together and could break apart mid-flight after thousands of trips. Well, no such incident has been reported of recent, and if clearly that was not exactly what happened here, you can see that it's the engines that, or perhaps some other issue with the hydraulics that caused this loss of lift, because certainly no part of the fuselage here has come undone. Otherwise, we would have seen this particular plane unraveling midair. Let me go across to Payal. Payal, on the right, pictures of the Union Home Minister leaving for Ahmedabad.
Yes, it seems that the Home Minister will arrive in Ahmedabad in a short while from now. And of course, the Civil Aviation Minister also. What we are also learning, Rahul, that the BJP State President for Gujarat and Union Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil is also on his way to Gujarat. He has even also been asked to rush to Gujarat. He's also not just the State President, but he's also the Union Minister. He's the son of the soil as well. He's also been asked to go there and aid in whatever rescue relief operations are required. With the unfortunate news coming forth that, there could hardly be any survivors as far as this crash is really concerned, and obviously that is something which everybody is waiting to see what has been the cause of this, because I've been speaking to at least quite a few experts and quite a few union ministers, including former civil aviation ministers, Rahul, and they're very surprised because this is of course a modern state-of-the-art aircraft. What really led to this? So nothing is being ruled out as of now, and our colleague Manoj Gupta had just spoken to us a little earlier, and he basically also said that the sabotage angle is also being looked into over here, with the fact that several national and international passengers were on board as well. And what an unfortunate, episode coming to the fore, not just for those people who are actually on the flight, but also for the building on which this aircraft fell, where, the doctors were having their lunch break as well. And a complete, very tragic afternoon to speak the least as well. But all hands on the deck approached by the Prime Minister, and therefore multiple ministers are being rushed to the accident site.
Well, PIB of India has put out a fact check saying that an old video is being shared on social media linking it to the Ahmedabad plane crash. It shows a view from inside the plane. The video is of a plane crash that happened in Nepal in January 2023. And the PIB says rely only on information from official sources or in mainstream media. For authentic information related to the Ahmedabad crash, contact the helpline number provided by the central government, and that number, of course, is on your screens even as we speak, viewers. So don't, again, get sucked into conspiracy theories. There are many people who are going to talk about a lot of things that might not quite fit the facts once we know them. But as of now, we can tell you that Boeing has issued a statement. It said we're in contact with Air India regarding Flight 171 and stand ready to support them. Our thoughts are with the passengers, crew, first responders and all affected. So this is a statement that has been put out by Boeing. There is, of course, a past history where Boeing has been under scrutiny, but has that resulted in this particular incident? One can't say. It's too premature. But what we can tell you, viewers, is that the number of casualties are being estimated to be very high. There is a possibility of very few survivors. That's also what we are being told. Unofficially, of course, we don't have any confirmation of the status of the passengers. But what we can tell you is that there were 12 crew, including 2 very experienced pilots. Indians, passengers were 169, British 53, and passengers from other nationalities 7. You can see on your screens a Portuguese and 1 Canadian. So that made up the entire 242 passenger list, including, of course, the crew. And what we are being told, viewers, is that not many might survive this devastating tragedy. I want to go across to Anvit. Anvit, what's the latest on the casualty figures? What are you picking up? And also, of course, from the ground, we know that There were about 50 to 60 MBBS students that are admitted in hospital. It is being said that they are stable. This is the Federation of All India Medical Association that is putting out these details as per discussions with the President of the RDA BG Medical College Ahmedabad and Vice President FAIMA Dr. Dhaval Gameti. These numbers are being put out. 4 to 5 MBBS students are missing. Hope they're okay. 2-3 are in HDU and ICU, so their situation is quite precarious. 3-4 relatives of the super specialist resident doctors are missing right now, and wife of one found dead, and most of the passengers of the flight are brought dead. We appeal to everyone to remain calm. So this is the first intimation that we have got from any official source about the possibility of casualty figures. Anvit.
Yeah, Rahul, see, the situation on ground is such that some people certainly are missing because the crash, the plane went into a residential area and the buildings have been damaged. The people from ground, many of them are being reported missing. Some are yet to be traced. It is not confirmed whether they are dead or they have been taken to some hospital and they remain unidentified. So these are the problems and the challenges that the first responders and the paramedics and medical experts are facing on ground right now. That is one challenge. Another is that the plane had tons of fuel as it has just taken off and it was bound to go to Gatwick. So it had a huge amount of fuel. Usually it is with the planes that their fuel is contained into the wings, and that is one reason why when planes crash that it immediately goes up in flames. This is one reason, and this is exactly what we saw that happened with this flight as well. The moment it touched down, the moment it touched the residential area where it crashed, the plane went up in flames. And that is one reason why mostly in air crashes, the number of survivors is the least. And even in this incident, hardly there would be any survivors is what we are learning from the sources on ground, which is highly unfortunate. But this is the reality that there might, the chances of survival of anyone on board that aircraft might be very less. Also, there are casualties, collateral damage from the ground because it was the residential area. We saw how the plane's flight path declined instead of rising, and it had been taking off. And it was just minutes after taking off that the flight went down and crashed. So the visuals are clearly suggestive of the fact that they would the casualty figures that have already crossed 150 is what we're learning from the ground. That is expected to only rise. It is unfortunate, but yes, some people have also been rushed to medical facilities and they have been marked safe. This includes a number of hostelers and the doctors who were living in the hostel in the building in which the plane has crashed. So they have been marked safe with some injuries, and they've been said they're out of danger, which is a good news in this. But on-ground situation remains challenging as rescue operations are still continuing.
Well, that's not a very encouraging outlook that has been painted there by Anvit. What we can tell you, viewers, is that the FAIMA, the Federation of All India Medical Association, has put out the latest details, and Shivani, it doesn't make for very encouraging reading. 50 to 60 MBBS students are admitted, and thankfully some are stable, most are stable. 4 to 5 MBBS students are missing, and 2-3 in HDU and ICU. But the prognosis on the passengers of the flight is not very good. Shivani.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. In what is now the second biggest air tragedy in India, an Air India flight with 232 passengers and 10 crew members crashed shortly after taking off from Ahmedabad airport. Now, the plane was carrying 169 Indians, 53 British nationals, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian passenger, and was bound for London. Already, 130 plus casualties have been confirmed. 130 plus passengers have been declared dead, even as rescue and relief operations are on. The tragedy and crash has been so severe that the worst is now feared as far as the casualties are concerned. The aircraft involved was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner 12 and is believed that the pilots lost both engines and plunged very quickly after takeoff. Before Ahmedabad, Boeing 787, known as the Dreamliner, entered service in October 2011 and had never been involved in a fatal incident. But there have been many concerns over safety and audit-related issues with Boeing, the company itself. Home Minister Amit Shah, Civil Aviation Minister K. Ram Mohan Naidu have travelled to Ahmedabad along with other ministry and DGCA officials. News also is that former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was on the flight travelling to London, where his family is currently, and we are awaiting confirmation on his condition. Let's take a look at exactly what happened. Air India Boeing flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick in London crashed immediately after takeoff from the Ahmedabad airport itself. As per ATC, the aircraft departed from Ahmedabad at 1:39 p.m. this afternoon from runway 23. So it was scheduled to leave this afternoon. It departed or took off at 1:39 p.m. There were 242 persons on board the aircraft, consisting of 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew, as I mentioned. The aircraft was under the command of Captain Sumit Sabharwal with First Officer Clive Kundar. Captain Sumit Sabharwal is a line training captain with 8,200 hours of experience. The co-pilot also had 1,100 hours of flying experience. Now, the captains, the crew gave a mayday call to the ATC shortly after its takeoff, but thereafter no response was given by the aircraft to the calls made by the ATC. Now, the flight is said to have crashed within a minute after takeoff from runway 23. It had barely achieved a height of 600 odd feet. And the worst is that it actually lost control so badly that the pilots crashed right outside the airport perimeter. The Air India flight crashed at an under construction building, but it also damaged in its path a medical college and hospital, where few students have also been injured. We're also trying to ascertain more about their condition on ground. So what exactly happened mid-air? Initial data from flight Air India 171 shows that the aircraft reached a maximum barometric altitude of 625 feet only. Now, this is not a lot. This is just about 425 feet above the altitude of the runway itself, which is at 200 feet. Minutes after making that mayday call, the Air India flight started to descend with a vertical speed of minus 475 feet per minute. So you can imagine that actually the flight went down so quickly that within a few seconds it had crashed into those buildings, possibly giving no time to the pilots and others to even try to maneuver away from what seems to be a heavily densely populated area. These are some of the videos that we have also been able to capture through various residents of that area. This is of course the moment the Air India Ahmedabad-London flight crashed. After takeoff, you can see that it immediately burst into flames, which is why we are fearing heavy casualties and possibly no survivors. Minutes after the flight crashed at this under construction building, visuals show parts of the flight up in flames. Footage also shows firefighters dousing those flames soon after the plane had crashed. And because the proximity of this crash site is so close to the city and the airport itself, the rescue and the fire services actually managed to get to the area, to the crash site fairly quickly, within minutes, is also what the police has confirmed. The visuals from the crash site show the debris of the flight AI-171 scattered across the area. This is one visual that is extremely damning as far as this crash is concerned. This is one portion of the crashed aircraft that has actually got stuck on top of the building, and other parts that have fallen on the ground, where of course there are lots of people that you can see as well. Dramatic visuals also show these parts crashing into these buildings at various areas. There is another mess hall where about 50 to 60 students that are studying, there are MBBS students that were studying in the nearby colleges, and there is a hostel where they used to live, and mess hall where they were eating lunch, when actually parts of the plane crashed into the windows of that mess as well. But thankfully there have been no casualties there, at least the mess hall is concerned. Soon after the crash, rescue efforts were in place, of course. Injured were rushed to hospitals. These are some of the visuals that we've managed to access. Chief Minister of Gujarat has also visited the civil hospital where most of the injured are being taken. These are, of course, injured. We don't know whether these were passengers. It's unlikely that they were passengers, because the situation also is that there could be more casualties or injured from on ground, from the buildings and across the airport perimeter where this plane crashed and burst into flames. We're also getting more fresh visuals that are arriving of the moments after the crash. Take a look at this visual These are visuals of this densely populated area. You can see buildings are also on fire. There is debris on the ground that has caught fire as well. So these are the buildings that have come into the path of this crashing aircraft. We are being told that MBBS students lived in these hostels, and we are waiting to get more as far as their condition is concerned. But there is also a mess building, a mess hall where students had gone for eating during the lunch hour, which also bore the brunt, but less severe brunt of this crashing aircraft. At least there we spoke to an eyewitness. The students are safe. But the eyewitnesses told us that there is another building where this craft had crashed into. The visuals we also showed you earlier of the crashed aircraft stuck into the building, and there could be some casualties feared. But of course, we're trying to get you the latest. Let's also listen in, not just to eyewitnesses, but other relief agencies on ground as well.
यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
लोगों की मौत कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है। रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है।
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था, मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है। जैसे कोई आग, झाड़ी वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं। फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है, इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, यानी हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ। पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं, बात हुई मेरी। पर इसके भाईबंद है ज़्यादा है, तो लोग मर गए ये। फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर। मेरे को लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे माल से कूदा था ना, तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला है मेरे को। पर मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना।
ठीक है।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
मेरी साड़ी था, वो खम्बीसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था। तो वापस आए, सिविल में आ गया। अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला है।
कुछ समय पहले दोपहर को एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना घटी है। एयर इंडिया का AI-171 जो अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाला जो फ्लाइट था वो क्रैश हो गया है। उसमें कुल 242 लोग थे, 230 पैसेंजर थे और 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो वहाँ पे अभी सब राहत का कार्य शुरू है, बचाव का कार्य वहाँ पे शुरू है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में भी अभी हमने एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों की एक बैठक भी करी है। जांच तो शुरू है, वरिष्ठ लेवल पे हमारी मीटिंग भी अभी यहाँ पे हुई है, और वहाँ पे अभी इमरजेंसी में जो बचाव राहत का कार्य चल रहा है उस पर चर्चा हुई है। अभी किसी बात पर बोलना, यानी कि कितनी कैजुअल्टी हुई, क्या हुआ, तो उस पर थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा।
Let's go across to some of our experts joining us. Captain C.S. Randhawa is president of Federation of Indian Pilots. He's also served as former general manager of Air India and former deputy chief flight operations inspector at the DGCA. Group captain M.J. Vinod is a former fighter pilot with the Indian Air Force with us. Dr. Vandana Singh, chairperson of Aviation Cargo, Federation of Aviation Industry in India. V.K. Kukur is aviation expert also with us. I do thank you all for your time. First up, I want to go across to Captain C.S. Randhawa.
Yes, ma'am.
Your thoughts about the nature of the crash first up, because it has happened within a minute of takeoff, giving the pilots and the crew hardly any time to even be able to change their course of line or their direction, crashing into these buildings. What do you think could have transpired? What could have been those moments like inside that cockpit?
Okay, to start with, this was an extremely tragic accident which has occurred. Let me give you some background. This flight was from Ahmedabad to London Heathrow and must be carrying at least 65,000 to 70,000 liters of aviation turbulent fuel, which is highly inflammable. And it is in the category of the kerosene, and it is much more inflammant than petrol. Now, the aircraft has taken off. The pilot must have engaged the autopilot around 200 to 250 feet. Now, it seems that the aircraft would have been about 500-600 feet when it started descending, which I have seen through the video. And the pilot has given a mayday call.
Yes.
Normally, the mayday call should succeed with the nature of failure. Supposing I say mayday, 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 engine failure, left engine failure or right engine failure or both engine failure. The pilot has not given that. I think must be because the time was too short and the pilot was still thinking that what he has to do.
Okay.
Now there are, I could be wrong, the actual analysis will come after the DFDR, the digital data flight recorder, which will be taken out, which records many parameters of the aircraft, speed, height, engine thrust, your engine oil pressure, temperature. There are various parameters this DFDR, which is called the black box, records. In addition to that, there is a cockpit voice recorder, which has got a recording up to 2.5 hours, and then it starts auto erasing. So these two will be able to tell us during the investigation, which I don't think so, the AAIB, which will be instituted to do this inquiry of the crash, they will take time because even the Boeing company will be involved in, in this investigation.
So just hold your thought. Just hold your thought. I'm going to come back to you and all our other experts as well. My colleague from News 18 Gujarat, reporter Maulik Dhamecha, is actually joining us from the BJ hospital where this plane crashed. Yes, मौलिक, हमें जरा दिखाइए वहाँ पे किस तरह का डैमेज हुआ है और आपको क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन, क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि कोई वहाँ पे जो बच्चे थे, जो स्टूडेंट्स थे, उनके क्या हालचाल है?
बिल्कुल पूरा मामला जो है वो 1:30 बजे के आसपास जब प्लेन क्रैश हुआ तब बना था। फिलहाल ये दृश्य से आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा कि ये जो पीजी अस्पताल है, जहाँ डॉक्टरी की अस्पताल से पढ़ते हुए बच्चे, जहाँ प्लेन क्रैश होने के नाते लगभग 22 से 30 बच्चे थे, जो यहाँ पे प्लेन क्रैश होते ही सीधा ब्लास्ट हुआ और ब्लास्ट होने के नाते वो यहाँ जलकर राख हो गए। साथ ही साथ 133 से भी ज़्यादा पैसेंजर जो प्लेन में सवार थे, अहमदाबाद से टेक ऑफ की हुई फ़्लाइट जो थी वो लंदन की ओर जा रही थी, पर करीबन एयरपोर्ट से निकलते ही लगभग 1 किलोमीटर दूर आई होगी और 1 किलोमीटर दूर आते ही ये ब्लास्ट होने के कारण सारा जो है तहस नहस हो चुका है। पूरी बिल्डिंग जो है 8 माले की बिल्डिंग अभी लगभग 4 माले की रह चुकी है। पूरा काटमाल जो है वो खसने की काम जो है वो पुलिस, NDRF की टीम, पूरा गुजरात पुलिस का फोर्स और साथ ही साथ आर्मी की टीम जो है वो भी जुटी हुई है। लोकल जो पुलिस और फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम जो है वो भी फिलहाल तैनात है। एक जो अस्पताल से निकाले गए जो डॉक्टर की ओर से बोले गए जो मृत लोग हैं उनको यहाँ से PM की ओर ले जाया जा रहा है। माना जा रहा है कि आने वाले समय में और भी जो कई डेड बॉडियाँ जो है वो निकाल के यहाँ से रवाना किए गए। कई सारे बच्चे थे, कई सारे युवा थे जो यहाँ से फ़्लाइट में सवार होते हुए और कई जो आशास्पद युवान जो डॉक्टरी की पढ़ाई करने आए हुए थे और ये प्लेन क्रैश होने के नाते अभी फिलहाल मौत को भेटे हुए।
मौलिक जी, मैं आपसे कंफर्म करना चाहती हूँ एक बार और। मौलिक जी, मैं आपसे कंफर्म करना चाहती हूँ एक बार और। आप कह रहे हैं कि 22 से लेके 30 बच्चे जो MBBS की तैयारी कर रहे थे और इस हॉस्टल में रहते थे, उनकी मृत्यु हो गई है,
अस्पताल ले जाया जाएगा। माफ
मौलिक जी,
मैं आपका सवाल नहीं सुन पाया।
आपको मेरी अगर आवाज आ रही है, मैं एक बार कंफर्म करना चाहती हूँ आपसे कि ये जो एमबीबीएस की तैयारी कर रहे थे बच्चे, उसमें से 22 से 30 बच्चे उनकी मृत्यु हो गई है वहां पे उस हॉस्टल में।
माफ़ कीजिएगा, आपको एक बार क्वेश्चन जो है वो रिपीट करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि एम्बुलेंस की आवाज़ इतनी आ रही है, मैं आपको सुन नहीं पा रहा था। पर फिलहाल एक दृश्य जो है वो आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा कि जो अभी भी फिलहाल कई सारे स्वयंसेवक हैं, कई सारे एम्बुलेंस जो है वो यहाँ के लिए काम में जुटी हुई है, कागजात जो है वो निकालने के जुटी हुई है। फिलहाल एक एक करके एम्बुलेंस जो है वो अंदर भेजा जा रहा है और फिलहाल कोई भी अंदर आ ना जा सके, इसीलिए बीएसएफ का जो पॉइंट है वो बीएसएफ भी यहाँ अंदर जुटा हुआ है। लाइट जो है वो लाइट बिल्कुल ऑफ कर दिया है। टॉरेंट पावर की टीम जो है वो टॉरेंट पावर की टीम जो है यहाँ लगातार तैनात है। साथ ही साथ कई सारे स्वयंसेवक हैं वो भी जुटे हुए हैं। फिलहाल अभी एएमसी के जनरेटर मंगाए गए हैं क्योंकि जो आसपास में जो बड़े घने वृक्ष से उनको काटने के लिए कहीं जो जनरेटर की व्यवस्था जो है वो एएमसी की ओर से की जाए। ऐसी कई सारी मात्रा में एम्बुलेंस जो है एक दो डेड बॉडी निकालने के लिए आती जाती रहती है। अभी फ़िलहाल 50 से भी ज़्यादा डेड बॉडियाँ ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके हैं और उनको अस्पताल भेजा जा चुका है। फिलहाल ये मामला लगभग 1:30 बजे से जब शुरू हुआ है और अभी 6 बजने की वारदात है। 6 बजे के बाद 6 बजे बाद भी यहाँ से कोई बाहर निकलता है, एक दो डेड बॉडियाँ जो है वो बाहर निकलती नज़र आ रही। यानी कितने लोग हैं वो अभी कहना मुश्किल है। फिलहाल जो इंजर्ड लोगों की एक सूची बाहर आई है, वो इंजर्ड लोगों की सूची में ऐसा जानने मिला है कि लगभग 25 लोग जो है वो फिलहाल इंजर्ड हैं। उनकी अलग अलग वार्ड में सिविल अस्पताल के अंदर जो है वो सारवार होने जा रही है और बाकी सारे जो लोग हैं उनको यहाँ से डेड बॉडियाँ जो है वो निकाल के आगे की ओर ले जाया जा रहा है।
मौलिक जी, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज अब आ रही है, आपके आसपास बहुत आवाज है एम्बुलेंसेस की, मैं आपसे कंफर्म करना चाहती हूँ कि जो बच्चे इस हॉस्टल में थे उनमें से कितने की मृत्यु हुई है जो आपके पास अभी जानकारी है?
अभी जिस प्रकार जानकारी मिल रही है वो बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन है। बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन इसीलिए क्योंकि जब घटनास्थल पे ये प्लेन जब क्रैश हुआ, ये यही जगह है। मैं आपको एक बार दृश्य के मार्फत दिखाना चाहूँगा कि ये जो जगह है वो बिल्कुल यही जगह है कि जहाँ से प्लेन का कॉकपिट होता है और कॉकपिट के आगे का भाग से लगभग 58 लीटर जितना फ्यूल जो था वो फ्यूल होने के नाते यहाँ टकराया था और टकराने की वजह से ये सारा जो बच्चे यहाँ हॉस्टल में पढ़ते थे, रहते थे, उनको यहाँ लगा हुआ था और ये सारे लोग यहाँ अभी मौत से जुटे हुए। सारे कई लोग जो बच गए थे वो बच गए, उसको अस्पताल में दाखिल कराया गया है, उनकी सारवार जो है वो चल रही है। पर जब तक आंकड़ा मिल पा रहा है कि 22 से भी ज़्यादा बच्चे यहाँ थे, उनको ले जाया जा रहा था और उसमें ये हादसा हुआ और ये हादसे में कई सारे पैसेंजर भी थी और वो जो पैसेंजर का आंकड़ा है वो अब तक 150 से भी ज़्यादा होने का माना जा रहा है।
ओके, Maulik Dhameja, thanks a lot for joining us. Let me go back to our guests who continue to be with us. Yes, Captain C.S. Randhawa was talking about what could have possibly gone wrong. I'm sorry to cut you short there. We were getting this live report. Yes, sir. Your thoughts on what could have possibly gone wrong? How can both engines of such a reliable aircraft, the Dreamliner, that had never been involved in such a crash of this nature, happen?
See, I said earlier that this could have been due to bird ingestion because Ahmedabad is a known airfield for a lot of bird activity. I have flown there enough number of times, and that was one challenge we used to have about the bird activity at Ahmedabad, even when we used to do training flights. So there could be a possibility that that both engines have flamed out because of bird ingestion. There is a very less possibility that the both engines have failed because of fuel starvation, because there are separate fuel lines going into each engine, and it is unlikely that such a situation has occurred until and unless there is some contamination in the fuel, some water content which was there due to cold soak. That possibility also cannot be ruled out. The other possibility could have been that when the pilot did not have much time to think that what has to be done when he's lost control of the aircraft, could be jamming of the control. If there is a jamming of the elevator control in the aircraft, then that possibility also cannot be ruled out. So, in my opinion, it will be not correct to come to any conclusion without the AIB retrieving the DFDR and the CVR, and then only we would be able to come to know. Thirdly, let me tell you, when the aircraft crashes with so much of fuel, it is like a time bomb.
Yes.
And if it lands up over a populated area, there is no question of survivors wherever the debris of the aircraft will go, because the fuel will be all over. And fuel, you know that when it is spread, even a small fire, small light can create a havoc, because in one go it will burn the whole place.
Yes, yes. That
So
certainly
there is
seems to have happened as far as this case is also concerned. Let me also
Correct.
go across to Group Captain MJ Vinod. A very, very concerning situation this. Not only the fact that the plane crashed within a minute or so, barely had achieved any height or altitude before it crashed. It seems like the pilots were not able to control the plane at all. Their power was completely off. Both engines could, and we are being told that can only happen if both engines have gone off, which is a very rare situation. And then, of course, for the plane to have crashed into a residential area, my colleague was just bringing a report there from what is a tragic scene unfolding, which was a hostel for MBBS students who seem to have come in the path of this crashing plane.
Yes, Shivani, with all due respect to all the information out there, I want to, Shivani, I mean, you know me by now, I want to break it down into logical pieces. I landed in this particular runway just a couple of days ago on a twin-engine big jet, and very, very familiar with this place. I keep landing there often. So, with that as the background, I'm saying this. If you hear the voice or the noise of this particular video, you can clearly make out that the engines are humming till the time the aeroplane is touching down or hitting the ground. A loss of thrust, loss of power is not the case here. At least from the time they have started filming this video till the time the crash happens, you can hear the engine is running. Point number one. Point number two. Was it just one engine running or was it both engine running? So let's demystify, Shivani, as if one engine running. I reiterate to all our viewers, any twin engine aeroplane, including 787 Dreamliner that we are seeing on the screen now, is capable of taking off. After V1 is when we take off. I mean, there's a speed called V1 at which we take off. The speed V1 speed caters for you to take off in one engine, climb out in one engine, carry out an emergency landing in one engine. It is designed for a single engine operation, which means even if one engine is, so we can hear the noise of the engine, assuming it is just one engine. Okay, before the video was taken, one engine, say, had died. Even if it was one engine, this aeroplane can continue to climb in one engine. It is designed to do so. Then the question, Shivani, will ask me is, why did the aeroplane sink?
Yes.
The sink can happen when you have the two-engine failure or when you have loss of lift. So when you zoom in closely, as you can see, zoomed in video in the box, you can see very clearly the trailing edge of the wing is up. That is called the flaps. Normally, as you can see behind me also, the flaps are down for takeoff and landing. It is kept down so that you can take off at a much lower speed. But if the flap goes up prematurely, whatever could be the reason, it could be electrical, it could be any reason, the aeroplane now loses lift and it starts sinking. So even with two engines, with loss of lift and heavy aeroplane will not be able to climb out.
No,
it is as simple,
just a clarification.
as simple as that.
What causes this loss of lift?
Flaps are up, Shivani, because the flaps are put down so that the aeroplane wings can generate much more lift. 120% lift is extra. Matlab, 100 plus 120 is what you get when the flaps are down. But when the flap goes up, as you pick up speed, you have to keep raising the flaps. And as you pick up cruising speed, the flaps are fully up, the aeroplane wing is straight, as it is seen in the video. So the flaps have gone up. In 2013, Shivani, this particular entire 787 was grounded because of some electrical issues. And after that, they sorted out the electrical issues and the aeroplane came back online.
Are you
So
suggesting
I'm
that
saying,
there are technical issues that could have led to loss of flight?
loss of lift?
Yes.
Possible, but only the FDR will tell us whether the flap went up automatically or the flap went up due to some other reason. Only the FDR will be, and the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder, will be able to tell us. But Shivani, you turn up the volume and let the let our viewers hear the noise. The engine is running. So the loss of lift, in my opinion, could be the reason. But again, there are only two people who will know. One is the FDR, and another is God. No one else can tell you what went wrong.
You know, I spoke to several experts through the day when we first got the update about this crash. And most are suggesting that this nature of crash soon after takeoff in what was clearly a fit aircraft to fly, it had come from Delhi to Ahmedabad and then was flying from Ahmedabad to London, could not have happened given that the pilots had no time to react, to respond. After Mayday call, they were incommunicado. This couldn't have happened without loss of engine. But you are suggesting that loss of engine is not the case here.
Turn up the volume. You will know what I'm saying. Just turn up the volume of this particular video. You will know what I'm saying. See, sound is a very, very important clue. Visual, yes, but sound is a very, very important clue, especially, you'll be surprised to know, and the viewers will be surprised to know, with sound, you can even make out what is the RPM of the engine. We have that technology where we can make out what is the RPM of the engine, and with that, we can make out whether engine was at what RPM is it going around, and did it function correctly or not. So these are the things we are able to make out with just sound. So the engine,
question that
at least
arises
one
is,
engine was working, Shivani. At least one, and one is enough.
And one is clearly enough. So the question that arises is whether it's a technical, mechanical failure or some sort of a manual error. Dr. Vandana Singh is chairperson of Aviation, Cargo and Federation of Aviation Industry in India. And Dr. Vandana, I want to come to you with the issues surrounding the Boeing. While the Boeing Dreamliner is being called an airline with great safety record, we do know that there are whistleblowers plus other investigations that have happened into Boeing operations that have pointed out to serious lapses in security protocols, audits, etc. In fact, in April 2024, a whistleblower had actually warned against the safety of the Dreamliner 787 itself. What do you make of what has happened today?
Rightfully said, well acknowledged, and thank you for having me on your show, Shivani. Yes, indeed, first of all, 787, a Dreamliner as such is a very robust aircraft, and it has a good health check about it, that it is flying all over the world and it's being maintained well. There are whistleblowers everywhere, whether it's Airbus, whether it's Boeing, whether it's any other company, we know about that. I am actually questioning the maintenance of this particular equipment, and if all the checks were done in order. I'm also hearing all about, what could it be? Of course, the flight data, the recorder is going to reveal what it was, but it could have been a massive electrical or a software system failure cause, which means it is causing total FADEC, full authority, digital engine control, meaning complete down. But then if the engines were running, the question is what went wrong. It could be a critical maintenance issue. It could be a weight and volume issue. It could be a misdeclaration on the flight. It could be cargo. It could be something as simple as a lithium battery or dry ice or something which is cargo aircraft only, which is loaded on this equipment. We also see it tail heavy. When we are seeing the visuals, we are also seeing it tail heavy. So there are many questions there, many speculations there, and all the experts are talking about it. But having said that, both Boeing and Airbus are having their own, set of flaws, questions. Do not forget the Qantas flight in 2008, where not engine failure, but how electrical and software glitches completely disrupted it and caused the crash. So the question is, we can speculate right now. Flight data the recorder is going to reveal everything, but whistleblowers are definitely needed. Whistleblowers have to come out, because this is talking about the safety and security of human life. We are playing with that. And I'm questioning everything from ground handling to critical maintenance to the fact, did this go through A check? It's an 11-year-old equipment, fine. It has a long life, no problem. But did it go through its A checks, which is 400 to 600 hours? Was it being checked properly? And I won't even question the C check or the D check here, which happens every 12 to 24 months, or D check, which takes after every 6 to 8 years. Was that being done? Were the audits being done by Air India? We are doing audits on Turkish Airlines, very good. Are we doing audits on Air India? Are we even checking if everything is in order? Is the maintenance coming into play? Are the people there, actually the engineers, doing their job? Is there contamination of the fuel? Why is it tail heavy? Is there a misdeclaration of weight volume? What is it? These are the questions that come to my mind at this point of time. Over to you.
VK Kukur, what do you make of it? This is a unique kind of a crash, if I can say so. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm saying this after speaking to several experts during the day over the last 4 or 5 hours, where they seem to suggest that, this is a very unique kind of crash. Something like this is not witnessed very often. Because the kind of crash, the visuals that have been captured suggest that there was engine loss. Some of our experts are now suggesting that engines were working. They can hear the clear engine hum in the visuals that have come out. What is your sense of what could have gone wrong?
It's a very, very unfortunate thing which has happened in the history of aviation. As far as 787s are concerned, they are supposed to be the best aircrafts, and I find that there is no reason at the moment to say that there's a maintenance issue or any other issue. It is something which has happened in a critical stage of the takeoff. It has happened when the aircraft is not even 400 feet above the ground. It has happened, it can only be ascertained when DFDR and cockpit voice recorders are checked and the truth will come out. But it appears there seems to be a power loss, whatever reason it could be. And the pilot must have tried to maintain, and that is why you can see the nose of the aircraft is going up and up little. That means he's trying to maintain and he's losing the speed. And the aircraft is descending maybe 400, 500 feet per minute or whatever it is. Now, it can be a loss of power, it can be a loss of lift, it can be any other reason which has taken place in split of second, which probably did not give any time for the pilots to do anything, because they were handling the aircraft fine, because you could see the aircraft the way it is going down and it is stable. There was nothing that it was tilting here, there, or some failures have taken place and trying to correct them. No, it's flying off. From the pictures I can see. Rest we'll come to know, but it's very, very unfortunate, and there is nothing else can be said at the moment.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. This has really shocked the entire country and the entire world. This power loss, sir, that you talk about, this power loss, just for the benefit of our viewers, what all things can cause this power loss?
Power loss can be due to bird also, can be any reason, because I am not an engineer or I am not an expert on 787s. But it looks like the engines were not developing the power, and that is why he was trying to maintain the height by pulling the nose up. This is what I can see from the pictures. And it is a very critical height. And it did not give him time to even turn back and land.
Yes.
Because if he had turned back, there should have been some speed. Yes. Otherwise, it would have been drag and it would have been fall. So he was trying to maintain. That's what I can see.
Yes.
I don't know much more than this, but it's a very, very unfortunate, and we cannot at the moment pinpoint any fault at the moment till such time the investigations are carried out. And the aircraft has already flown from Delhi or Bombay to Ahmedabad. They must have done the checks at the transit also, at the night stop also. So I don't think that if something has gone wrong, it has gone wrong in maybe 4 second or 5 second time.
Right.
5 seconds, 10 seconds, because the aircraft has not attained more than 400 feet from the ground.
Absolutely. It happened very soon after takeoff. Hardly any altitude had been achieved by the aircraft.
It is a critical stage of takeoff.
Yes, yes. Captain Saurav Bhatnagar, who's a former A320 pilot from with Indigo, is also joining us. Captain Bhatnagar, your sense on what could have gone wrong as far as this crash is concerned?
Hi, good evening. First of all, I must, say this was a very tragic accident which has happened in the history of, 787 Dreamliner, one of the very best and one of the very excellent aircraft to fly by. Though I'm an Airbus 320 with Indigo and Air India Express. And, a lot of theories, the moment these kinds of accidents happen, so there's a lot of theory starts, floating in the air, in the WhatsApp group, in the pilot group and everything. And naturally, the footage also I have seen, and prima facie, it appears to me that yes, what sir is saying is loss of power, because if you see the attitude of the aeroplane, it is going down immediately after takeoff within 1.6 to 1.7 nautical miles in the takeoff direction. The aircraft has gone down. Okay, the moment you see the footage, it looks like a very controlled descent, and there's no flip, there's no change in the attitude of the aeroplane or something. So it looks like a loss of power. Now how the loss of power can take place, whether it is one engine or whether it is two engine. So we are trained, in fact all the aircraft are designed, proven and tested to fly out of the ground even with one engine failed at the time of the takeoff. So we are trained in the simulator, we do exercises regularly. So the engine, even single engine with full takeoff weight, certified takeoff weight, is designed to climb out of the runway on a single engine, clearing all the obstacles in the runway path and achieving the climb gradient for that airport which is designed. Having said that, so looks like to me that if there was some engine failure or one engine failure, the aircraft still is very flyworthy and could have gotten airborne. But the very fact that it came down like under the full force of gravity looks like loss of power on both engines, which could happen because of multiple bird strike. If you have a multiple bird strike or on both the engines, and even though the engines are in the process of winding down and not even the loss or thrust is reduced, or there is some pipeline break on whatever can happen, right? But the engines are not producing that much thrust. And the aircraft had just taken off with full weight, all of it going to London with so much of weight on board, full fuel, everything. What you see immediately on the fire, the ball of fire, the black smoke is of fuel. Anything other than that, when you have an electrical circuit, on fire, that is a white fumes are there, but the black one is always the fuel. It was a full fuel. So it's so prima facie, it appears to be a loss of engine or power on both the engines, but it's premature to say anything as of now. We all are speculating, and we all are giving our own theories. The flaps, which is a lift augmenting device, it's seen that the flaps are up, it's not down. The landing gear is down, which is again, it's quite surprising, because first the landing gear goes up and then the flap goes up. So the flaps are up in this space. So we are just speculating And with my experience, what I can tell you is that this is what we cannot confirm. It's all unconfirmed. The inquiry official will tell what exactly. But it's quite tragic that has happened today.
Sir, can I ask you, in your experience, this happened very soon after takeoff, within a minute or so. The crew, the captain gave a mayday call. There was an SOS call. Could you, in your experience, just share with us what those moments could have been like inside the cockpit, given that something has gone wrong so terribly that the plane is unable to lift?
Yeah, you see, the first thing is the mayday call is given. It's a distress call. So there are two calls in international aviation fraternity. In basically, it's distress and urgency. So distress is mayday, mayday, mayday. Urgency is pan, 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 pan. So this is it is to identify what kind of the emergency the aircraft or the aircraft is experiencing. Mayday means that it's in a distress. It means that the aircraft is under imminent danger, or the occupants of the aircraft are under imminent danger, and it could, in the civil parlance, you can say that yes, the aircraft is about to crash or something, or out of control, right? When the aircraft fuel goes out of fuel and says mayday, mayday, that means the aircraft is not able. It's not a flyover. They're not able to sustain in the air. Okay, that is what it's. There's the imminent danger to the lives or to the aircraft and everything. That is why it's a distress call given. The very fact that the pilot gave the distress call of mayday, 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 it means that he did not have the whatever could have been done, what already been done. At the end of it, once you know that they're not, it's whatever a pilot was supposed to be doing, he has done in that short span of time, 1.6 nautical miles when the aircraft has come down after takeoff. He has already done everything, and thereafter, at the end of it, it says just informing that it's a distress situation now, and then he gives the mayday call.
Absolutely. Can I go back across to Captain C.S. Randhawa as well, because he's also been former Deputy Chief Flight Operations Inspector at the DGCA. So do you sense that there could have been any maintenance issue, as one of our guests is pointing out, that it could well plain be negligence of maintenance in this case?
I have my doubts on that, because the aircraft has flown from Delhi, and Air India maintenance is good, and I do not foresee that happening. I told you there could have been a chance of fuel contamination because of cold soak. The water has gone, because now the cold soak also, if it is taking place, and if the water has gone through the fuel pipelines along with the fuel, going into both the engines, and then both engines having turned down because of contamination, is a very rare possibility. So I think there could be a bird head, there could be a control jam, as I still mentioned, or there could be some contamination in the fuel because of the cold soak, but unlikely of any issues regarding maintenance. One point which one of the people in the panel, he spoke that the flaps seem to be up. Now, in the video, it is not clear that the flaps have gone up or flaps are down. In case the flaps have gone up, then I do not think that could be a technical issue, that the flaps will go up automatically. Now, in case that happens at a low altitude, there can be a loss of lift. Okay, if the engine sounds are being heard, and if the engines were revving and they were running, then this could be a possibility, a loss of lift in case the flaps have gone up. So these are all, we are trying to speculate things, but actually everything will come clear when the DFDR and the CVR are taken out and they are analyzed. And of course, Boeing is going to be part of the investigations, because there is a lot at stake for the manufacturer.
Absolutely.
Because a fear of flying will settle in the minds of passengers who are flying 787. So it will be in the interest and of the the AIB and the Boeing company to come out, which they will come out after they have analyzed the DFDR and the CVR.
Well, Boeing has indicated already in its statement that they are, of course, going to participate in whatever processes are involved and investigations. These are also visuals on the right of your screen of the aviation minister, Mr. Naidu, who has landed in Gujarat now, and he's at the crash site. These are live visuals that we're getting. We're also, of course, expecting Home Minister Amit Shah, along with officials of the Civil Aviation Ministry, the DGCA, and others who've been asked to be on ground, because it is really in Ahmedabad where most of the efforts are required. There are additional trains that have now been announced for to and fro Ahmedabad, especially from Delhi and Mumbai, because flight operations were disrupted and possibly people might want to take a train out, in or out of the city right now. I want to go back across to Captain Saurabh Bhatnagar one more time. Sir, this jamming that has been talked about, some other experts had also mentioned this during the day, this control jam. What causes this, and what can a pilot do in a situation like that?
What Captain Nandahava has said, yes, control jam can happen at any time, control surface jamming, anything which is motor failure, or because it's a fly-by-wire aircraft, electric signal goes and then the hydraulics operate the system. So if there is a control jam or a control failure, definitely the aircraft will not be able, the pilot will not be able to control the aircraft. But what I what my thing is that even if there is I would say a control failure or control jam, if the engines are developing thrust, and if the pilot at that point of time, move the thrust levers to toga, full power, the aircraft will climb out immediately. The aircraft did not climb out, it went down. So with the control, even if you open full power of the engine, the response of the engine, the aircraft should be the climbing out. Right. And secondly, if there is a partial or asymmetric control jamming or something happen, then there will be some part of, the flipping or cartwheel, what you can say, that there will be a different, if the control have been jammed. So what the video footage we see that the aircraft is maintaining, while the aircraft is going up, its nose is going up. While the aircraft going down, rather, the nose is started going up, and there was quite high altitude when the aircraft touched the ground. So my thing is, any kind of control failure, initially, the moment you put full power out, there is definitely a lot of thrust is generated immediately on the engine, and there will, even if there is a control is not able, the aircraft will have a nose up altitude and go up faster instead of going down.
So something
So
more.
that's my take on this.
Something more could have happened, and not just a control jam, as far as the situation.
It was basically, it came down under the force of gravity. That's what I get, and because the weight was very high at that, it couldn't have glided also, something of that sort. Wherein controlled by lowering the nose, there was no height itself. Wherein, or there is a loss of lift. Even if you lower the nose and develop some wing, the speed over the wings to get some lift, there was no height to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, certainly very tragic whatever has happened, and one only shudders to think what would have happened in the cockpit, giving pilots no time really to do anything. And there are about 50 to 60 medical students who have been taken to hospital now, we are being told, and we really do pray for their well-being. Let's also take final comments from Group Captain MJ Vinod and Dr. Vandana Singh one more time. Group Captain Vinod, certainly investigation is going to be very key here. The world really deserves to know what really caused this, because we don't really want speculation for too long, and we certainly don't want the fear of flying to set into the mindsets of people.
Absolutely not. And that is why I'm trying to piece it, Shivani, logically. Umpteen number of reasons are there. All those reasons can be sifted out by just these visuals. And, when aeroplane is heavy, when the flap goes up, very, very important point this is. Like I said, if you could run the few visuals just with the engine noise, you can make out that engine is still running, which means power is there. When the flaps go up, Shivani, there's something called, at least in the Airbus, we have something called VLS. And there is, we call it the barber pole, the low speed regime. It comes up and the aeroplane goes into low speed regime, and especially when you're heavy, you get into low speed regime very fast. You get into stall condition very fast when you take the flaps up prematurely. And in this case, it is the loss of lift. The reason could be umpteen, including electrical. So that is something we may need to keep in mind. Why the flap went up is the question that FDR will answer. Flap
Yes.
went up is the reason it went down into the ground, is my take on the subject. Rest all or noise. Over to you.
Dr. Vandana Singh, we did get an update that the entire fleet for Air India is now being reassessed. Do you think there should be an across airline kind of exercise done post this crash, even though we cannot ascertain the very reasons for this crash right now? Ma'am, could you please unmute yourself? Dr. Vandana Singh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Thank you, Shivani. My comments on this is absolutely there should be complete audits on all equipments that we all have in India. We should be very, very vigilant. This was the writing on the wall. It has been for a very long time. We have been seeing various cases happening in the US where we have been coming on the various channels and discussing it, and including the case that happened at the Jeju airport where it went into a thick wall. Now the question is that it is very pertinent, it is very important that these checks are done. We should not be just looking at Turkish, we should be looking at ourselves also, and we should be making sure that
Yes, sir.
Minister Mr. K. Ramohan Naidu to speak. The media is there with him. He's at the crash site. In fact, those are the buildings that you can see in the background. These are the hostels, we are told, and medical college students were actually staying in these hostels. One of the buildings is the mess.
Position is sir.
अभी आए इंस्पेक्ट कर रहे हैं तो थोड़ा टाइम दीजिए हमें.
Okay. Thank you.
I think the minister there just indicating that they've just come there. They'll take some time to inspect and speak after that. The media trying to take a response from the civil aviation minister there.
थोड़ी देर अभी करेंगे.
Position is sir. Position is sir.
अभी आए इंस्पेक्ट कर रहे हैं तो थोड़ा टाइम दीजिए हमें.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm also joined by Akash Watts, who was also in the same airplane that flew from Delhi to Ahmedabad prior to its departure from Ahmedabad to London. He has also tweeted saying that he noticed certain unusual things in place and can give more details. So Akash, if you can hear me, can you explain, can you describe your experience and what did you find that was unusual during your flight from Delhi to Ahmedabad on this plane?
Hi. So the things that were unusual were first the AC that I've already, mentioned in the video that I've shared on X. So AC wasn't working. Some people are saying that it is common practice that during takeoff the AC is turned off for a better thrust. But throughout my life, I have never experienced any such thing that the AC is turned off during takeoff, because it is just an aircraft. It is packed and there is no place for oxygen or ventilation. So it was very suffocated. In fact, I turned on the front camera. I've shared the same video. I turned on the front camera and I was sweating. My hands were sweating. After the takeoff, the compressor was like getting turned on, turned off, on, off. So the temperature, it was not stable. And usually I fly wearing a full sleeve shirt or jacket, but today I'm flying in a half t-shirt because initially I thought that it would be cold and I would be needing a blanket, but it was so hot inside the plane throughout the journey. I mean, I was not able to tolerate that why it is happening. Secondly, in-flight entertainment, that is very common in Air India. It usually works. But now the thing in Boeing 787 is two things are there. One is that you don't have the option to move the flap up and down. The second one is you cannot call the cabin crew by just pressing the button in the overhead cap, like on your overhead, right? So there was no button in the overhead. There was the button in the remote control, which I have clearly shown in the video that the button was also not working. When the plane was on ground, I wanted to call the staff, I mean the air hostess, to tell her about the issue. But then I was not able to call, and right after takeoff, right after takeoff they came, but by that time I adjusted ki okay, it's just half an hour or like it's just 1 hour flight. ठीक है, in 40 minutes we'll be landing. क्या ही बोलूँगा? Everyone thinks that कि यार अब जो हो गया क्या इस पे it is not working. If it is not working, so मेरे ख्याल से it will not work. So I ignored it. Third thing was I was sitting on seat 25A, right, and I was just next to this left engine. Right. I'm listening to these news now, but I'll be giving my opinion. So I noticed that the wing, I don't, I was thinking that they are not like properly. They were
Okay.
like kind of unstable. Yeah.
All right. We'll take that on notice. Thanks a lot, Akash Watts, for joining us. He says that he has experienced some unusual instances when he boarded the same plane when it flew from Delhi to Ahmedabad earlier in the day. Time for me to wrap up Plain Speak. The right stand is coming up in just a bit.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
I can assure you that Indian aviation is probably one of the safest in the world. We have all the protocols in place. Our DGCA is very robust and effective, and to find, to pick holes into our ability to manage Indian aviation would be very unfair. And I always say this, and I repeat, that aviation is either 100% or zero. There's nothing like 99.9% in aviation. And therefore, in this case also, look at the aircraft. It arrived from Ahmedabad from Delhi. Obviously, it flew without any issue. And to take a 9.5-hour journey from Ahmedabad to London, obviously the pilots would have done all the pre-flight checks. And no pilot is foolish enough to take off if he is not satisfied. The captain per se in this aircraft would have also had thousands and thousands of hours of command. And a 787 and today's aircraft per se are very robust, fail-safe. They have many backup systems. And to really think what went wrong, I would be hazarding a guess which would not be fair. But the point here is the aircraft did go on a takeoff roll, and between the time the wheels went up and the time it crashed, probably the time frame would have been almost only about 60 seconds or so, because you can't go to 800 feet and crash and it be within the time span is only 60 seconds. Now he's already given a mayday call. Now I don't know what exactly went wrong. It will be again hazarding a guess which would be unfair. The only thing which can be ascertained is now, since the aircraft has fallen just a few hundred meters from the airport and in the BJ Medical Complex, therefore to retrieve the black box and the other equipment would be also, quite simple. We would be able to ascertain only after that. Let me tell you one more thing. In today's aircraft, they are very sophisticated. All the parameters of an aircraft, right? Every single second the aircraft is in the air, all the parameters are recorded, not only by the aircraft, but they are also transmitted to a central command, real time, of the airline itself. So if there is, when an aircraft does a flight, there is a way to ascertain every single parameter during whatever the duration of the flight. So if anything would have gone wrong prior to this flight, or which may have escaped the attention of anybody, I'm sure this will be retrieved in no time once the equipment is found.
Now, Mr. Patel, just to go back in time, because this fleet, the Dreamliner, very, very safe. I think from what the experts are saying, and I only have them to sort of lean on for facts, they've said that this is the first time a Dreamliner has actually crashed anywhere in the world. Now, most of these Dreamliners were purchased, I suppose, about 10, 12, 15 years back by Air India when it was still government owned. Obviously, there would have been a huge procedure that must have unfurled within government to select the plane. There would have been due diligence, there would have been all sorts of studies that would have been conducted.
Well, most certainly. I mean, first, the procedure itself in government is a very robust procedure. Goes through several layers. And ultimately, the basic selection of aircraft is done only on technical parameters. Because, the airline, requires a certain type of aircraft for certain, lengths of the flights. You want to go to the US, you want to go to the European countries, or to, 8-hour flights, 12-hour flights, and so on. And the kind of configuration you want. Let me also tell you that the Dreamliner, at the time it was ordered, was one of the most sophisticated, advanced fly-by-wire aircraft which was going to be produced. And it was ordered by probably most major airlines in the world, Air India also being one of the early ones. And to now even discuss it would be unfair, because after this particular aircraft,
watching the right stand, I'm Akanksha Swaroop. We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, in deeply tragic news coming in, what we're learning is that Gujarat's former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is confirmed dead in the shocking Air India plane crash that took place today, and that took place on Thursday afternoon. Remember, he had checked into the Z class, which, as we all know, falls under the business class category. Deeply, deeply tragic news coming in that the former Gujarat CM has been declared dead.
Yes. I'll only give one line to what you have asked right now. We are going to do a fair and thorough investigation. We are not going to spare anyone. We are not going to leave any stone unturned. We will do properly according to the protocol, and we are going to go to the depth of why this incident has happened. That much I can tell you now. बस अभी इतना का थैंक यू मेरा कैप पड़े यार.
All right, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu over there confirming that they will get to the depth and establish what led to that tragic air crash. But in the latest news that has come in, which is equally shocking as the air crash, is the fact that the former Gujarat Chief Minister, Mr. Vijay Rupani, has been confirmed dead. Let's also listen in to what C.R. Patil, Gujarat Minister, has to say.
प्लेन के हादसे जब होते हैं वो भयंकर होते हैं, और वो गुजरात में अहमदाबाद में हो, ये तो कभी गुजरात के लोगों ने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था. इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, इससे पूरे गुजरात और देश की प्रजा भी हिली हुई है. इंटरनेशनल प्लेन में जाने वाले सभी लोग इसमें उनको क्षति हुई है. उनको कोई मौका ही नहीं मिला, और शहर के बीच में होते हुए भी हम कुछ नहीं कर पाए. इसका बड़ा दुख है. सभी दिवंगत आत्माओं को शांति मिले, उसके लिए प्रार्थना करते हैं. उनके जो स्वजन है, उनके ऊपर जो आपत्ति आ पड़ी है, भगवान उनको शक्ति दे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करते हैं. और हमारे लिए तो हमारे नेता पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्री विजय भाई रूपाणी भी इसी फ्लाइट में अपने परिवार को मिलने के लिए जा रहे थे, वो भी इस हादसा का शिकार हुए हैं. भगवान उनकी भी आत्मा को शांति दे. भाजपा परिवार में एक बहुत बड़ी खोट आई है, और इस हादसा इतना बड़ा है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब भी और श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब भी तो तुरंत गुजरात पहुंच रहे हैं, और जो भी बन सकता है, जो भी कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए भी वो यहाँ पर आकर करेंगे.
All right, so C.R. Patil over there expressing his condolences, conveying his condolences to all those family members of the victims of this air crash. He's also conveyed his deep remorse with regards to how helpless they were in terms of not being able to do anything to rescue all those victims. Also has expressed his condolences for the tragic demise of Mr. Vijay Rupani, the former Gujarat CM. Joining me right now with more inputs is Payal Mehta. Payal, what are you learning in terms of the demise of the former Gujarat CM, Mr. Vijay Rupani? At what time was he declared dead?
He was declared dead just a short while ago, but Rupani's demise feels very personal. I have covered his journey both as a Rajya Sabha member of Parliament to the fact that he was declared the Chief Minister in 2016, to the fact that he was asked to step down in 2021 when Bhupendra Patel took over. Thereafter, he's held organizational responsibilities. Is currently the Punjab head as far as the BJP's organization is really concerned. He has been somebody who, in fact, stepped down from active politics, in the sense he would not fight active electoral politics in 2022 when he wrote that letter to C.R. Patil, essentially saying that he would not like to contest the election. And what a tragedy coming to the fore, Akanksha. He was on his way to London. That picture which is out is what fellow passenger clicked and sent to his daughter, because his wife, his daughter was already residing in London. She's married and has been residing in London. His son, who was in the US, was on his way to London because the entire family was to meet together and celebrate a vacation together as well. What a sad end to this life as well. Vijay Rupani had a long-standing career. He started his career as an ABVP, supporter. He's been somebody who, in fact, moved on to, in fact, be an RSS Pracharak. Has also been somebody who was associated with the Janata government, had associated with the BJP from its very inception. One of those leaders who actually spent few months in jail during the 1976 emergency as well. Extremely close to the BJP top leadership. Hails from Rajkot, is a Gujarati of the Jain community, has held multiple responsibilities, both with the organization and also with multiple responsibilities, including being a mayor in the past as well. What a sad end to the 68-year-old life. And Vijay Rupani, in a way, was on a happy trip to London trying to meet his family for a vacation, and it ended in a very, very tragic manner. One heart goes out to his entire family that has to actually deal with this tragedy now.
Right, absolutely agree with you. He was a figure who commanded and wielded much influence in the politics of not just the Bharatiya Janata Party, but particularly in Gujarat, because as you highlighted, he held office as the CM between 2016 and 2021. In fact, had held 2 consecutive terms. Many thanks to you, Payal, for bringing us those latest inputs. Let's also give our viewers a quick recap in terms of what exactly happened. From Ahmedabad to London Gatwick was the flight actually headed to as it crashed. The flight took off from runway number 23 at 1:38 p.m. local time. 230 passengers were on board, 12 crew members included. 169 out of these were Indians, 53 were British, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian national was on board. A mayday call was issued shortly after takeoff, which was, of course, not responded. The flight soon after crashed into a medical hostel building. So what happened mid-air also? Initial data from Flight Air India 171 shows that the aircraft reached a maximum barometric altitude of 625 feet. The airport altitude is about 200 feet. Minutes after making this mayday call, the Air India flight started to descend rapidly with a vertical speed of minus 475 feet per minute. And this is that moment of the crash, the plane that quickly descended into the residential area. Let's also take you through that entire footage as it shows this rapid descent is what has caught the attention of several aviation experts. As you can see that the plane had not even reached its complete altitude, which is rather shocking for a commercial air flight. The blaze also soon after erupted, and it was a catastrophic blaze that took place. As you can see, this is in fact the entire debris and the crash site with the debris and the fuel catching fire, gutting several buildings. As you can see, the smoke continues to bellow out, and those are the gutted buildings in the background. Parts of the plane crashed into nearby residential areas, wrecking several buildings, as you can see. And it is the medical students from these buildings that are still struggling for life. Many of them are also being reported dead. But what has caught the attention of the viewers is the nose of the aircraft, which is stuck inside the building. Plane parts destroyed several buildings near the crash site. The parts of the fuselage and engines were cut into several buildings, as you can see. The teams soon after kicked into action. All these emergency teams were activated. They were working round the clock, even as we speak, to douse the flames at the crash site and the nearby buildings. This is one of the deadliest Boeing crashes. Remember, if we look at the cases across the globe, let me give you a quick recap of what happened in December of 2024. Jeju air crash happened in South Korea. It was a Boeing 737-800. What was the reason? It overshot the runway post-emergency landing. What was the death toll like? 179 people of the 181 which were on board were all killed. Let's now quickly rewind to 2019 March, and Ethiopian Airlines, again a Boeing 737 MAX 8. What was the reason? It crashed post-takeoff from Addis Ababa, led to a death toll of 157 passengers and crew members, all of them killed. In October of 2018, the Lion Air Flight 610 in Indonesia crashed. It was a Boeing 737 MAX 8. The reason that was given that time was that it crashed into the ocean soon after takeoff. All 189 on board were killed. If we look at Air India crashes at home, especially in August of 2020, Air India Express flight 1344 killed 184 passengers, 6 crew members, and the reason given was that it overshot the runway during the landing. The death toll was 21 fatalities, and the conclusion that was drawn, in fact, was that there was a non-adherence to the SOPs by the pilot. Now, in May of 2010, in Mangaluru, the Air India Express flight 812 killed 160 passengers and 6 crew members that were on board. The reason that was given was that it overshot the runway, fell into a gorge, and led to the death toll of 152 fatalities. The deduction was that the captain failed to discontinue the plane. And so the Ahmedabad air disaster is the deadliest crash in Indian aviation. It has, of course, prompted several unanswered questions. Let me bring those questions forward to you. The first most burgeoning question that begs our attention is, was there a technical issue detected a day before the flight that was perhaps missed out on? The other question that also is being raised is, what prompted the pilot to issue the SOS within 5 minutes of the takeoff? Can foul play angle be even ruled out by the authorities? Will all Boeing 787 planes now be put under scanner following this deadly air crash in Ahmedabad today? Will the black box unlock the mystery behind the plane crash? These are all the host of questions that beg and people are still looking for answers for. Now, we are also getting in some breaking inputs right now. Sources from the Ahmedabad police have gone on to say that one survivor has been rescued out of that entire plane crash that happened. So far, only one survivor. Almost a miraculous incident that there's one survivor who has been rescued. The confirmation coming in from Ahmedabad police as we speak. This, remember, so far is a lone survivor who was sitting on seat 11A. Payal Mehta joins me with more inputs. Payal, share the details with us.
Well, what we're given to understand is that there is possibly one survivor. That is at least what the authorities are confirming. So that was actually at least some glint, of hope in this entire otherwise dismal affair that was only seen. That 11A is a survivor that the police has really come out and said, and that is actually no less than a miracle. Given the fact that we're almost confirmed that most of the passengers are feared to be dead. In this, including the building against which it crashed, where doctors were eating lunch during the lunch hour as well. This is tragic beyond, beyond one's imagination, but at least one faint glint of hope. And that survivor actually must be a real survivor to survive this entire crash where everybody around him is feared to be dead. Akansha.
Also, Payal, what are you learning in terms of the condition of this survivor? How seriously or gravely is he injured, and are there any hopes of him? All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Payal. But what we can tell you is this is almost a miracle that we have a lone survivor from that plane crash. And remember, many of them or almost all of them have been declared dead. But the Ahmedabad police confirming that one person has miraculously survived, and perhaps this survivor could be of extreme importance to the entire investigation, which will now be looking into what exactly led to that deadly air crash. Payal Mehta is back with us. Payal, if you could share details with us with regards to what is the condition of this lone survivor.
Well, the condition has certainly been ascertained, and no doubt whatsoever, Akansha, that person must have really, got grievous injuries, to say the least, given the fact that everything around him is charged. One has to remember that the flight was full completely. It was full to its capacity, and also the fact that the flight was just taking off, which clearly meant that even fuel-wise, the flight would have been completely full to the brim, and therefore everything around them is really charged. The Ahmedabad police is still trying to ascertain his exact health condition. But like I said, in a place where actually everything seems to be so glum, it is as a faint hint of some sort of a hope coming up that life knows how to survive.
Absolutely. Also, now that we have a lone survivor, Payal, share with us how crucial and pivotal could be this survival, in fact, for the entire ongoing investigation. As we also heard what the Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu, had to say, that they will get to the bottom of what exactly led to this crash.
Of course, it's going to be of great help to see when he or she is able to recover and be able to share what he or she went through, in the entire flight, depending completely on his health condition, what he's able to recall. But at least one thing is for sure, at least one family will have some smile on their face when everybody around them are completely heartbroken and just fallen, given the fact that every of their loved ones have, fallen prey to this ghastly attack, ghastly crash which has taken place as well. But like I said, it is going to be certainly a very important piece of evidence coming to the fore. He's an eyewitness who was on that flight. He will be able to, in fact, recall and tell the police officials what really happened. Because I'm sure before, the ATC was connected, the pilot must have also alerted the passengers within the aircraft as to what was really happening. It was all this happened within a matter of 60 seconds is what we've been able to fathom and we've been able to gather as well. So his testimony will be of great importance as far as that's concerned. But purely depends on what his health condition is and when and how much he'll be able to recall.
All right, so what we are also learning that the survivor's name is Vishwa Kumar, and the Ahmedabad police have in fact gone on to confirm that he has been rescued. He's a lone survivor from this crash. Of course, it is a miracle that he has survived. In fact, this is footage coming in of the survivor, Mr. Ramesh, as you can see, as he walks out, almost surviving for him, of course, has been a miracle. That is something what we can tell you for sure. And as Payal was also highlighting, he's going to be very pivotal. His testimony is going to be very pivotal with regards to the ongoing investigation. As Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, has already confirmed that they will get to the bottom of this entire probe to find out what exactly led to this crash. It's a miracle that this lone survivor is in fact even able to walk out of that crash site at a time when most of the survivors, all of the survivors have been declared dead. But Ahmedabad police over there confirming that this lone survivor who was on seat number 11A survived. This is perhaps going to go down in the annals of history as this lone survivor walks out of the Ahmedabad airport. He is, remember, the only lone survivor in a flight that was carrying over 230 passengers. His name is Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who survived the plane crash. He was allotted seat number 11A. And the Ahmedabad police have finally rescued this one survivor. Remember, his testimony is going to be pivotal, extremely significant to the ongoing investigation, because nobody's been able to ascertain, with aviation experts still trying to ascertain the exact reason. The quality control behind Boeing is also now coming into the picture, as reports are indicating that there was an FAA audit last year, which was a 2-week audit into the quality checks of Boeing. But could it be a technical glitch, or could it be a bird hit or birds hitting, multiple birds hitting, or weather also could be playing a significant role. Right now, it is fairly nascent at this stage to comment into exactly what was that went behind, but perhaps it is Mr. Ramesh's testimony that will be extremely significant. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, he's a British national, is what we are being told, and he was on the Gatwick-bound flight that took off from Ahmedabad and crashed soon after takeoff. Roughly 20 minutes after takeoff is when it crashed, and it crashed into the residential building of the medical college, into the medical hostel, where several students are still grappling for life. It is a miracle, to say the least, that we have a lone survivor, Mr. Ramesh, allotted seat number 11A. He is a British national, as we are being told. He was on a visit to Gujarat and was heading back to London. Payal joins me with more inputs on this miraculous survival that's taken place. Payal, share what else are you learning from your sources?
Like I said, that this is a very, very tragic episode which has come to the fore as well. Nobody would have been prepared for an episode like this. A flight of happiness for many who are either looking to go back home or embark on a vacation or a work trip has turned into an extreme tragedy. The testimony of the lone survivor as of now is going to be of extreme importance. That is something at least what the authorities are hoping for, because his testimony in terms of what really led to the circumstances that actually happened is going to be of great importance. We'll have to just wait and see. But like I said, all hands on deck approach being applied by the government of India over here. In terms of what we've seen so far, multiple leaders, multiple ministers being flown down to Gujarat. C.R. Patil, the Union Minister for Casualty, and also, the state president of BJP has just reached Gujarat. He, in fact, gave us the unfortunate confirmation of Vijay Rupani's unfortunate demise over here. Civil Aviation Minister Rammohan Naidu can be seen taking rounds of the accident site, trying to ascertain what's really happening. Muralidhar Mohal, the MOS for Civil Aviation, will also be landing shortly at around 7 o'clock, 7:30, I beg your pardon. He's going to be accompanied by officials from Ministry of Civil Aviation Secretary, and also the DGC officials, who are going to be examining the accident site and understanding how to go about the investigation. Because remember, the government of India has promised not just to the Indians and not to the victims of those people who actually fell prey to this deadly accident, but also to the foreign nationals that a thorough investigation will be done. And also the fact that Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, the local son of the soil, he's also expected to land in Ahmedabad some time from now. As it's just too early, I can't to predict as to what really led to the situation, whether there was a technical failure, or whether there was a human error, or whether there was any attempt to sabotage, because there were a lot of foreign nationals on this. Nothing is being ruled out from the agency so far, and should there be any sabotaging angle which emerges over here, it will be important to see if the government hands over the probe to NIA or any other investigating agency. It's just too early in the day to talk about it. We'll have to just wait for some more time.
Absolutely. In fact, stay with me, Payal, as we are also getting in more information through newspaper reports which are going on to indicate that Mr. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who's 40-year-old and the only lone survivor of this deadly crash, has, as we can see, borne impact injuries on his chest, eyes and feet. He has received these impact injuries, but is miraculously able to walk out of that entire crash site. That is, in fact, indeed a miracle in itself. And he's also gone on to share his experience. Most importantly, he's gone on to talk about how there was a loud noise just 30 seconds after takeoff, and that is what in fact led to a crash within minutes, and the plane of course burst into flames. So this is what Vishwas has had to share, that it was only after 30 seconds of takeoff there was a loud noise, and then soon after the plane crashed. It all happened very quickly. So if one was to go by what Vishwas has had to say, this is also contradicting the other versions that have come into limelight, which are going on to indicate that it was roughly after 20 minutes of takeoff that the plane actually crashed. But Vishwas has gone on to share that only after 30 seconds there was a loud noise, and soon after the plane crashed. It all happened very quickly. But this indeed is a miracle to see Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who is a 40-year-old British national, was visiting Gujarat, has miraculously escaped this or rather survived this deadly or catastrophic air crash. This as relatives of all those who were aboard the Air India flight are currently desperately looking for their loved ones at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad as we speak. All the rest have been declared dead except from Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who's a 40-year-old, the lone survivor as he survived this deadly crash. But if you can see that image which is currently being flashed on your screens, he's of course borne injuries on his face. These are impact injuries that he's not just borne on his face but also on his chest. But what stands out is that he's able to walk out of the crash, and these impact injuries, given the catastrophic explosion that happened after the plane crashed, it's a miracle to see this lone survivor, 40-year-old Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who survived this entire crash. But as we've been highlighting, his testimony is going to be extremely pivotal to the ongoing investigation, which has now led to a host of unanswered questions. What are those unanswered questions? Well, many are wondering if it was the Boeing and the quality check that led to it. Can foul play angle be ruled out by authorities? Will all Boeing 787 planes now be put under the scanner following this deadly catastrophic crash? Was there a technical issue detected even before the flight could take off? CNN News 18 has been getting you reactions, and we've been speaking to passengers who boarded this flight earlier in the day, and they've gone on to talk about how there were technical snags because the AC in the aircraft was not working. The in-flight entertainment was not working, which is rather unusual for Air India flights, and those are the testimonies that we are learning from passengers who had boarded this flight earlier during the day. But as of now, there are a host of unanswered questions, and to pinpoint any particular factor would be fairly nascent or premature, but all those unanswered questions do call for an investigation. Will the authorities be able to find the black box? How soon will they be able to, because perhaps the black box will be able to unlock the mystery behind this entire plane crash. But what's standing out right now as we track all the latest updates for you in this unimaginable story that has emerged is that Ramesh Kumar actually managed to dodge death, had a narrow escape. In fact, that explosion that you can see is catastrophic to say the least, and he managed to actually come out absolutely unscathed. It's miraculous that he's managed to walk out of the crash site. As you can see, the least that he's borne is in fact those impact injuries on his face, on his chest. And he's a 40-year-old British national who was in fact visiting the state of Gujarat. He was on this Gatwick-bound flight. He was allotted seat 11A. And according to Mr. Ramesh, there was a loud explosion, and that happened soon, 30 seconds after takeoff, and it all happened so quickly, and that is exactly what led the aircraft to nosedive and led to the crash eventually. In fact, aviation experts have also been commenting on the rapid descent of this entire crash and the entire video. But let's quickly go across to Anvit, who's been tracking the latest for us. Anvit, if you could share with us the story of this lone survivor, what is it that you're learning? If you could give us some confirmation regarding the comments that he's shared with other newspaper reports that are indicating that he said that only after 30 seconds did the aircraft crash, and there was a loud explosion before it led to that crash. Anvit, can you hear me? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Anvit, but this is the big story of the hour that has emerged out of this entire air crash. The only silver lining to this deadly catastrophic air crash, as Ramesh Kumar is the lone survivor, is a 40-year-old British national visiting the state of Gujarat. This has several families now look for their loved ones. Vishwas Ramesh, of course, survives this deadly air crash. Anvit is back with us. Anvit, what are you learning about this lone survivor of this catastrophic air crash?
One passenger so far has been identified who is the survivor, and so far we are calling him the lone survivor because no other survivor has been reportedly been safe in this flight, and this man has been identified as Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He had been living in UK for more than 20 years, and he had come to India with his brother, and he was traveling back. They had visited Diu, and he's a 40-year-old man. He had when he was found on the spot, he was put in an ambulance and sent to medical facilities. But as he recalled the incident later for the media, he mentioned that when when the plane crashed, he was on the seat 11A, and he has said that he realized only after when the plane crashed, he found himself amidst the debris that was on fire, and he said that he has recalled that there were bodies all around and there were remains all around. And he said that he was scared seeing those visuals and he was terrified. That was the moment when he was put into an ambulance and was sent to medical facility. Now, he has been marked safe. He has injuries. He certainly has injuries all over his body. There are burn marks as well, and there are injuries also. But doctors are saying that he's safe. He has been marked safe. He's out of danger right now, and he's under medical supervision. But so far, he's the only passenger actually who has been found to have survived this crash. Other than that, even though the operation is still underway, it is being the debris also being looked if there would be any more people who can be sent to medical facilities, or the dead who can be shifted to the morgue. But so far, this person is the only survivor that we have spotted and that the agencies have spotted, and he has been marked. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh is his name. He's a 40-year-old resident he knew the British national by nationality, and he had come here with his brother. He was traveling back to London when this incident took place.
Many thanks to you, Anvit, for bringing us those latest inputs. In fact, in the studio, we are also joined in by Captain Kishore Chinta, who is the chief pilot of the Sirius India Airlines Private Limited. Many thanks to you, sir, for joining in. Captain Chinta, what do you make of this miraculous survival? Also, how crucial and pivotal could this testimony be now of Mr. Ramesh to the entire investigation?
Good evening. Thank you for having me on CNN News 18. It is indeed practically grabbing life out of the jaws of death for the survivor. It is indeed miraculous that he survived the crash, considering that the aircraft would have probably had 50 to 60 tons of fuel when it impacted the ground, and that kind of fuel would probably just wipe out everything in the vicinity after the crash. So the testimony is pretty understandable. It is well known from the data available from the Flight Radar 24 ADSB data, which is not very accurate, but gives us a sense of the timing of how much time the aircraft was up in the air. It was definitely not a immediate loss of power. The fact that it happened beyond a speed of V1, beyond which the pilots were compelled to continue with the takeoff, and that it gained an altitude of close to 625 feet as on flight radar. So it had enough power to at least gain that much amount of height before it appears to be total loss of power, and the aircraft slowly started coming down in a controlled manner. The pilots wouldn't have had anything.
That's exactly the point I want to come in on, Captain, because remember, as you quoted, that Flight Radar has attributed the altitude of just 625 feet after takeoff, which is a height far below standard for a commercial aircraft several minutes into it. I think for the benefit of all our viewers, it is important to break down why this low altitude could have had a role to play. All right, and before we take that answer from you, in fact, fresh visuals coming in on CNN News 18 after the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. What we can tell you is that the Home Minister Amit Shah has arrived. Remember, this is also his home state. He's here to inspect the entire site. And as you can see, the debris is still scattered, all of it completely charred. It's a very dark day for the entire nation because the country has also lost the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Vijay Rupani, and those visuals coming in as the Union Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah, inspects the crash site. Remember, this is where the Air India aircraft crashed minutes after takeoff, and it is the hostel or the residential building of a medical college. Many of those medical students are still struggling for life. The Home Minister also accompanied by the Gujarat Chief Minister. In fact, he's standing right next to the building where it is the nose of the aircraft that's still stuck, and the Union Home Minister actually inspecting. So, Captain Chinta, please go ahead and tell us why the low altitude could have had a role to play.
Well, the mere fact that it reached that altitude is testimony that those engines are powerful enough, even at partial power, to propel the aircraft to that altitude at least. Because if there was total loss of power, it wouldn't have even reached that altitude after takeoff. So the reasons can be multitude. It could be probably a bird hit leading to portions of the engine shearing off and entering the rest of the engine clear, causing complete shutdown of the engines. So right now, until the, like you mentioned, until the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder are found and downloaded by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, we will not come to know the actual picture on when actually the engine started winding down. So the height definitely is critical. Probably if they had a couple of 100 feet more, they would have crossed that one sole building and maybe impacted the ground in more clearer area, leading to chances of more survivors compared to what we have right now.
All right, let me also introduce the other guests joining us. I'm joined in by Captain Ehsan Khalid, who's a veteran pilot and currently flying as captain of Gulfstream 650 aircraft. Also joined in by Commodore B.S. Sivach, who's the ex-DG and an aviation safety expert, Mr. Anand Ranganathan, renowned author. Thank you for joining in. Anand, if I could come to you, what is your assessment of the lone survivor, first of all, who's in fact walked out completely unscathed? It's rather shocking to see him walking out at a time when the loved ones are looking for their family members who could have been on that flight.
Good evening, Akanksha. On this terrible hour, my sincere condolences to the families of the bereaved. It's such a tragedy. I think we all feel exactly how each one of those families of 242 on the plane and so many other who were doctors and medical students were in the building where the plane crashed into. My sincere condolences. It's an absolutely ghastly event that has taken place. 3 points I'd like to make. Number one, of course, it is too early to even discuss about the possibilities of what caused the fatal crash. There are many theories floating around, but at the moment, I'm not going to pick one of those, or at least go with some of those theories, because all of them are at present mere conjectures. This Dreamliner, which is a particular type of aircraft, this is the first fatal crash in its history, and it's been there commissioned for the last 15 years. Having said that, there have been whistleblowers who've talked about the deficiencies that have gone on in the construction, in the making of the Dreamliner, who've talked about the cost cutting or indeed cutting corners by Boeing as far as the commissioning of the plane itself is concerned, who've talked about various inadequacies, especially relating to hydraulics. And a similar loss, sudden descent, loss of height, happened almost a year ago, in fact 14 months ago, on a Dreamliner flight from Sydney to Auckland, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was Chilean Airlines. And there was a sudden descent, which is what we've seen, at least from the visuals that I can see. And the one of the panelists was talking about that after the V1, the descent was reached, and it is highly unusual for a plane to then suddenly lose descent.
Right.
I think many people have ruled out the possibility of a bird hit at that height. As far as a survivor is concerned, Akanksha, it's an absolute miracle, and I'm so happy, at least in this unearthly hour, ungodly hour, to have this small bit of news, good news, and I hope that he's able to, he looks pretty fit under the circumstances.
True.
And he will be giving us vital information about what happened. Yes.
True. He's the only silver lining at the moment, and perhaps in fact, latest visuals coming in to take our viewers through these visuals that have just come in. These are critical moments before that Indian Airlines flight took off. Just critical moments of that entire takeoff that have been accessed by CNN News 18 before it crashed. But as flight, this is in fact just the takeoff, and it led to the crash soon after it takes off. This is the entire video that we have accessed for you that shows that entire takeoff till the moment where it leads to that catastrophic explosion, as you can see. And those visuals in fact indicating that the moment when the AI-171 actually took off. And as you can see, those visuals actually speaking for themselves, that as Mr. Ramesh's testimony goes, that it was a loud explosion and within 30 seconds it was all over. And I want to bring in Captain Ehsan Khalid. The video speaks for itself. Captain Khalid, all right, we'll bring in DBS Gujral over there. DG Flight Safety of Air Costa is also with us. Mr. Gujral, what do you make of these visuals? They are also in alignment with the testimony that's come in of Mr. Ramesh, who said that it was all over within 30 seconds.
First of all, my condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones in this accident. And I would like to say that this particular crash has got an international ramifications as far as Boeing 787 is concerned. Now, I have been watching and listening to the various people who have been coming on the television and expressing their views about this accident. But to my mind, it's too early to say anything about the cause of this accident, as there was very little time between the takeoff and the accident, and the time between the takeoff and the time when Mayday call was given. After that, there could not have been any conversation between the ATC and the pilot, and all this little time is having all the answers hidden into the black box, that is digital flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder. Once we decode it, there may be or may not be, there may be answers to all the questions that everybody is asking. And to my mind, we cannot rule out the role of any one of the factors, that is the controls, the engines and the environmental factors. We have to combine them all and study as to what possibly could have happened when the aircraft just took off and crashed within a few kilometers of the airport and went into a building. As far as the disaster is concerned, this sole survivor, as you have said, is very fortunate, and he is a crucial witness. And the loud thought or noise that he is expressing must have been recorded in the flight data recorder, and it will have the answer from that.
I want to quickly go across to Tejinder, who is joining us on the phone line with more inputs. Tejinder, this is a very, very crucial piece of footage that has been accessed, which we are playing out for our viewers right now. Very crucial moments of AI-171's takeoff, and in fact, that also goes on to indicate that it was a matter of seconds that soon after the takeoff, the crash happened.
Indeed, this is a very crucial piece of information that we have been able to access, which clearly shows that within less than 30 seconds, if you can see that the flight, this ill-fated flight, when it takes off, it crashes, and then we can see a huge plume of fire and smoke coming from the area. Though the various agencies are now looking into this CCTV footage as well. And they are trying to find out, because the black box of this ill-fated flight is yet to be retrieved. Fortunately, there has been only one, there has been a survival, while unfortunately every other passenger on the plane have been killed in this unfortunate incident which happened this afternoon. But yes, a crucial piece of CCTV footage which CNN News 18 has been able to access, which clearly show that soon after the takeoff, this ill-fated flight, it could not continue with its ascent, and it crashed, and then we can see a huge plume, a fireball and smoke, which led to the death of all the passengers. But yes, there has been one survival in this ill-fated aircraft. Yes.
Absolutely, it is. And I actually want to bring in Mr. Air Commodore B.S. Sivach also, who's with us right now. So, what do you make of these visuals? Because contrary to what Flight Radar 24 was reporting, that it was 20 minutes after takeoff, now these visuals actually go on to testify also what Mr. Ramesh has been stating, that it was a loud explosion and within 30 seconds this entire catastrophic crash took place.
Very ghastly, very terrible loss of lives, very shocking news. Our heartfelt condolences from Aviation Safety India, and our prayer to God for the speedy recovery of those who are injured. Now, in this particular accident, the aircraft was fully serviceable. Pilots were absolutely well qualified with good experience. Weather was reasonably good. The aircraft was fully serviceable. The aircraft has taken off. Actually, it has come from Delhi. So, aircraft was fully serviceable. It has landed there, got turned around, loaded its passenger, and again took off. Till takeoff, there was no problem. The aircraft was climbing after takeoff at about 425 feet. That is what is being talked about is 625 feet. The Ahmedabad runway elevation is about 180 odd feet. So let's assume 200 feet. So aircraft was just at 425 feet. It experienced sudden loss of power. We must commend the presence of mind of the pilot that at such low altitude loss of power, he immediately informed ATC in the form of made a call that there is a serious threat to the safety of the aircraft and passengers. So it's creditable on the part of the pilot without losing cool, and still he continued because now he had loss of power, so he could not continue the climb. He started descending because of the loss of power. Loss of power can be attributed to so many reasons. This Ahmedabad airport is notorious for bird strike. So bird strike to both the engine can lead to the shutdown of both the engines. And the passenger who has survived, he also talked about some loud noise. So loud noise possibly has come from engines,
right,
which was possibly maybe bird hit, and thereafter loss of engine power. Pilot transmitted ATC, tried to avoid buildings. Unfortunately, he was helpless. He had no control over the aircraft because there was no power in the aircraft, and eventually the aircraft crashed.
Right.
Very, very terrible accident. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner is a very safe aircraft. Initially, it had some troubles. These are called teething troubles, which had been resolved. Now, this aircraft is being flown by a large number of airlines. Almost 1,200 aircrafts are flying around the world. They must have conducted millions of flights. There have been no such accident. Remember, in aircraft operation, there are only two phases of flight which are very, very critical. One is takeoff and another is landing.
Okay.
Most of the accident happened during this phase.
Okay.
That most of the accident take place during landing. Takeoff, there is very rare. This is one of the rarest of the accident. There have been accidents, I'm not saying that, but it is very rare. Landing accidents have been plenty. So this accident, takeoff accident, obviously chances of surviving the crash because the aircraft had more than 1 lakh liters of fuel. So it's like a bomb blast. The fuel caught fire, and of course there was a large flame. It is very miraculous, very surprising, and very good news that at least one person who survived this Holocaust.
I want to bring in Captain Chinta on that note. Captain Chinta, this is a very significant and pivotal piece of footage, and I'm sure this will also be aiding the ongoing investigation. But what is your assessment? Because as we said, that this is now fresh information corroborated by these visuals that the blast happened within 30 seconds as the plane takes off and it crashes within 30 seconds. What is your assessment and what are the questions that are coming to your mind? Of course, we all know that 65 to 70,000 liters of fuel was being carried in this flight, given that it was Gatwick bound, and that sort of sheds light on the size of the explosion. But what is it that comes to your mind when you look at how rapidly the descent happens, eventually leading to the crash?
Well, this video makes it amply clear that it did gain height at some point of time. It's lost because you can see some smoke coming out of the engines. So just before it starts descent from this new video which is there. So something did lead to loss of power on both those engines. And an aircraft which is going to be close to 200 tons weight for 240 odd passengers and 60 tons of fuel. Approximately we can take a guess estimate of about 200 tons for a 787 to fly from Ahmedabad to London. So with no power being generated, 200 tons would come down that quickly, as you can see from that video. So the pilots did a miraculous job of maintaining full control and maintaining wings level all the way down to the impact. If they had even slight amount of bank, we wouldn't have seen even that sole survivor which we have.
All right, Mr. Gujral, I want to quickly bring you in before I take closing thoughts from Anand. Mr. Gujral, what comes to your mind when you look at these visuals? Within 30 seconds, the crash happened as soon after the takeoff, and that also aligns with the testimony that's come in from the lone survivor. I'd like your thoughts.
Thank you so much for bringing me in. What I find is that there are so many factors coming into my mind when I listen to and watch the visual on the TV. But there is one very crucial question. Why did the aircraft did not gain the height? The loss of height is not being explained by any of these arguments, right? Whether it was fuel starvation, whether it was something else, or whether it was failure of the engines, or whether it was bird ingestion. All these questions are being answered by the silent listener, that is called black box. Once we get the answer from the flight data recorder, once we decode it, and once we listen to the cockpit voice recorder, the pilot's conversation will come to us. The parameters that are recorded in the flight data recorder will be in front of us for finding out at least as to what exactly at that moment and in a very brief short time happened. As far as the aircraft is concerned, it flew from Delhi to Ahmedabad. It was trouble free, and in every transit the aircraft is checked up thoroughly before it is cleared for the next flight, and the same must have been done by the engineering staff at Ahmedabad as well. But what happened between those few seconds and after the loud explosion which our friend survivor is telling, is these questions will be answered only when we decode the flight data recorder. The pilots are definitely experienced and qualified, and I understand that Captain Sabrawal was a line training captain. Such position is given only to the pilots who are well briefed, well qualified and well experienced. As the Air Commodore has said, it's definitely a compliment to the pilots who maintained their calm even at that critical moment when perhaps they saw there was no chance to survive. I think it's a great compliment to their professional skill and to the maintenance of the aircraft, which was definitely trouble-free when it arrived from Delhi. Thank you so much.
Stay with me, Mr. Gujral. I also want to bring in Anand. Anand, I think you were raising a very critical point. While it is fairly nascent to probe into what exactly led to the air crash, there are many who are also raising questions about whether or not this calls for a quality control for Boeing, because remember there's talk about how the Boeing 787 Dreamliner was also facing numerous quality controls, and the FAA and Boeing both had in fact paused its deliveries between the year 2021 and 2023 because it was not just facing numerous quality control issues but also manufacturing issues, and there were reworks being called for within these Boeing Dreamliners.
No, absolutely. But, I have to say this, that your video, it is clear. Thank you for airing it. I think it's quite clear from those visuals
Let me just play up Mr. N. Chandrasekharan's phone conversation that he's had with CNN News 18's Sharon Elizabeth. Let's listen.
Mr. Chandrasekharan, many thanks for joining us here. To start with, on behalf of everyone here at CNBC TV 18, our deepest condolences to you and the Air India family and to the families of those who've lost their lives. I want to start by asking you, sir, what is the latest in terms of the information that you can share with us? You are in Ahmedabad, you've met with officials. I would appreciate any latest information that you can share with us to elaborate on what has transpired.
First of all, Shireen, it is a totally devastating tragedy, and we are all totally shocked and deeply affected, and our immediate focus is to help the people, the families of people who have experienced this tragedy. We are working to that at this point in time. We are trying to set up all the support systems, the emergency helpline number, and on-the-ground support. A lot of people from Air India have flown from Delhi to be here on the ground. So we're creating all those infrastructure. While we are trying to do all of this, we are also working with the authorities to see the investigation and the root cause, etc. I have spoken to the CEO of Boeing, and I've also asked him to send the best expert to work with us in this whole process, and they're very supportive. And we have a lot of questions, but we need to wait because we need to have authentic information. So as we get these informations, we will immediately share without any delay. And to help the families, we just announced that we will provide 1 crore for each family of the person who lost their life. And also we will be providing all the medical related expenses for all the people who are injured. And we would also try to help to rebuild that infrastructure in the hostel where the crash actually happened. As you talk to me, we are moving in multiple directions. This is totally a devastating experience, and I have no words to say anything.
I appreciate you joining us today, sir. I know that this is a very difficult period, and I just wanted to understand from you, there is a lot of speculation, and I would like to hear it from you. Do we have an update on whether there are any survivors? There are some indications, some comments coming in that there are some survivors. If you can share with us the information that you have, Mr. Chandrasekharan.
So I don't have the exact number, and I'm also hearing from you. I also have the information that maybe there is a survivor, but we still don't have confirmation. I'm waiting for authentic information. I'm talking to the government. As you know, the government is on top of it here, and I'm in constant touch with them. and they are in touch with the hospital authorities. And so we just want to make sure that we don't give any wrong information. So a single source of information is the best in these circumstances, because any misleading information or speculation is going to be going to complicate matters.
It is a terrible, terrible evening for all of India, in fact, all of the world, because this is one of the most terrible air tragedies that has happened, not just here in India, but anywhere across in aviation history. Air India Flight 171 from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick, with 232 passengers and 10 crew members on board, crashed within a minute of takeoff from the Ahmedabad airport at 1:38 this afternoon. The plane was carrying 169 Indians, 53 British nationals, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian passenger. It was bound for London Gatwick. Hundreds have been declared dead, including the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who was one of the passengers who was on board that ill-fated flight. The aircraft involved was the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. It is the very first time that the Dreamliner flight is crashing in such a fashion. The pilots have believed to have lost both engines, and it plunged very quickly within seconds after taking off. In fact, that video clip that we're playing shows that the entire sequence of events happened within a minute after takeoff of this ill-fated flight AI 171. The London-bound flight took off from Ahmedabad. It was exactly at 1:39 in the afternoon today, but within a minute it crashed about 5 kilometers or so away from the BJ Medical College and Hospital. It crashed into a building which is believed to be a residential compound, hostel facility for undergraduate medical students. This was lunchtime, it was peak hour, and there were a lot of undergraduate medical students who were there in that building having their lunch or coming to the mess or the canteen to have their lunch. So a large number of the people who were in that building could have also died. We're given to understand about 30 people have been moved from this building who were on the ground in this building. They've been taken to hospital. We don't know the number of fatalities there. But as far as the people who were on board this flight is concerned, other than one survivor, Ramesh Vishwash Kumar, who was sitting on seat number 11A, closest to the emergency exit, and once the plane crashed, he jumped out through the emergency exit. He is the lone survivor out of 242 people who were on board this flight AI 171 Ahmedabad to London. He, of course, those are the pictures from earlier this afternoon, jumped off the aircraft, limped away, and then an ambulance took him to hospital. He said that he was lucky to survive. He jumped off the aircraft. He saw dead bodies and mangled remains around him, wreckage of the plane around him. He was very scared, he said, and then he ran away, and then somebody took him in an ambulance to hospital. He is the lone survivor. What a miracle story this is for him and his family members. I believe he was also traveling with some of his family members back from Ahmedabad. He was going back to London. He's a British citizen. He was in India for a few days to celebrate some functions back home, but he was on his way back to London, and he managed to survive. But he is the sole survivor that we know of. All the other passengers, I'm afraid, are dead in this flight. So what exactly transpired? Because this flight, clearly from the images you can see, failed to achieve critical liftoff. In fact, it reached about 600 feet in the air, and then immediately after that started descending, almost gliding down for the crash that eventually happened. So what exactly transpired? The initial data from flight Air India 171 shows that the aircraft reached a maximum barometric altitude of 625 feet. That's the maximum that it reached. The airport altitude is about 200 feet. So right after it reached 625 feet, immediately after that, there was a mayday call that was made by the pilot to the air traffic control, but there was no communication that was established between the air traffic control and the pilot following that call. Post that call, which happened within 30 seconds of takeoff, the plane began to descend within vertical speed of 475 feet per minute. Then it crashed just outside the perimeter of the airport. It crashed into a hostel cum residential facility that was meant for undergraduate medical students, and a large number of students who had gathered there during the peak lunch hour time. They, I'm afraid, could have also fallen victim to this fatal air crash. Now, in the various videos that have been accessed of this horrific crash, the very moment of the crash was caught in one of these videos. You can see how the plane, it takes off, it travels barely a few kilometers. We're given to understand about 5 odd kilometers, and right after that, it crashes into the building below. There's been massive damage on the ground as well in this residential complex, in this hostel complex. But in the videos of the aftermath, the extent of the damage is also clearly visible. There's a huge plume of smoke and fire and gas. The debris lay scattered all around, even as firefighters and emergency responders rushed to the site. One of the parts of the ill-fated plane, in fact, landed on top of a hostel mess. It was a medical residential facility meant for undergraduate medical students in Ahmedabad. It resulted in considerable damage and loss of lives. The visuals from inside the affected complex also show massive damage to the structure of the building itself. In fact, a large part of that building caved in because of the sheer impact of the crash. In yet another video, you can see the aftermath of the crash. You can see, a huge plume of smoke there, a lot of fire, a lot of thick black smoke around that area just rising into the sky. Remember, this was a flight that was meant to be about 8 to 9 hours between Ahmedabad and London Gatwick. So it had a tank full of aviation fuel, about 60,000 litres plus of aviation fuel. So all of that would have come down in this crash. The fire that emanated gutted multiple buildings, but the main point of impact was this residential hostel complex right on the outskirts of the airport. And of course, the surrounding areas were also badly hit. But then the question that everybody is asking is, what led to this crash? The 787 Dreamliner is one of the safest aircraft in the world. It's been in service for close to 15 years now, and it has not seen even one major accident. This is the first of its kind accident involving a 787 Dreamliner. What could have possibly led to it? This 787 Dreamliner, this particular aircraft, was delivered to Air India in January of 2014. This is the first recorded crash of a Boeing 787 anywhere in the world, and this is what has raised eyebrows. There was a Guardian report back in 2024 where Guardian was interviewing a whistleblower who used to work with Boeing. He's been named as Sam Salehpour, who's an engineer with Boeing. He worked with Boeing for over a decade. He urged Boeing in that interview to ground every single 787 Dreamliner worldwide. He warned that the 787s were at a risk of premature failure. The whistleblower also alleged that Boeing took shortcuts to reduce the production bottlenecks while making the 787. He also raised issues about the production of the 777. He also alleged that he faced retaliation from the company, including threats and exclusion from meetings, after raising concerns over these issues, including a gap between the parts of the fuselage and the remainder of the body of the 787. Now, while this is one isolated report, this came out in 2024. Boeing didn't necessarily take any action, at least certainly did not ground the 787 fleet. After this interview, after this Guardian report came out, it did raise questions about the safety of passengers. Many questions are being asked in the aftermath of this crash, many for which answers will be sought for, but right now these questions are unanswered. Number one, was there any kind of technical issue that was detected before this flight took off, either the day before the flight or moments before this flight took off? Remember, this flight also had arrived from Delhi. This was an Delhi-Ahmedabad flight first, a 2-hour flight, and then it was subsequently meant to be an Ahmedabad-London Gatwick flight. So was there any technical snag or any issue noticed in the first flight that was between Delhi and Ahmedabad? What prompted the pilot to issue an SOS or a Mayday call, and that too within a minute of takeoff? You can see just how quickly within moments of takeoff, it reaches about 600 feet in height and then immediately starts gliding down or sliding down. Could any kind of foul play or angle of foul play be ruled out officially by Boeing, by Air India, and of course by government authorities, including the DGCA, which will do a thorough audit and a thorough check of what exactly led to this crash? The other question that's being asked, will all Boeing 787 flights, certainly Indian operators, Air India operates a lot of 787 Dreamliners, will they be grounded following this flight, this crash? Will the black box and the voice recorder instruments that are there on board all flights, will they be recovered, and will they unlock the mystery that led to this plane crash? I want to first go across to Mr. Jitendra Bhargav. He's a former executive director with Air India. Mr. Bhargav, thank you very much for joining us. This particular Air India crash will go down in history. It's the deadliest. It's the first time that a Dreamliner 787 has crashed like this. From whatever you can see in this footage, the flight taking off within a minute, it sort of starts descending. Within a minute, we're given to understand the Mayday call was made by the pilot, and then the plane crashes. What do you think could have possibly gone wrong from whatever you've seen in the available footage?
No, it's a very horrific incident. This accident has taken place. We are all very sorry about it. Having worked for Air India, I felt very dejected for the first 2 hours. Did not know how to react to the situation. But the irony has been that it's happened during daytime. You had a captain in the cockpit, commander who had 8,000 plus hours of flying experience. You had an aircraft, Dreamliner, which has a relatively good safety track record. What can possibly go wrong? But rather than hazard a guess or speculate, I'll wait for the formal inquiry involving Boeing as the manufacturer of the aircraft, Dreamliner, which is involved, airline, Air India, and India's regulatory agency, DGCA, to decode the black box, come to a conclusion and say, this is what happened. Because the standard operating procedure in an airline industry is that when an accident takes place, you come to the conclusion, and if any lessons have to be learned, deficiencies, technical deficiency in an aircraft, pilot training, etc., then you try and rectify it. So let's wait for it and say, get on. But except for, of course, for the moment, our heart goes out to the passengers' families and to the people on ground. You see, the tragedy has been that it happened during daytime, but what would have been a beneficial thing happening in daytime was that a pilot could have possibly steered the aircraft to a place which is barren, which had no thing. But the time available to the pilot was so short.
You hardly had any
After
time.
takeoff, a few minutes getting onto an altitude of no more than 700 feet, and then hurtling down at a fixed speed. You can't even control. You can't even dump fuel.
All right.
Because if the fuel had the chance to opportunity to dump fuel, the fire would not have engulfed the aircraft in the way it did. And the survival rate would have been much higher. And of course, we have only one case at the moment, but let's hope there are more people who survived.
I do want to know from you, Mr. Bhargav, there have been reports that it could have been a technical error, some kind of a technical failure, and that could have led to the eventual Mayday call. And the Mayday call happened within a minute of takeoff. In fact, the entire thing happened within a minute of takeoff and then the crash itself. What could possibly be the reason for why and how so quickly the pilot made that Mayday call? Because it indicates that within moments of takeoff, he realized that something was wrong. What could it have been?
Oh, no, certainly not. You see, let's put it this way. If there was a technical fault and somebody had to conclude, because it is not that the Air India will ground the Dreamliner if there is a reason for it. All airline world over operating Dreamliners will have to do it likewise if the Boeing was to issue an advisory. Clearly speaking, we can't jump to a conclusion and say it happened because of a technical fault. Whether it is technical, aircraft defect, or it is maintenance fault, one will only come after the inquiry has been concluded. Let's not jump to conclusion and say, look, the aircraft needs to be grounded, etc. It could be an aircraft war, all right, aircraft manufacturers war to say, let's put it this way. But as an airline man, I would say no, there is no need for grounding of Dreamliners at this stage.
All right, Mr. Bhargav, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Jitendra Bhargav is former executive director with Air India. I want to now open this up to our guests who are joining us. Captain Sam Thomas is a former pilot and president of the Airline Pilots Association of India. Alpa Y.N. Sharma is CEO of Chimes Aviation. Sanjay Lazar, aviation expert and CEO of Avia Labs. And Devendra Padnikar is former cabin crew with Air India. Let me start with you, Captain Sam Thomas. A couple of things stand out. Obviously, within a minute after takeoff, the captain realizes that something's wrong. He issues a Mayday call. The flight barely makes past 5 kilometers, barely makes it to about 600 feet. And from these pictures, it's clear that there was some issue with the liftoff of the flight. He was not able to acquire enough momentum for liftoff. That's why it didn't go up beyond 600 feet. what do you think could have possibly gone wrong?
Good evening, Zaka. First of all, our hearts and prayers with the victims. And at this time, the usual caveat, I or anybody else would not be authoritatively able to tell you what the reasons for this particular crash has happened. However, we understand that the public at large would like to know and get some answers, and that is what we'll try and address at this time. From the visuals that are being played out, it's very difficult to hazard a guess. But within our groups, firstly, there is a somber kind of moment, and nobody is talking to anybody at this time, and it's too early to figure out exactly what has happened without the DFDR data. Having said that, it appears that this airplane is not developing power on both the engines, and that could be, though it's completely under the realms of speculation, that is what at the moment we feel it is.
But how can a flight lose power in both engines? I mean, that's like a 1 in a million chance that both engines fail and fail at the same time.
Yes, it has happened. This is the third occurrence that I can remember during my career of 30 years. If you remember, the Miracle at Hudson, where the airplane lost both its engines due to a bird hit. A flock of birds went into both the engines. And also there was a 777 that landed short of London Heathrow because of fuel contamination. And this is the third time. If our conjecture is correct, then this would be the third time in the history of aviation that it is happening. So there is nothing with regard to machine that we can authoritatively say that it will not fail. And no matter how many redundant systems you have, there have been cases of failures, and this probably appears to be one of them.
Mr. Y.N. Sharma of Chimes Aviation, the Dreamliner, the 787, is arguably one of the safest aircraft in the world in the almost 15 years that it's been in service. And I believe this particular aircraft was drafted into Air India in 2014. So this particular aircraft itself has been in service for more than 10 years. The Dreamliner has not had a single case of an accident. So surely something awfully wrong must have happened with this particular aircraft. Does it raise suspicion that, as the captain said a moment ago, there have been only 3 instances where both engines of an aircraft have failed at the same time?
At the outset, first, let me just express my deep anguish at this unfortunate incident. Now, as my fellow panelist was saying, that the instances which have been reported on this aircraft earlier, where both engines have failed simultaneously, have been clearly attributed to the causes were identified. In one case, it was a flock of birds that flew into both the engines. At the second time, it was fuel contamination. Right now, till the time the data is analyzed, it is absolutely premature to hazard any kind of guess on what could be, the reason here. But it does look as if just after takeoff, the aircraft seems to have lost power and has just descended. And it doesn't look as if it went very far. It looked, as you said, the altitude of Ahmedabad airport is 200 feet. It seems to have recorded a total height of 600, which means that it just attained a height of 400 feet before it started descending.
Correct.
And, it could be, anything is possible. It could be a flock of birds which could have flown in and, incapacitated both the engines. That could be one of the reasons. It could be override to the pilot input. That's also possible. But all these things one would know only after the data recorders are analyzed, and our investigating authorities, which is the Aircraft Investigation Bureau and the DGCA, they do a thorough inquiry and give us the answers that we seek.
Mr. Sanjay Lazar, this was the same flight. It was a Delhi, Ahmedabad, and then after that from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick. So this flight had gone 2 hours from Delhi to Ahmedabad. The crew changed in Ahmedabad. But if there was anything wrong, Would it have been sort of flagged in the previous leg of this flight?
Thanks for having me, Zaka. First of all, my condolences to all the families of the crew, the pilots, the cabin crew, passengers, and of course, the students in the hostel. It's a dark day for Indian aviation and for Air India in particular. When we look at this aircraft, it's flown from Delhi to Ahmedabad, and obviously everything was fine. It's done its mandatory pre-flight checks also. Let's not forget that. There was probably an AME and a ground engineer who would have looked at the aircraft. The pilot in command or the first officer would have done his walk around and checks. So let's understand this was a perfectly fine aircraft. This aircraft is 11 and a half years in service, and one of the newer ones. Like you said in your introduction, the 787 is a very reliable machine and has been, there are more than 1,200 of them flying in the world today.
Yeah.
So when we enter into discussion on this, we shouldn't get into the realm of speculation. The video you've shown is a very telling comment. It obviously means, like Captain Thomas has pointed out, either something catastrophic has happened to both engines, like bird ingestion in both engines, or just mechanical failure or engine failure in both. But what is important is the commander gave a mayday call at 13:59 or 13:39 hours, and there was also an ACAS message, I'm told, but that's not confirmed as yet. But it's very clear that he lost lift, he lost thrust, and it dropped like a stone.
What are the conditions, or what are the scenarios in which an aircraft at the time of takeoff loses lift?
Well, obviously failure of the engine, or some problem with the engine. If birds hit the engine, it would completely seize. So if a flock of vultures or any large type of birds, and Ahmedabad is notorious for a lot of this instances. So it's quite possible. But it's the key thing here is that the aircraft wasn't lifting, and then it just crashed into that hostel building. You saw part of the tail on the roof, and then the aircraft collided. Yeah? It's miraculous that we saw one survivor, and I pray to God there are more, because we need miracles like that. Looking at such a grim situation today.
Before I go to Devendra Padnakar, I think Mr. Lazar made
just one point. Both these pilots were highly experienced pilots.
Exactly.
Okay, Captain Sabharwal was 8,200 hours.
Correct.
The other pilot was 1,100 hours. So that's almost 10,000 hours of flying.
Yeah.
So let's respect that as well. They've tried to manage this. We don't know what happened. We'll get to know after the investigation.
I just want to show you this story of hope, really, the only silver lining of hope amongst the 240 plus who have died. This one gentleman, Ramesh Vishwash Kumar, and I want to go to Devendra Padnakar on this. He was sitting, I believe, on 11A, which is the seat that is closest to the emergency exit. It's the first row of economy. He was traveling with some of his family members. The manifest says, which is different from the boarding pass number. The boarding pass, it says 11A, but the manifest says he was supposed to sit in 11J, and a lady was supposed to sit in 11A. In any case, when the flight took off, he was in the window seat. He was in 11A, the first seat in the economy row. The flight crashes. He's closest to the emergency exit. He jumps out, and then he spoke to some reporters there, and he said, I couldn't see anything. It was just a huge ball of smoke and fire, and there were mangled remains all around me. I got scared. I started running, and then somebody came with an ambulance, and they put me in an ambulance and took me to hospital. A phenomenal story of walking away from the dead, almost cheating death. There were 200 plus others on that same flight, and all of them are dead, Devendra Padnakar, and this man survived. What a story. He will live to tell this tale till the rest of his life.
Yeah, it's indeed a miracle. That would be 1 in a billion that could happen, someone just escaping death like this. But I feel sorry for everyone who's lost their lives, right from the crew members to the cockpit crew to the civilians the plane crashed on, to the passengers who were flying on that aircraft. It is very shocking, till the day when I flew, I was always dreading that something like this should never happen to anybody or the entire world. But today I'm seeing this, and I'm still in shock from the afternoon itself that something like that, and I still can't believe something like that has already happened. And I see a survivor like this who's escaped. He's truly blessed. But I don't know. I'm just short of words of not being able to express how deeply saddened I am with whatever's happened to him.
Can you also sort of understand, and from the pictures that we're seeing, within the first 30 seconds, it takes off till about 600 feet and then immediately starts dropping almost like, somebody threw a big rock from the sky. Clearly, there was no control there. What could have possibly led to this?
Like Captain Thomas said, that there could be endless possibilities that could happen, and we speculating on them is really not, to be considered. But I feel that there is very little chance of anticipation when something like this happens, and it is just seconds where you fall and then you realize that you were amidst a crash, or you're not even there to even express that. So I wouldn't know what exactly happened, but we should wait and we should see what the governing authorities have to, find out about why this crash actually happened, and we come to know more into it.
I also want to see if we can go across to my colleague Arunima. She's just landed at the Ahmedabad airport. Remember, the airport was shut for a couple of hours, in fact more than a couple of hours, from about 2 o'clock till 4 o'clock, and then after which it reopened. So if Arunima is there, we'll try and go across to her. We'll try and get her. But Captain Thomas, what are the various inquiries that will now get audited? Obviously, Boeing will have its own inquiry. I would imagine the DGCA will have that as well. And what would it take to understand what happened on this flight and what led to this crash?
Yeah, Zaka, the most important thing is the investigation now. And Air Accident Investigation Board, that's the AAIB of India, would be involved along with DGCA. And they have a mandate of about 30 days within which they have to give a preliminary report. And the DFDR, CVR, ACARs, all will be analyzed threadbare. And the OEMs, the engine manufacturers, the airframe Boeing, and anybody even remotely connected with the avionics would be a part of this investigation. What we in India sometimes find lacking is the transparency that happens. And that is why we from Alpine India want to reach out to the people and say that we would also like to be a part of this investigation, as we are, quite a few of us are certified investigators, and so that it's not a blame game that happens. A part of investigation is to find out the exact cause and to mitigate that risk so that never in future this particular incident happens. Now, we in India sadly lack qualified investigators, and that could be one of the reasons why a lot of the FAA and NTSB investigators would be called in. And we want the exact report of as it happened with the exact causes to come out, so that the traveling public is made aware of what exactly transpired on this particular flight.
Sanjay Azhar, before we go to Arunima, a quick word. The previous major accidents, air accidents that we've seen here in India, one was, I think, the Kozhikode runway crash. Again, the flight, I believe, overran the runway. Similarly, about more than 10 years ago, there was the Mangalore crash, which was a tabletop runway. Again, it sort of fell off that tabletop runway and into the jungles. But we haven't seen anything of this kind, where a flight is taking off and within a minute or so after takeoff, it just glides down, like you said, drops dead like a rock, and crashes into the ground.
It's in fact the first wide-body aircraft to crash in 40 years in India. The last one we had was 1978, Emperor Ashoka, then the Emperor Kanishka, which was bombed outside our island. So this is really the first wide-body that we've seen. The other two were narrow-body aircrafts that we've had, and in between we've had a few narrow-body Airbus aircrafts, in the late 80s and early 90s. It is shocking, and it's never seen. But I also wanted to point out, you spoke of the survivor being in 11A, and he was actually supposed to be in 11J, and a lady was supposed to be in 11A. The lady tweeted the picture of herself in 11J with the chief minister, ex-chief minister of Gujarat, and probably her last picture, and so obviously they'd interchanged seats. It's so eerie that this would happen. It's something that none of us could ever imagine would happen. It's a scary thought.
Yeah. I want to sort of go back to our guests. I believe Arunima will be patched through in just a minute as well. Mr. Sharma is still with us. So again, Mr. Sharma, taking the story forward, like obviously as Captain Thomas said, they'll have to recover the black box, the voice recording systems, etc., from the debris. Typically, how long do these investigations take? The only other instances we've seen in the case of a Boeing aircraft, at one point the 737 Maxes had to be grounded because of repeated crashes and so on and so forth. But with the 787, like I said, there's never been a crash ever in the 787. Typically, what would it take? A month, 3 months before we know what exactly happened on board AI-171?
The investigation which is done by AIB is a very, very thorough process. They look at each and every aspect. And for certain things, they would require reports, equipment in some cases is sent for testing and you get the reports from there. So the timeline, could be anything from, you could know with the FDR, you could know the most probable cause in the first 30 days itself, or it could take longer. But normally we see that these kind of investigations take, a couple of months before any kind of definitive answer can be given on what could be the cause. As, the captain speaking earlier was saying, these pilots also very experienced people. The pilot in command had 8,000 hours, was an alumni from one of the best flying training schools in the country, GRUA. He's an alumni from there, I believe. So, all these factors will be taken into account. All the data will be analyzed before any kind of a definitive answer would be given to the public on what exactly caused this unfortunate incident to happen.
All right, Mr. Sharma, Captain Thomas, Mr. Lazar, and of course, Mr. Padnikar, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you indeed, as we condole these deaths and join the families in this terrible, terrible hour of grief. Arunima, my colleague, has just landed at the Ahmedabad airport. She's now joining us live. Arunima, what are you seeing around you? Is the airport now back to fully functional? Have the number of flights, the traffic, has it been impacted in any significant way?
So that yes, I've just landed. Telltale signs of the kind of chaos that Ahmedabad airport has seen over the last 6-7 hours is visible. We are in the arrival lounge, mostly empty. I think the first 2 flights have just landed here. But in the departure lounge, while we were coming in, we saw many passengers waiting there. There were huge queues. Many passengers were sitting on the floor. I think the airlines had provided them with food packets considering the delay. Many could not take off because the operationalization of the airport took time. Once the accident or the air crash was reported, I think for about 4 hours the airport was shut. So owing to the delay, there is now a backlog, and that's why in the departure hall there are kids, there are elderlies, and there are other normal-aged passengers, middle-aged passengers who are still waiting. I could also see a lot more CISF officials on duty here, trying to ensure that the VIP movement that is happening. A number of VIPs have also landed. Home Minister Amit Shah is here. Also, Civil Aviation Minister has landed. So outside too, in fact, our vehicle is unable to get to the airport area because outside the airport and the crash site is not very far. There's a huge traffic jam outside of the airport as well, as we are told.
Did you get a chance to sort of speak to people there who've just landed? Obviously, everybody's heard about this news. This has been the only story since about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On the flight from Delhi to Ahmedabad too, this must have been the topic of conversation. What were people saying about this unfortunate tragedy?
So I was on a Boeing flight as well. Boeing flight is the one that has crashed. So there was a lot of sense of anxiety, especially when the security announcements were being made by the crew. It was routine announcement, but in terms of emergency, what is it that you should do? Everybody, this time around, most people around me were listening to the crew with a lot of attention. Nobody was looking at their mobile. Nobody was looking out of the window. They were paying attention, especially at the part where they said, what should you do? And we are told at least one passenger managed to jump out of the emergency door and survive. So I think that security announcement helped. Second is when the flight landed here at Ahmedabad, we saw some people clapping. Most passengers here are people who belong to Ahmedabad or who speak Gujarati. So there were some Gujarati greetings that were exchanged. Some people clapped. Many called up their loved ones, and I can tell you, the crew members also, when I chit-chatted with them, they told me that for their family members, it has been a very, very anxious last 5-6 hours. They were still on duty. When we took off from Delhi, it was not clear whether the flight will land or not because the Ahmedabad airport was not operational. But finally, when the green signal was received, the crew and their family members too spent some anxious moments before they finally touched down in Ahmedabad safe.
All right, Arunima, we'll leave it at that. Before we go back to other guests who will be joining us in the latter part of this program, I also want to bring you up to speed with the timeline. First, show you that video. It's a matter of just 30 seconds. After it is airborne, after it is nose up, as they say, once the flight is up in the air, once it's nose up, it's just a matter of 30 seconds. It just comes gliding down, almost like somebody dropped a giant rock from the skies. And then at 1:39, within a minute of takeoff, it crashes onto this hostel building. It's attached to a medical institution. There were undergraduate medical students who were there, who had gathered there for lunch. It was lunchtime at 1:39 in the afternoon this afternoon, and it crashes into this building. So there are fatalities, not just of the people who were on board, other than one person who miraculously managed to survive. There is also, I'm afraid, a large number of fatalities on the ground. About 30 bodies from the ground, people who were on the ground, have been shifted to the hospital as well. 30 people have been taken to hospital, some of them in grievous injury. It is really a matter of concern because investigators will be probing this for days, for months now, to find out what is it that led to such a crash, because it's so dramatic. It's not like this flight was mid-air for an hour or a couple of hours, or that it was something that happened at the time of landing. This is within a minute of takeoff for the captain to send a SOS message or a mayday call to the ATC. No communication then between the ATC and the captain of the flight. And despite the fact that, this is an aircraft which has a stellar record of safety. There's not been a single instance of an air crash involving a Dreamliner 787. This is the very first one. And if you look at that, once the flight takes off, within 30 seconds after its nose up, it just comes crashing down. One of the things that people have pointed to after looking at this footage 2 or 3 times is that the landing gear has not been drawn in. It is still out. I don't know. I'm not an expert, so I don't know if that is a particular cause of concern. Let's try and ask Captain Sam Thomas that. He's a former pilot and the president of the Airline Pilot Association of India. The fact that the landing gear has not gone in, Angad Singh is also joining us, aviation expert. Would you make much of that, Captain Thomas?
Oh, well, it appears that there is a startle effect on whatever has happened. And this is very common that the moment you notice something that is not normal, your complete attention is shifted towards that. And that is the reason he might have not called for. Now, this is speculation, all speculation, I must put it up. There is a good reason that he would be attending to the engine emergency or any emergency that has come up and not elected to take the gear up. Now, if from what I can see, if he's having a loss of thrust on both engines, it would not be a wise thing to put up that landing gear up. Having said that, this is I'm looking at this video clip, which is limited information, and giving you my assessment on that.
Angad, the fact that, and I was speaking about this in the previous half hour of this conversation as well, some of the major accidents that we've had, air accidents here in India, usually involve planes going off the runway, skidding off the runway. The Kozhikode instance, the Mangalore instance, it was a tabletop runway. The plane literally fell off that tabletop runway. But this is the first instance I can think of where at the time of takeoff, and that too within a short span, within a minute of takeoff, there's a mayday call and the flight just comes crashing down. What do you think possibly went wrong?
I think it's clear that this aircraft lost thrust on both engines. Now, what specifically caused that is much more difficult to say. One point of speculation, for example, has been birds. not too dissimilar from the accident on the Hudson that we saw all those years ago. But normally when that happens, the engines will trail debris, smoke, and so on. And there's no real trail from these engines from what is admittedly a very grainy, low-resolution video. So it may not have been birds. And I think given the sort of expected actions of a pilot in such an emergency, it may well be that this engine emergency took place after decision speed, after what they call V1, where the aircraft and the aircrew are committed to taking off regardless of what goes wrong. And it may have been anything from a mechanical fault to bird ingestion.
But couldn't he have aborted the takeoff if he did? Because I mean, within a minute of takeoff, or within 30 seconds of takeoff, the SOS call, the Mayday call was made, and the flight crashes. So what happened in those 30 seconds that he couldn't abort the takeoff?
As a general rule, once you cross decision speed, it's called decision speed because that is the point at which you decide whether you're committed to taking off or not. Once you're faster than that speed, you don't change your decision. And in this case, if they decided to take off, there was no chance that they were going to do anything differently. And frankly, at those speeds, if it had speed to rotate and get airborne, even if they had tried to set down again on the runway, what was left of the runway, I suspect, and again to echo Captain Thomas's remark, again, this is pure speculation, but losing both engines at this phase of flight, it ends badly almost no matter what you do, no matter what the pilots do. It's just incredibly unfortunate.
Captain Malik is also joining us. He's a charter airline pilot. Captain Malik, from whatever you've seen of this video footage, within a minute of takeoff, in fact, within about barely 30-35 seconds after its nose up, it comes crashing down. Both our previous speakers saying that clearly both the engines lost thrust. I mean, both the engines malfunctioned. Otherwise, he could have survived, at least landed it in a slightly safer place, maybe in an open field, even if one engine was working. But the fact that both engines failed at the same time, which is a 1 in a million chance of such a thing happening, what do you think led to that?
See, I very much agree with by both fellows. They said it right that incident had happened because of the engine lost the power. Because we can see at the time of the takeoff, the aircraft gained the right power till it's reached, I think, 300 feet height from the runway. And suddenly it's just sink towards of the incident place, and we can see it that it's something from the tail attack also, because this plane had took something on the left, from the left also. It was not on the straight gliding, descending path. So might be we can say this is the absolutely we can say this is the loss of both of engine lost the power, and it did happen. We can assume it right now, but the rest of things it will become after the investigation what exactly had happened with the aircraft and inside the cockpit.
All right, Mr. Mirza Faizan is also an aviation expert. He apparently worked on the design and development of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. The fact that this was an aircraft which had a stellar record, not a single known crash of the 787 Dreamliner until today, how does our understanding of what went wrong today change given these developments?
So, Zaka, yes, Boeing 787 is a stellar safety record. It's a pretty impressive bird. There's not one event which leads to an air crash. There's a series of events always which leads to a plane crash or a disaster of this scale. So there's a lot of things which we have, which is a subject of investigation. The fuel system, right? The maintenance of the fuel system. I mean, there could be a lot of reason why the engine lost power. There could be a bird strike. There could be foreign object intake and on its takeoff roll. There could be fuel malfunction in the fuel system. That could also be one of the problems. So once the investigation starts, the entire maintenance log since the day one this aircraft enter into service has to be properly investigated to
What
find
do you
out.
mean by malfunctioning of the fuel system? Why would that lead to a crash? If a layman is watching this program, and I'm sure a lot of them are, why would the malfunctioning of the fuel system, what's the connection between that and the engines losing power?
All right, so in this phase of a flight, when an aircraft is needing maximum thrust, maximum power from the engine, keep in mind that the aircraft is also gulping down maximum amount of fuel. So if the fuel system, which is pumping the fuel from the fuel tanks, which is probably in the engine and its belly, to the engine, if that malfunctions, there's a very high probability that the engine may burn out. Now, since both the engine burn out at the same time, which is a very remote possibility, right? There must be some integrated cause which impacted both the engines at the same time, right? So fuel system could be one of that.
What other cause could be there?
As I said, bird strike, which happened when Captain Sully landed his plane in the Hudson in 2009. I just seen for the first time, I've seen the video of this this aircraft crashing from the time it took off on your channel.
Yeah, let's play that video again, yeah.
Yeah.
As you're speaking, yeah.
So I do not see that there is a possibility of a bird hit. Reason being, when the bird is sucked into the engine of an aircraft, the engine is deprived of right amount of oxygen, and it starts to sputter. It starts to give short blast, black smoke from its exhaust, which I cannot see in this situation. So bird hit is definitely not something I will speculate on at this point of time, right? Fuel system might look one. Sometime it might happen. Now this video is from a different angle. Sometime when the pitch is too much, the aircraft is deprived of fuel as well. But I do not see that the pitch is also very abnormal at this point of time. So the malfunction of the fuel system is one thing. I will put my
Captain Thomas was referring to this. I think in the 3 instances that you recounted where both engines malfunctioned at the same time, I think you said one of them, obviously the Sully example, was the bird hit, the famous one where he flew into the Hudson River. But the second example you cited, Captain Thomas, was of contaminated fuel system.
That's correct. That happened with British Airways, if I'm not mistaken. It was a 777 airplane. And there is a phenomenon called cold soaking that happens, and that somehow will affect the fuel system. And now again, the caveat at all times about the speculative part. Even I do not believe that this airplane has suffered a bird hit. Secondly, the engines of these airplanes are not the same as the one that Captain Sully faced during that. The Hudson issue. And secondly, we've operated out of Ahmedabad several times, and the birds that come not during the migratory season but at the normal times like it is now are not sufficiently big enough to cause any major damage to a 787 engine, and let alone both of those engines. So
no, and also I would imagine it can't be just one bird. It has to be a flock of birds. And from whatever we've seen this visual, we've zoomed in and stuff. We can't see any flock of birds around the time of takeoff. Again, admittedly, this is CCTV footage. It's being recorded from somewhere inside the airport compound itself. It's a little grainy. It's not necessarily a high resolution image or high resolution video, but it doesn't seem like. Nowhere in this video can I see any kind of flock of birds.
And when you hit birds, there is a telltale sign from the engine if it has had this catastrophic kind of failure. And the fact that he has given a mayday call, there has been a significant failure. And there have been questions of why there was no communication after that. You must understand that this is VHF communication. Once the aircraft loses altitude, it would be difficult because it's a line of sight communication. and it would be difficult for the air traffic control to get in touch with the airplane or vice versa.
So, Angad, if indeed there was some kind of fuel system issue, and this was the same flight which went from Delhi to Ahmedabad, and then the next leg of the flight was Ahmedabad-London, how come they didn't detect this, or these red flags were not raised in the previous leg of this flight?
I mean, again, with the caveat that this is entirely speculation, these issues, they don't manifest immediately. They don't manifest all of a sudden. They take time to show up. I mean, for example, if it's debris blocking a filter or damaging a fuel pump, it doesn't catastrophically seize right away. In fact, it could take precisely that amount of time, a Delhi to Ahmedabad flight, for the fuel system contamination to sort of take hold. And then I think one of my panelists already mentioned this. Takeoff is the regime in which the engines are sucking down the most amount of fuel, and so for that small issue in the fuel system, whether it's a filter or a pump or whatever, takeoff is actually the likeliest time that it would manifest itself. But again, I mean, at this point, it's losing the fuel system on two engines on a modern aircraft which are designed to be redundant is highly unusual. I have to admit, I'm not intimately familiar with the 787's fuel system, so I don't know if there are any single points of failure. But yeah, losing systems, safety critical systems in today's age of certification would be very unusual.
And also, I would imagine, while this aircraft was being turned around after it landed, after it completed the first leg, and while it was being turned around, there would have been requisite maintenance, and the engineers would have checked it. Again, this was not picked up while it was on ground in Ahmedabad before it was turned around for the London leg?
Unless a specific issue is reported, turnaround servicing, turnaround maintenance is not that intensive. I mean, it's not. You wouldn't go into the fuel system, for example, on a turnaround. Unless the aircrew on the incoming flight specifically flagged an issue for maintenance, I don't think the fuel system would be looked at to that extent.
If Mr. Faizan is there, and I can go back to him, all right, we'll go back to him in a moment. Captain Malik, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, if this was not a bird hit, and again, I'm just from whatever I can see on the footage, I'm not an expert. I don't visibly see any flock of birds, when this flight is taking off. If it's a fuel system issue, again, the question that is top of mind is how come the previous leg of this flight did not detect that? Again, how come the ground engineers who would have serviced this and maintained this to turn it around for the next leg, and it's a long leg. I mean, surely there would have been some degree of refueling there as well, because you would need much more fuel for an 8-hour, 9-hour flight to London as opposed to a 2-hour flight between Delhi and Ahmedabad. How come no one picked this issue? Because it's happened within seconds of takeoff. So the issue, whatever it may have been, did not develop in that 30 seconds while it was on the runway and taking off.
Yeah. See, I'm not agree with Mr. Faizan's what he question he raised about the fuel system, because the aircraft is not. It was its first flight from the Ahmedabad. It came from Delhi to Ahmedabad. It had happened, and it somewhere is the problem with the fuel system. It may be happen in the way from Delhi to Ahmedabad. It could maybe happen in the mid-air also. And I'm telling you very clearly that the fuel system of the 787, it's a four calibration fuel supplying system inside this aircraft, which is one is not working, then other is automatically start working. So it is not, this possibility is not possible that there is a fault with the fuel system. First of all, clear. Secondly, my fellow is he's right that there is no but we could not see in the video also that it's not a migratory system also. Even it's in very low flying right now. If it is on the 1,000 feet or maybe 800 feet or 700 feet, then we can say some bird may be hit to this engine. But in the very early after the takeoff of the aircraft, suddenly aircraft lose the power. So we can say somewhere in the local weather around the runway might suddenly sudden change in the weather and the losing of this both of engine, it might had happened
Okay.
in my observation.
Mr. Faizan, I'll give you the last word, a minute. Again, you know, the hypothesis that you put forth, again, all of us are speculating here. But the idea that it would have been some kind of fuel contamination, a fuel system contamination, how come it didn't get picked up in the previous leg of the flight from Delhi to Ahmedabad?
So it does not work like that. You know, if there is an issue in a system, it could have been picked up in the previous flight, and going with that hypothesis, every plane has to crash if there's an issue in its first flight, right? It does not work like that. How it works is like every flight, every takeoff, every landing add to stress, and then that stress on the system accumulates, and it results in a chain reaction, which keeps on impacting some other systems. This leads to crash. There have been instances where maintenance done 6 years ago led to a plane crash after 6 years, right? So there are incidents like that. But I agree with all of you here that we are all speculating. You know, we don't know what has happened. So yeah.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Like I said, you know, our thoughts and prayers with the families of the victims who died. There's been just one miraculous survivor that we know of. All the others on board are feared dead. Thank you very much for tuning into this coverage. But on the other side, my colleague Rahul will take this forward.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
I can assure you that Indian aviation is probably one of the safest in the world. We have all the protocols in place. Our DGCA is very robust and effective, and to find, to pick holes into our ability to manage Indian aviation would be very unfair. And I always say this, and I repeat, that aviation is either 100% or zero. There's nothing like 99.9% in aviation. And therefore, in this case also, look at the aircraft. It arrived from Ahmedabad from Delhi. Obviously, it flew without any issue. And to take a 9.5-hour journey from Ahmedabad to London, obviously the pilots would have done all the pre-flight checks. And no pilot is foolish enough to take off if he is not satisfied. The captain per se in this aircraft would have also had thousands and thousands of hours of command. And a 787 and today's aircraft per se are very robust, fail-safe. They have many backup systems. And to really think what went wrong, I would be hazarding a guess, which would not be fair. But the point here is the aircraft did go on a takeoff roll, and between the time the wheels went up and the time it crashed, probably the time frame would have been almost only about 60 seconds or so, because you can't go to 800 feet and crash, and it will be within the time span is only 60 seconds. Now, he's already given a mayday call. Now, I don't know what exactly went wrong. It will be, again, hazarding a guess, which would be unfair. The only thing which can be ascertained is now, since the aircraft has fallen just a few hundred meters from the airport and in the BJ Medical Complex, therefore, to retrieve the black box and the other equipment would be also, quite simple. We would be able to ascertain only after that. Let me tell you one more thing. In today's aircraft, they are very sophisticated. All the parameters of an aircraft, right? Every single second the aircraft is in the air, all the parameters are recorded, not only by the aircraft, but they are also transmitted to a central command, real time, of the airline itself. So if there is, when an aircraft does a flight, there is a way to ascertain every single parameter during whatever the duration of the flight. So if anything would have gone wrong, prior to this flight, or which may have escaped the attention of anybody, I'm sure this will be retrieved in no time once the equipment is found.
Now, Mr. Patel, just to go back in time, because this fleet, the Dreamliner, very, very safe. I think from what the experts are saying, and I only have them to sort of lean on for facts, they've said that this is the first time a Dreamliner has actually crashed anywhere in the world. Now, most of these Dreamliners were purchased, I suppose, about 10, 12, 15 years back by Air India when it was still government owned. Obviously, there would have been a huge procedure that must have unfurled within government to select the plane. There would have been due diligence. There would have been all sorts of studies that would have been conducted.
Well, most certainly. I mean, first, the procedure itself in government is a very robust procedure. Goes through several layers. And ultimately, the basic selection of aircraft is done only on technical parameters. Because, the airline, requires a certain type of aircraft for certain, lengths of the flights. You want to go to the US, you want to go to the European countries, or to, 8-hour flights, 12-hour flights, and so on. And the kind of configuration you want. Let me also tell you that the Dreamliner, at the time it was ordered, was one of the most sophisticated, advanced fly-by-wire aircraft which was going to be produced. And it was ordered by...
Viewers, the footage makes the heart sink. In 30 seconds, it was all over. You can see those pictures, all over for 242 passengers on AI-171, barring one miracle survivor, as the plane crashed into a medical college located in its flight path just beyond the perimeter of the Ahmedabad airport, viewers. One of the biggest tragedies in the country. The plane lost lift catastrophically. Its landing gear hadn't even been retracted, and you can see that, viewers. It was laden with fuel as it was preparing for a long haul to London Gatwick. It was a firebomb, virtually, waiting to go off. It was just a 13-year-old aircraft, so ordinarily it shouldn't have suffered the catastrophic failures it has. The only silver lining, as I told you, was the news of a survivor emerging from the wreckage. Literally a walking miracle. There you can see him. The survivor was a man, or is a man called Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, a British national who was returning to London. He was seated on 11A. He recounted that he was surrounded by fire and smoke and can't believe he is alive. Judging by the ball of flames, even we can't believe that someone survived this inferno. You can see those pictures. I want to go back to those pictures. There are two visuals of that crash. One, of course, is this entire sequence from takeoff to crash, which makes the heart sink and the stomach churn. And there is another one, caught from a distance, from a different angle. There it is, viewers. Mid-flight, and the plane comes down. Now, Vishwanath Ramesh, as I told you, is lucky to be alive. He's lucky to be alive. And, viewers, I have to say that if it's a silver lining, news of a survivor emerging from the wreckage, then I have to say, viewers, that the others shouldn't actually have died. Let me tell you, this tragedy could have been averted. Red flags have been raised, not once, but repeatedly. And in my hand, viewers, are the instances. The DGCA that comes under the central government has flagged numerous issues with Air India through show cause notices, but never got adequately satisfactory responses. That is what the DGCA has said on numerous occasions. If this is the case, Why did the DGCA give such a long rope to Air India? These are questions the DGCA must answer. The Tata Group, the DGCA needs to come out and explain. At one point, for example, the DGCA said and flagged, quote, instances of unauthorized entry into the aircraft cockpit have been reported to the DGCA in the recent past, wherein persons having no authority or purpose were permitted entry into cockpit, unquote. This is a serious breach. But more than this, there were show cause notices for risky flight safety. Viewers, there are many instances, and these instances begin from June 2022 when Tata took over Air India. Now viewers, the Tata Group came with a halo. It emphasized the fact that Tata was the one that was taking over Air India. Why? Because there's a certain brand resonance. There's a certain trust factor associated with the Tata brand. Viewers, did the Tatas squander that trust? Did they barter it for profitability? I don't know. I can only tell you the instances when it appears that it has been quite lax on the issue of safety. On January 2025, it was fined 30 lakhs for allowing a pilot to fly without completing mandatory takeoffs and landings. How could you do that, viewers? The Tata brand stands for something. How could they cut a corner such as this? The DGCA once said, quote, instances of unauthorized entry into aircraft cockpit have been reported to DGCA in the recent past, wherein persons having no authority or purpose were permitted entry into the cockpit. Air India pilots raise alarms over extended duty hours, with unions, ICPA and IPG alleging safety compromises and regulatory violations. All of this has happened. They seek immediate action to halt the coercion for extended flight duty time limitations, FTTL that is, and uphold aviation safety standards. The point is that to make Air India profitable, we are being told corners were being cut regularly. Maintenance crews were cut back. I'm not saying that these issues are directly linked to what happened tonight or earlier today, but I'm saying that there were problems in the manner in which Air India has been running its business, potentially taking its duties casually. And that's the problem. Trust is of utmost importance in this business. Did the Tata Group barter that for profitability? That's the question I'm going to be repeatedly asking. And viewers, if this was the track record, if the DGCA itself was not satisfied as it maintains on its own, and let me read out something to you, viewers, from another part of this report that I have. It said, in May 2024, the DGCA issued a show cause notice after 2 long-haul flights left passengers in stifling cabins without proper air conditioning. The notice stated the airline was time and again failing to take due care of its passengers, unquote. It is just a mentality. And the DGCA, if it found that the airline was so constantly in breach of its own standards, why didn't it do something about it? There's also something else. A whistleblower had urged the maker of the Air India Dreamline plane, Boeing, to ground the fleet. Boeing engineer Salepur urged maker to ground every 787 Dreamliner, flagging risk of premature failure. Salepur claimed manufacturing giant took shortcuts to reduce production bottlenecks while making the 787. He also came out with a complaint that read, gaps in separately manufactured fuselage sections faulty, reduces durability, raises the risk of a catastrophic failure. I'm not saying that happened earlier today, but between 21 and 2023, the Federal Aviation Administration of America and Boeing paused deliveries of the new Dreamliners to investigate the issue. Boeing later stated it had updated its manufacturing process and deliveries eventually resumed. Did Air India do its due diligence with Boeing? How did it satisfy itself that Boeing has taken care of the problem? What was the nature of this due diligence? Because in just this year, there have been 6 incidents involving the 787. This is the sixth aircraft incident in 2025 involving a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Washington-bound Boeing 7878 Dreamliner made an emergency landing in Lagos after declaring a mid-air emergency. September 2024, an Air India Boeing 787-800 passenger plane en route from Delhi to Birmingham made a precautionary landing in Moscow due to technical issues. There was another problem. Between an Air India plane, Dreamliner, Delhi to SF, made a precautionary landing in Siberia. Why? Because the crew detected a potential issue in the cargo hold. May 2024, Boeing warned airlines flying its 787 Dreamliner model to inspect certain switches in the cockpit after a New Zealand-bound LATAM plane dropped violently mid-flight, injuring several passengers. You might even remember that incident. There's also the Turkish angle, viewers. Air India had signed an agreement with Turkish Technic for the maintenance of its wide-body aircraft. After Operation Sindoor, this was reviewed, or the contract is under review. I don't know the exact status. I'm not saying at all, viewers, that it did this so deliberately. But viewers, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, specifically aimed at arriving at a conclusion: could this have been prevented? With greater care from both the DGCA and Tata. Today, the Tata Group has expressed regret. But is it nearly enough, viewers? Noel Tata, chairman of Tata Trust, said he's deeply saddened by the tragic accident involving Air India Flight 171. Heart-wrenching incident has brought immense grief to countless families. Our thoughts are with all those who have lost their loved ones, and our heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families, and stand in solidarity with them during this unimaginable time, unquote. What won't go unnoticed is that the crash has taken place within days of Boeing settling a case with US Department of Justice. Two major crashes that were due to faults on Boeing new 737 MAX model. Nothing to do with this aircraft, viewers. In Indonesia and Ethiopia in 2018 and 2019, those are the two cases. Last month, Boeing paid off $1.1 billion in a deal with the US Department of Justice to avoid prosecution over the two crashes. Lawyers for some of the victim families call the payoff deal morally repugnant. Now, viewers, some questions need to be asked. We can't simply put this down to misfortune. We can't simply put this down to an awful constellation of consequences. No, viewers. We still don't have the report, but far too many lives have been lost on the ground and in the aircraft. And I want to open this up. We have with us M.R. Sivaraman, former DGCA, KVG Rao, former cabin crew, Air India, Captain Amit Singh, founder of Safety Matters Foundation, Devesh Agarwal, aviation expert, Parvez Damania. All of these people are very well known. Suhail Seth will also be there with us in just a few moments. But I want to first begin asking some very straightforward questions. And I want to begin with former DGCA, KVG Rao, former cabin crew, Air India also. Now, Captain Amit Singh, are you there with us? Okay, why is he not there? Let's get him on because it's important. Mr. Sivaraman, former DGCA, what do you make of the incident today? What do you make of it?
It is very difficult to come to any conclusion right now or even make a guess. Normally, when an aircraft is cleared for takeoff, it is cleared with respect to all its parameters, without which no pilot of the experience of this gentleman who took command of the aircraft would have accepted to fly the aircraft. And moreover, this aircraft has been flying for the past 11 to 12 years. And all its defects, deficiencies, everything might have been noted, and they would be on record for the DGCA to investigate them properly. Of course, now it's too late to take any remedial action in respect to the aircraft, but of course, it would be visible in regard to the action taken if there had been any deficiency reported by the pilot. In this particular case, the aircraft took off properly. That means the aircraft had developed full thrust on both its engines. But as it reached a height of 600 feet above the airport level, suddenly it had lost lift and the aircraft simply fell. One can see it very clearly that it was floating and it just fell. That means it lost all its lift, which could happen only on, as far as I know, only in two cases. One, both the engines have failed, or the entire lift mechanism of the aircraft, the stabilizer, the ailerons, everything failed. Now that cannot happen unless there has been a catastrophic negligence in regard
catastrophical, you say, catastrophic negligence, but it could have been a catastrophic failure, and this has been flagged by a former Boeing engineer, Mr. Salepur. You know this case. We all know this case. It was flagged last year.
Yeah, I know.
He warned. He said, ground these flights, ground these planes. Yet we were told by Boeing that everything has been sorted out.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, sir, but there is somebody who needs to put their hands up and tell us on what basis did they believe that Boeing had rectified the issue. We don't know. Maybe this is exactly the foreboding this gentleman had.
That's correct.
Yes. Lives have been lost.
What I'm trying to
we
say
owe them an explanation.
That the Boeing aircraft is such a giant corporation having influence all over the world, including the governments to which they supply aircraft or to the countries which they supply aircraft, and they get away with paying fines. In fact, they should have been prosecuted, and they were not prosecuted. The Boeing chief was not prosecuted. They got away with fines.
Yeah, they paid blood money to the Department of Justice, the US Department of Justice. They paid $1.1 billion. They paid blood money. I mean, hundreds of people died in those crashes in 2018 and 2019 when a 737 MAX model in Indonesia and Ethiopia crashed, just because they were lives that perhaps in the rarefied environs were not European lives or US lives or whatever it is. It didn't matter. You could just pay money, insulate yourself from the blowback, from the law.
And get away with it.
Shocking.
See, in my time when I was DGCA, one Boeing 747 aircraft lost one engine, a whole engine fell near Palam airport, and the aircraft crash landed, and it was burning when I reached the aircraft at that particular point of time. When we reported this matter, we found, due to our investigations, we found the bolt which held the engines, they were very weak. Ultimately, the Boeing rectified it and they got away with it. These are giant companies. What can we do? At the most, we can say, okay, we will not buy any more Boeing aircraft. That is one decision the country can take. The government can take, the airlines can take. Secondly, the point that you have mentioned in your introduction, that several notices were given to the Tata Airlines, and they are not complied with the DGCA's instructions. That's a very sorry state of affairs. I am afraid if I had been DGCA, I would have given them notice so that I would withdraw their license to fly. That should have been the step taken by the DGCA. If so many of their notices had not been complied with the company,
there's a problem here. Parvez Damania, there is a problem here. You know, you've been part of the airline industry for a very long time. I am shocked. Parvez Damania, you've been you've been executive director of Kingfisher Airlines. I'm shocked that the DGCA has complained on numerous occasions, fined Air India. I'm talking about a culture here of laxity.
DGCA is a very firm body. They're very strict. I know Shivaraman sir very well, and they would take action against any airline that would not fall in line. I am surprised that they've given so much leverage to Air India and Tatas, which is quite surprising to me. And this is a very hard lesson, a very bitter pill to swallow. These people have died, so many lives have been lost, and no amount of money can compensate the situation. As far as Boeing you are talking, now the problem for the world is there are only two manufacturers left, Boeing and Airbus. So you have to choose between the two. Today, any airline in the world cannot ignore Boeing completely. There has to be some amount of competition, there's some amount of strategy. So airlines are forced to buy Boeing or Airbus. So a lot of people end up buying Boeing, and that is the reality of the situation there is. Now, I heard what you said, but I am very shocked to understand that the Tata Group, with such high moral standards, are behaving in this manner. This cannot be excused. And this is a very, very, very expensive wake-up call.
So in the interest of balance, let's not jump to conclusions. Let me pull myself back, viewers, because it's easy today to go on a witch hunt without the facts, without the absolute facts. We only have conjectures. We only have past precedent. Has that resulted in the incident that we are seeing today? One survivor miraculously has escaped this absolute ball of fire.
I'm switching over to the other line.
Okay, just 1 second. Stay on with me. I just want to bring in Mr. Devesh Agarwal. He's an aviation expert also. Mr. Agarwal, look, what could have resulted in what we just remove these pictures of Mr. Shah and put this thing of the pictures of the plane. Yes, let's have a look at that. That's important, viewers. This is very, very important. What we're seeing is a takeoff, and within 30 seconds or so, the plane is down. Mr. Agarwal, what do you make of this? What could have happened? What could have happened to this plane? I think you're on mute, sir. Yeah, please unmute yourself. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. I can't still hear you. You're on mute. I don't know what happened between the afternoon and today, because we were hearing you very clearly and you made so much sense. He's still on mute. I don't know. Okay, let's try to come back to you, but let me bring in Wing Commander Sudhakaran. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, you've been a pilot. What do you make of this? What do you think has happened? Some people are saying that the flaps of the airliner weren't opened to a particular degree, etc., etc. Everyone's become an expert. What do you think is happening?
To begin with, I'm not a pilot.
My mistake, sir.
I'm a nautical engineer. So I'm qualified on avionics, not a pilot. But having said that, having served in the Air Force and having been around the aircrafts and seen enough accidents, see, any accident, the primary cause is generally assessed through what is called as the Swiss cheese model. And that has been brought out by many experts. It's not one reason which leads to an aircraft accident. It never happens. It is a layer of cheese which gets aligned, and all these holes, when it gets aligned, that's when that perfect accident happens. And unfortunately, today was one of the day, and my heart goes out to people who lost their lives. I stand with the families today. But you know, if you try and assess, there is one thing that is very clear here. There is something that is catastrophically failed.
Okay, something catastrophically wrong. Okay, let me bring in now Devesh Agarwal, if I can hear him. Devesh Agarwal, what do you make of this?
Okay, Rahul, if you see the video with the audio on, you can hear engine sounds. So, you know, the thoughts of people saying that there's a sudden loss of power. Actually, there seems to be a sudden loss of lift. Now, that could happen for a variety of reasons, including an engine failing. But the thing is, these GE engines, the Gen X engines, are, you know, from a family of GE engines that are over 30 years old, and they have got a solid reputation. In fact, you were mentioning the flight which was from Delhi to San Francisco, which had to divert to Russia. It was a 777, and all 777s are powered by GE 90 engines. And these are the engines that have proven so reliable that earlier, when aircraft used to fly, they had to be within 60 minutes of an airport for diversion. Today, that time frame has shifted to 6 hours, which permits these, you know, flights of Air India over deep parts of Russia where there is no airport nearby, purely based on the reliability of that engine. Now, and just a small piece of information, any aircraft has to certify, it has to prove that it can take off at its maximum takeoff weight, full of fuel, full of equivalent of passengers, the maximum specified takeoff weight of the aircraft as specified by the manufacturer. It has to prove that it can take off with one engine failed. If you go to YouTube and just see, Airbus has to do it, Boeing has to do it, Embraer has to do it, Comac has to do it. You know, we talk about Russia, MC-21. There are now 5 different manufacturers. All of them have to prove that their aircraft can fly with one engine, or rather take off with full weight with one engine. So here, it exactly as one of our panelists from the Air Force saying it's a Swiss cheese model. No accident is a result of a single cause. It is always a series of slices of cheese where the holes line up and mistake after mistake after mistake. Now that mistake could be human, it could be weather, it could be technical, it could be mechanical. This particular
clearly,
aircraft,
what do you mean weather? Because it's a clear day. The visibility is great.
Well,
there are no surface winds.
No, that's the thing. You could have. I don't see that as much of a possibility, but you can see the aircraft is taking off at an angle. What is the crosswind element there? Was there a microburst, which is called wind shear? These are things that will come out, and which is why I urge people, please let us not speculate. Let us wait for some kind of preliminary report. I'm very, very sure that the accident investigators from India's AAIB, because they will be assisted by the US NTSB, by Boeing, by GE, by Air India, by AAI. There will be a big investigation team, and it will come out. So we just have to hold on for a little while and let's avoid speculation, because honestly, I feel we do disservice.
No, but we're also looking at a pathology here. We have to look at the pathology. Look, yes, of course we have to wait. No one is foolish enough to think that the pilot would want to fly an aircraft that is compromised in any which way. No one is suggesting for a moment that Tata willingly has put passengers in jeopardy by flying this aircraft because it knew something but decided not to act upon it. I'm not getting there. I'm not talking about that kind of culpability, but I'm talking about a laxity, a lax approach towards passenger and air travel, passenger safety and air travel, and there has been enough of a history. And the DGCA, look, I don't know about the DGCA, but the little experience I've had covering news for a while now, I have noticed that the DGCA, some people here say they take a lot of action, etc., but I've also seen when certain things have been permitted, which should not have been permitted. We've seen this in the past.
Rahul, if I may, Air India, at least the aircraft may not have been maintained internally, kept clean, things were breaking, things like that. I can understand that. But Air India engineering, they have a very strong reputation.
Okay, look, I mean,
let me just 5 seconds, 5 seconds. They have a reputation of sending out airworthy aircraft. You see, Air India flights are not this thing. You talk about diversions and all. Hey, that happens so regularly.
Okay. Let me bring in KVG Rao. He's been a part of Air India before. Mr. Rao, tell me, Air India is above blame because their brand, their values are unimpeachable. That's the sense I'm getting on this panel. Would you agree with that?
Firstly, Rahul, my heart goes out to the people whose lives are lost. Having said that, Air India always had a very bad track record of flight safety. I have been flagging the flight safety violations since the year 2008. And there are innumerable, like I can tell you around lakhs of flights have flown illegally and contrary to rules. I'm not getting into that now. Air India got privatized under the Tatas. After the Tatas, also the culture didn't change in Air India. Profit took over the thing. I'll give you a simple example, Rahul. This is a DGCA report in July 2023. They conducted a surprise raid on the Air India, and they found that the checklists were physically signed by an auditor from CMS department, which does not fall under the approval and inspection scope of DGCA. But till today, nothing has happened to that officer. She has got promotions. She has risen from GM to director and finds her way always into the flight safety department. The DGCA has been the most lackadaisical organization that I have seen from 2008. I have filed numerous writ petitions in the Bombay High Court and the Delhi High Court. Unfortunately, the courts, there are delay in the courts, it's happening. I have documented at least 1 lakh violations from 2018 to 2014. Now we come to know that in 2017, when we filed a writ petition before the Delhi High Court, that DGCA did not have the powers to make those rules also. So DGCA was actually fudging reports. And our worst sector was the India-Australia operations. Flights were operated despite a report given saying that if you operate in the manner that you are operating, the flight safety risk is 25 times the permissible limit. And it is their own report. It is not my report. But the DGCA has been sleeping over it.
Why? Why do you think?
There is a quid pro quo. If you want me to be very honest with you, it's a quid pro quo. It's as simple as that. I have not won. Here I have DGCA saying that medical reports are forged.
Can you go through some of these documents, sir? Tell us a little bit about this. I'm completely shocked right now.
Provision of QR code on the test reports for medical examination. It is noticed by the medical DTO, DGCA, DSCA headquarters that of the reports submitted by license holders to undergo medical examination are being amended, not amended, EMEN. That means they have been forged to normal values and submitted. What action has been taken against those people? Nothing. The flight safety director gets away with blue murder. Here, this is another thing. DGCA report. Wrong crew on a flight. And they flew halfway to realize that the person on the left hand side was not competent to be on that aircraft in the first place.
Oh my God.
No action. No action taken.
And which airline is this? Which airline is
Air
this?
India. I am only talking about Air India.
When, sir? When? What period? What time period?
23rd August 2024.
So this is after Tatas took over?
Yes, 23rd December 2023. Okay. July 2023. Rahul, I will not make a statement without having documents. I have approached the Civil Aviation Minister n number of times. His ears have been filled by people who have committed these frauds.
Which Civil Aviation Minister? You talking about Mr. Naidu, the Union Civil Aviation
Present
Minister?
one also has just sent a mail to him, and the earlier ones also. In fact, for violations, I have also obtained court orders to file FIRs. They have taken it to the High Court, fraudulently obtained interim release. We are fighting it. I have been fighting this battle, Rahul, since 2008 on the flight safety violations. After the arrival of the 787s, all the rules were tweaked. Each and every rule on the India-Australia operations where Air India started their 787 flights were tweaked. Contrary to what Mr. Naseem Zaidi, who was then the DGCA, was very particular. That no, this is how you will operate these long-range flights which are over 14 hours of flight time. It is their own DGCA officers who have violated those rules. We have brought it to their notice, but nothing happens. Because like I said, there is political compulsions, there is maybe gratuities involved. And I make this statement with full responsibility, Rahul. I have seen it day in and day out. I have been a victim of exposing these corruptions.
So tell me something, sir. You said that you've approached the courts. You're not getting a hearing from the executive or from the DGCA or from the airlines, what have you, but you approached the courts. And what has the court done? The court in this country that is constantly, viewers, unveiling itself in activism. Now let's listen to what the courts have done in this country. Mr. Rao, tell us.
I filed 2 writ petitions in the year 2013 and 2014. Till 2019, neither did Air India nor did DGCA file a reply to those writ petitions. And 2019, the present Chief Justice of India, Justice Gawai, had to pass an order saying it is unfortunate that for 5 years you have not filed a reply on the violations that took place from 2013 to 2019.
My gosh.
I have filed criminal cases on these people because they have endangered lives. The court, and I'm sorry, the courts also have let me down badly. So
we're not surprised. I'm sorry, I'm not surprised.
I'm telling you, Rahul, these are all criminal cases filed by me in the criminal courts. I have at least 63 criminal cases.
So are you saying, so Mr. Rao, let's just cut to the brass tacks. Are you saying that this kind of an incident could have been averted had there been greater honest vigilance? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Let me give you an example. For example, let me give you an example. On March 2025, DGCA show causes Air India 80 lakh fine for breaching pilot flight duty time limits. It's a very sensitive issue, viewers. Then, January 2024, 2 months prior, 30 lakh fine for inadequate Cat 3 pilot rostering during fog. So the person who was flying that plane did not have the adequate training, the skill set to fly in fog. Viewers, and that person would have been carrying anywhere between 150 to about 170 passengers. So you're risking knowingly the lives.
Lakhs of lives that have been endangered till today. And I have documents to prove it, Rahul. I don't speak without documents. I am before a court on affidavit.
No, I'm talking about DGCA action on Air India. So just a fine, 30 lakhs here, 20 lakhs there. Is that the price of 180 lives?
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
What is 30 lakhs? The company is paying it.
Exactly.
It is the shareholders' money. It doesn't come from the pocket of the pilot. It doesn't burn a hole in his pocket.
I mean, there is a 30 lakh fine, sir. So DGC has taken action in January 2025. 30 lakh fine for allowing a pilot to fly without completing mandatory takeoffs and landings. I mean, this is double jeopardy.
Has he not endangered lives?
That's what I'm saying. And the cost is 30 lakhs.
Yes.
So where is the disincentive, viewers? Why aren't these people hauled before criminal courts, etc., etc.? Why is the DGCA not moving?
I am fighting against the wall. I mean, I stick out like a sore thumb because I'm a whistleblower. My family is being hurt. I mean, I know what I'm going through, what I'm doing.
So let me just hold on, sir. This is very. First of all, we salute you for your yeoman service. Unfortunately, viewers, look at this. One single man waging a fight against a system that is actually trying to discredit this person. And he's got all his documents, he's got all the reports, he's only highlighting what the DGCA itself has observed. I mean, how bizarre is this, viewers? That a 30 lakh fine, a 30 lakh fine, or an 80 lakh fine, or another 30 lakh fine for endangering, knowing fully well that your pilot is not up to the task. So endangering 150, 140, 130 lives. I don't know what kind of craft this was, whether this was just an Airbus 320 or whether it was a bigger craft, I don't know, the capacity. But anywhere between 130 lives upwards. And the price is 30 lakhs. Do the math, viewers. Do the math. Today, Air India has announced compensation of 1 crore for each of the passengers who lost their lives. 1 crore, viewers. I want to bring in Suhail Seth. Sir, just stay on with me because I want you to respond also to some of these responses that we're going to get. Suhail Seth, thank you very much for joining us. We have with us others on the panel who are extremely well versed in this there's Mr. Damania, who you must know. I want to begin by asking you, there's growing evidence to suggest that Air India hasn't taken its responsibilities very seriously. And therefore, can the Tatas just walk away from all of this thinking that they're blameless? Mr. Seth.
I don't think the Tatas are the kind of group that will walk away from any responsibility. Rahul, you were there when 2611 happened. Ratan Tata, R.K. Krishna Kumar at that point in time stood right outside the Taj. Mr. Tata attended every funeral. We gave help to everyone. The Tatas gave help to everyone. They offered help, both financial and emotional. I don't think the Tatas as a group is the kind that will walk away from anything. A. B. You've seen N. Chandrasekharan's statement. The statement very clearly says that we will get to the bottom of this. We will offer all the support, all the help to all the families that have been affected by this crash. Look, no one, and least of all a group as venerable as the Tatas, would want anything of this kind to happen. So, while everyone says, oh, the DGCA has flagged this, the DGCA has flagged that, then my question, Rahul, to you as an ordinary Indian citizen is, then why did the DGCA not take action? Everyone says, oh, but the DGCA wrote to the Tatas, DGCA wrote to this. Please remember that Tatas have more to lose should there be a problem, and as there has been of this magnitude reputationally, than the DGCA. A. B. This is a group that took on Air India when no one wanted to touch it, made changes. You had visible changes in both the consumer experience and the refurbed aircraft. So, someone needs to cut the Tatas some slack. It's very easy in our country to hold one person responsible and say, oh, the Tatas are at fault. The aviation business, and Rahul, I was on the global board of British Airways, on the global advisory board. I know a thing or two about how airlines are run. It's very easy to say, oh, but British Airways was at fault or Air India is at fault. The reality is the following. A, we have to wait for an inquiry. B, we have to get down with the people from Boeing, because this is a Boeing issue more than an Air India or a DGCA issue. Number 3, where did the Tatas go wrong? You had a pilot, the commander of the aircraft had more than 8,000 hours of flying. The first officer had more than 1,100 hours of flying. Do you think people would risk a non-maintained aircraft, and would they even fly it? Number 2, the pilots of Air India are rated amongst the finest by any aviation research that you can undertake in the world. So I'm saying that it is early days, it's early hours.
Okay, you're saying let the dust settle a little bit. Mr. Rao, how do you respond to this? The Air India under Tatas is very conscious of its brand image. It's not going to do things that is going to jeopardize the legacy of the Tatas. And we know that that legacy is quite a shining legacy. How do you respond to that?
Let me assure Mr. Suhail Seth, I am second generation Air Indian. My father was very close to Mr. G.R.D. Tata. And they broke no violation. Let me make that also very clear. So I know exactly where the Tatas are coming from. But it is a culture that has gone down now. I'm not blaming the Tatas. We can't say Mr. Ratan Tata or G.R.D. Tata. The company is run by a bunch of corporate executives. They are only worried about their promotions, their bonuses, and other things. At no stage have I said that the Tatas are bad. Let me make that also very, very clear. I have had issues and I have taken up those issues. It is unfortunate that Tatas have brought in lawyers to kind of fight these illegalities that we are exposing.
No, Rahul,
that is the saddest part.
1 second. Rahul. Let him finish. Okay. Go ahead.
Like I said, I have the documents.
Okay.
It's not.
So Mr. Damania wants to respond to you.
Rahul,
Yes.
Any company will try and protect their reputation. If somebody files a case, Tatas are bound to bring in the lawyers. How are they supposed to not protect their reputation? See, I am 100% sure that Tatas would not cut any cost as far as the engineering standards are concerned. It's a cash-rich company. It's not a company that's going down or some company running tight for money.
No, I'm not implying. No, hang on. I'm not. Let's be very clear here. I'm talking about owners.
You want to ruin their reputation?
No, that's true. But we also know that this is not a charity, right? You have to make profits. There are people who've come out from within Tata Group, within Indian Airlines. Sorry. No, 1 second. There are people who've come
desperate to make profit that they will take risks.
Okay, let's not be so
sure of that.
Okay, but then hang on. The next question.
We are jumping the gun.
No, I'm not jumping the gun. I am only interested.
Voice recorder is found. We are just guessing.
No, that's fine. But I'm interested in. Look, this may not have anything to do with any of these pathologies that I'm referring to here. None of this backstory might have actually led to what has happened, and I respect that point of view, sir. I completely, Mr. Damania, respect that point of view. But if you are to prevent the larger rot from infecting other services on other days, we also have to, on a day such as this, look at that issue. And if there are issues, they need to be addressed. We have to minimize risk, don't we?
At every stage, safety comes first in aviation.
There we go. So I am looking at a track record that doesn't inspire much confidence. I don't know if this is about making money, saving, the extra rupee here or 10 rupees there to boost profitability. I don't know. I'm not going into all of that. But what I'm seeing is a kind of laxity. It's a kind of culture that I think Mr. Rao is referred to. He's talking about the corporatization of Air India under the Tatas, and Mr. Suhail said, look, if the Tatas are so conscious about their image, why would they deploy, for example, pilots that aren't adequately trained to operate in low visibility conditions during fog? I mean, this was in 2023, December 2023, and they are fined in January 2024. Mr. Seth, can you hear me? Yeah.
It's a great point that you've raised. Now let's go step by step. Fog is an issue with two things. Number one, the airport equipment. And now you know that one runway from June 15 in Delhi is going to be shut because they're going to expand the runway from 610 to 900 meters. And they're going to install equipment which will allow for fog landings. Number two, why are you blaming only Air India or the Tatas? All airlines have suffered. There have been diversions where an Emirates flight trying to land has had to
just
go
a
back
minute,
because the
just a minute, Mr. Seth. I have to go straight across to Mr. Amit Shah. KVJ Rao, stay on with me. I'm just going to cut across.
आज दोपहर को एयर इंडिया की फ्लाइट संख्या AI 171 दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई और कई पैसेंजर इसके अंदर हताहत होने की संभावनाएं हैं। इस घटना से पूरा देश क्षुब्ध है और पूरा देश एक साथ पूर्ण संवेदनाओं के साथ ये जो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण हादसे में पैसेंजर हताहत हुए हैं, इनके परिजनों के साथ खड़ा है। सबसे पहले मैं भारत सरकार, गुजरात सरकार, भारत सरकार के प्रधानमंत्री जी और गुजरात सरकार की ओर से भी जो लोग हताहत हुए हैं, इनके परिजनों के प्रति गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। 10 ही मिनटों में हादसे के भारत सरकार के पास सूचना पहुंची। तुरंत ही मैंने मुख्यमंत्री जी, यहां के गृह मंत्री, होम डिपार्टमेंट के कंट्रोल रूम, सिविल एविएशन डिपार्टमेंट, सिविल एविएशन मंत्री, सभी से संपर्क किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी तुरंत ही फोन आ गया और भारत सरकार और गुजरात सरकार के सभी डिपार्टमेंट एक साथ होकर राहत और बचाव कार्य में लगे। इस विमान में कुल मिलाकर 230 यात्री देश के और विदेश के और 12 क्रू मेंबर सवार थे। इसमें से एक यात्री का बचने का अच्छा समाचार मिला है, मैं उनको मिलकर आया हूं। मृत्यु का आंकड़ा तो DNA परीक्षण और यात्रियों की पहचान के बाद ही अथॉरिटी अधिकृत रूप से घोषित करेगी, मगर जो यात्री बचा है उसको मैं मिलकर आया हूं। घटना के तुरंत बाद गुजरात सरकार ने बहुत त्वरा से डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की सारी इकाइयों को अलर्ट करते हुए, चाहे हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट हो, चाहे फायर ब्रिगेड हो, चाहे पुलिस विभाग हो, भारत सरकार की भी CAPF को संपर्क कर सभी ने एक साथ मिलकर राहत और बचाव का कार्य चालू किया। मगर 1.25 लाख लीटर ईंधन विमान के अंदर ही था और लगभग गर्मी, तापमान इतना ऊंचा हो गया कि किसी को बचाने की मौका ही नहीं मिला। अब मैं घटना स्थान पर भी जाकर आया हूं। सारे यात्रियों के मृतदेह को बाहर निकालने का काम लगभग समाप्त हो चुका है। जितने यात्रियों के परिजन यहां पहुंच चुके हैं वो सबका डीएनए लेने की कार्यवाही भी 2-3 घंटों में समाप्त हो जाएगी। विदेश में जिनके परिजन हैं उनको सूचना देने की कार्यवाही समाप्त हो चुकी है और जैसे ही पहुंचते हैं उनके भी डीएनए सैंपल लिए जाएंगे और मृतदेहों की पहचान के लिए जितने मृतदेह मिले हैं इनके भी डीएनए सैंपल लेने की कार्यवाही समाप्त हो चुकी है। गुजरात में ही लगभग 1000 के आसपास डीएनए टेस्ट करने पड़ेंगे। ये सभी टेस्ट करने की क्षमता गुजरात में विकसित है, तो डीएनए टेस्टिंग के लिए कहीं गुजरात के बाहर जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। गुजरात की एफएसएल और नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी दोनों मिलकर कम से कम समय में डीएनए का परीक्षण पूरा करने के बाद परिवारजनों को अपना मृतदेह परिजन का मृतदेह सौंपने का काम करेंगे। उनके रहने की सुविधा, उनकी सांत्वना की सुविधा, जिनको मेडिकल प्रॉब्लम ट्रॉमा के कारण हुए इनकी मेडिकल की सुविधा, ये सारी व्यवस्था बहुत सुचारू रूप से हो चुकी है। अभी रिव्यू मीटिंग में सारी व्यवस्थाओं को हम सब मंत्रियों ने साथ में मिलकर देखा है। एविएशन डिपार्टमेंट ने अपनी जांच शुरू कर दी है और जांच तेजी से आगे बढ़े इसके लिए भी एविएशन मंत्री जी ने सूचनाएं दी है। मैं फिर से एक बार राहत काम में जिन जिन एजेंसियों ने त्वरा के साथ बचाव और राहत का काम किया वो सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं और फिर से एक बार जिन्होंने अपने परिजनों को गंवाया है, हताहत हुए हैं, वो सभी को मनपूर्वक संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं एक बार जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि ये एक्सीडेंट है, एक्सीडेंट को कोई रोक नहीं सकता, परंतु 365 दिन 24 घंटा इस तरह की घटना के लिए प्रशासन का जो अलर्टनेस है उसकी कसौटी उसी वक्त होती है जब ऐसी घटनाएं होती है। और आज गुजरात के डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की तैयारियों का एक प्रकार से दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण तरीके से मगर कसौटी हुआ और बहुत त्वरा के साथ यहाँ पर काम किया गया, वो पूरे देश के मीडिया के सामने और परिजनों के सामने भी आया है। अंत में मैं फिर से एक बार सम्माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ओर से, भारत सरकार और गुजरात सरकार की ओर से सभी हताहत लोगों के परिजनों के प्रति गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Mr. Amit Shah there speaking about the tragedy and the relief and the rescue efforts that were mounted. Mr. Rao, where do we go from here? I also want to bring in Mr. Devesh Agarwal right after that because we have a survivor, a miracle survivor, and I want to understand how that can actually happen. How can, after this fireball, someone walk away? But Mr. Rao, what's your quick assessment of the way ahead from here, Mr. Rao? Can you hear me? Yes. Where do we go from here, Mr. Rao? Do we have him? I don't think we have him. KVJ Rao, I think we've lost him there. But this is the picture, viewers. Air India miracle survivor walking away from that crash site. Mr. Agarwal, what do you make of this? How is this even possible? Even Amit Shah said that this was a miracle. I mean, a plane carrying 1.25 lakh liters of ATF goes up. Yeah. And in, I think, 11A seat, we have a survivor.
God works in mysterious ways. I guess this gentleman's time had not come. and God has saved him. That's the only one word I can use for it. But since you're talking about this, Rahul, one point I'd like to this thing. I've seen some videos that are so graphic, and I would ask all your viewers also. We are talking about those 75 students in the hostel,
Yes.
and the passengers, of course, who have perished. But these are first responders and volunteers who have obviously seen carnage of humanity, which I'm sure they did not want to see, and I don't think they will ever forget. And I just would hope that the government would reach out and provide these first responders the kind of counseling they will definitely need post such a horrific thing.
Mr. Rao, very quickly coming out to you, where do we go from here? What do you think are the next steps? Who needs to principally answer, face the press, come out and give some basic answers?
Rahul, it's very simple. The DGCA needs to pull up its socks. They wanted to make the DGCA an autonomous body. It didn't happen. And we know why it was not allowed to happen. The fact remains is till we clean up the whole system, sir, it is going to be a problem. And it is getting murkier by the day. Like Mr. Seth was saying, why aren't we discussing other airlines? Let me tell you, sir, as on today, every aircraft is in violation of the minimum crew limitations. DGCA themselves have written a letter to me. But the fact remains is, where all can I go and what all can one man do? If the institution doesn't want to change, how can we get in? I can only
It's
take
the system,
hospital
Mr.
order.
Damania, that is on test tonight. It is the system, Mr. Rao says.
Listen, it is, first of all, we have to admit one thing for sure. The aviation industry in India is growing very, very, very fast. It is growing, the fastest growing aviation industry in the world. We've already become third largest industry. And I am 100% sure the government is trying to buckle up and shape up and increase the capacity of the Director General of Aviation. But sometimes it's not possible. Our infrastructure is not keeping pace with the growth. Now, we may say it's good, bad, but this is the reality. The growth is fantastic. It is changing the entire country, it's supporting the country.
Okay.
And when an industry grows at this speed, there are going to be problems. I'm sure the government is going to do everything possible to bring this into better shape. But I think
not if we don't ask the right questions. Not if we don't ask the right questions. We need to ask the right questions. Okay, no, hang on. Let me go back to Mr. Seth. I had to cut him off there. Mr. Seth, look, it all comes down to accountability. The Tatas are very conscious, you say, of their image. But then we have seen aberrations. Mr. Rao has also pointed them out. I have the details here. What do we do in a situation like this? We don't ask questions. What do we do?
They're going to install equipment which will allow for fog landings. Number two, why are you blaming only Air India or the Tatas? All airlines have suffered. There have been diversions where an Emirates flight trying to land has had to go back because the Cat 3 equipment is not working. The problem, Rahul, is no one understands, and you more than anyone else will understand when I say what I'm about to say. Pilots have to be type rated for Cat 3 landings. And that is why, if you see pilots in countries where there is a lot of fog, whether you look at the Nordic countries, whether you look at some parts of America, they're Cat 3 trained. That Cat 3 training requires investment, which the Tatas have made. Which is why, if you go back to December 2024 and compare it to December 2023 and look at Delhi airport, you will see the number of diversions or the number of non-landings owing to fog were far less because the Tatas had put into place certain measures.
I can only ask the questions.
Here's the thing.
Hang on. I'm running out of time. We can only ask those questions. Viewers, that are apparent to us. Yes, we agree. There has to be an investigation. Mr. Rao is also in favor of that. Mr. Agarwal is in favor of that. Mr. Sudhakaran is in favor of that. Mr. Damania is in favor of that. Mr. Seth is in favor of that. So we want the truths to emerge. But then on the back of that, we also want accountability. We've had 2 crashes in the past, but not much has changed really. Not many people we found were made accountable, apart from the small fry. That has to change. Till that doesn't change, viewers, there is not going to be a change in culture, and that's the real problem. We can talk about infrastructure, we can talk about this, that, the other, but if the culture improves, ways will be found. I leave it to this.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
I can assure you that Indian aviation is probably one of the safest in the world. We have all the protocols in place. Our DGCA is very robust and effective. And to find, to pick holes into our ability to manage Indian aviation would be very unfair. And I always say this, and I repeat, that aviation is either 100% or zero. There's nothing like 99.9% in aviation. And therefore, in this case also, look at the aircraft. It arrived from Ahmedabad from Delhi. Obviously, it flew without any issue. And to take a 9.5-hour journey from Ahmedabad to London, obviously the pilots would have done all the pre-flight checks. And no pilot is foolish enough to take off if he is not satisfied. The captain per se in this aircraft would have also had thousands and thousands of hours of command. And a 787 and today's aircraft per se are very robust, fail-safe. They have many backup systems. And to really think what went wrong, I would be hazarding a guess, which would not be fair. But the point here is the aircraft did go on a takeoff roll. And between the time the wheels went up and the time it crashed, probably the time frame would have been almost only about 60 seconds or so, because you can't go to 800 feet and crash and it be within the time span is only 60 seconds. Now he's already given a mayday call. Now I don't know what exactly went wrong. It will be again hazarding a guess, which would be unfair. The only thing which can be ascertained is now, since the aircraft has fallen just a few hundred meters from the airport and in the BJ Medical Complex, therefore to retrieve the black box and the other equipment would be also, quite simple. We would be able to ascertain only after that. Let me tell you one more thing. In today's aircraft, they are very sophisticated. All the parameters of an aircraft, right? Every single second the aircraft is in the air, all the parameters are recorded, not only by the aircraft, but they are also transmitted to a central command, real time, of the airline itself. So if there is, when an aircraft does a flight, there is a way to ascertain every single parameter during whatever the duration of the flight. So if anything would have gone wrong prior to this flight, or which may have escaped the attention of anybody, I'm sure this will be retrieved in no time once the equipment is found.
Now, Mr. Patel, just to go back in time, because this fleet, the Dreamliner, very, very safe. I think from what the experts are saying, and I only have them to sort of lean on for facts, they've said that this is the first time a Dreamliner has actually crashed anywhere in the world. Now, most of these Dreamliners were purchased, I suppose, about 10, 12, 15 years back by Air India when it was still government-owned. Obviously, there would have been a huge procedure that must have unfurled within government to select the plane. There would have been due diligence. There would have been all sorts of studies that would have been conducted.
Well, most certainly. I mean, first, the procedure itself in government is a very robust procedure. It goes through several layers. And ultimately, the basic selection of aircraft is done only on technical parameters. Because, the airline, requires a certain type of aircraft for certain, lengths of the flights. You want to go to the US, you want to go to the European countries, or to, 8-hour flights, 12-hour flights, and so on. And the kind of configuration you want. Let me also tell you that the Dreamliner, at the time it was ordered, was one of the most sophisticated, advanced fly-by-wire aircraft which was going to be produced. And it was ordered by probably most major airlines in the world, Air India also being one of the early ones. And to now even discuss it would be unfair, because after this particular aircraft itself, which has crashed, had been flying for almost 11 years. And if you see any major airline in the world, and if you go at any moment of time, there would be more than 1,000 787s up and flying.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We come to you tonight with news of another tragedy, a plane crash in Ahmedabad, an Air India passenger plane that took off for London and crashed within minutes. More than 200 people reported dead. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims. The pictures are shocking and heartbreaking. How did the plane crash right after takeoff? Was it engine failure? Was it human error? It's too early to say. Among the dead is the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. And so far, there is news of just one survivor. It's no less than a miracle. We will tell you how it unfolded, what the investigators are looking for, what does this crash mean for Air India, and why Boeing stocks have crashed. Leaders from across the world have sent condolences and messages of support to India. We'll also be tracking the riots in the United States, why the UK Prime Minister has refused to meet Bangladesh's Mohammed Yunus, how Canada has busted Khalistani narco-terror plot, why the US is pulling out its people from West Asia as a bigger war with Iran brewing there, and why Vietnam is merging cities and firing employees. First, the headlines. The dollar dives after US President Donald Trump's new trade threat. It lost 1% against the euro, falling to its lowest point in more than 3 years. Trump has said he will unveil unilateral tariffs within weeks. In April, he had imposed a blanket 10% tariff on most trading partners, but had put that decision on hold soon after. Colombia's president accuses the US of plotting a coup. He echoed remarks made by Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, who has accused the US Secretary of State of leading a coup attempt against Petro. Since 2022, President Petro has been in office. Colombia is currently facing its biggest security crisis in a decade. A US and Israeli-backed charity accuses Hamas of killing 8 of its aid workers. The group said a bus carrying its staff was attacked near Khan Yunis. Hamas claims the charity is used by Israeli forces to lure Gazans into death traps. Israel accuses Hamas of weaponizing suffering in Gaza. Indonesia's president will meet his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin next week. This will be President Prabowo Subianto's first visit to Russia since taking office. Jakarta has refused to take sides in the Ukraine war.